number 4. Pag may humamon, game on! Huwag matakot sa clash. Kita ka namin sa map. Auto rest back. O, diba? Basic. Easy lang mag-rank up, basta sama-sama.
Thanks, Lodi.
Ano? Laro?
Yeah!
Guys, next week na yung tournament. Game tayo, ah.
Sige, basta ako ang tank, ha?
Golding MM ako, ah.
XP na ako. Kaso,
Nag-last day na nga pala si Kyle.
okay guys, please welcome Mimi, our new teammate.
Hi, Mimi.
Good to have you, Mimi.
Hello.
Please take the empty desk.
Thank you.
Hi, welcome sa department.
Thank you.
Baka gusto mong sumali sa team namin. Meron kaming ML tournament.
Hindi ako nag-games eh, sorry.
Turuan kita. Gusto mo? Dali lang naman. Tsaka parang team bonding na rin tayo.
Pwede naman, pero hindi ako nag-games, as in zero knowledge talaga.
G lang. Magkukore ako, bubuhatin kita.
What?
Five seconds till the enemy reaches the battlefield. Smash them!
Oh, Mimi, dito ka lang sa tabi ko, ha?
Oh my God!
Oh, basta ka lang. Def lang.
GG, bawi na lang next
Sayang.
time.
Nice game, guys. Later na ako.
Focus lang yan, Mimi. You're making progress naman, eh. Basta focus ka lang sa atin. See ya.
Sa atin? May kami na ba?
Mimi, sa tournament, dapat masanay tayo gamitin yung in-game chat. Ha?
Okay.
Okay.
Hoy! Mimi, yung turtle!
Sorry. Let's go.
Uy, nice presentation kanina.
Oo nga, nice one.
Siyempre, para tapos
Grabe.
agad.
Hello.
Uy, Mimi, may new skin yung Esme, oh. Cute ng fit niya. Try mo kaya?
Pwede naman.
Sinong cute? Uy, sinong cute?
Yung skin.
Ay, skin.
Uno.
Pero cute nga.
Alright, do you think matitipid ng Team Finance ang title nila this year? Pero grabe rin ang kalaban nila this year. Malupit ang marketing. Ito na ang team nila. 1, 2, 3, 4. Where's your 5th member? Kailangan, ayan na siya! Marketing! Very old and very proud!
Now I'm getting serious.
Bro. Uy. Uy, ingat. GG kanina. Thanks sa pag-join sa squad namin.
Anytime.
So, saan ka na niyan?
Sa bahay. Magdedelulo 15 Pro Max.
Huh?
Hindi ko pa alam eh.
Gusto mo coffee sa tapat. Saka, game na rin. Looking for kaduwasan.
Have you heard the rumors?
About what?
The rumors from the border.
The demon.
He's coming!
What happened?
They're all dead! Oh no, no! It's him! He's coming! He's coming!
Impossible! Get him out of here!
He's coming! He's coming for us all!
Who's there? An imposter has sullied our name! We are the might of the kingdom! For the king! No. Please. You demon. Please.
Nash, malakas, Pilipinas malakas, kahit anong lane we become the monsters. Malakas, Pilipinas malakas, face the golden sun and reppin' for the 3 stars. Look at us to the top, no ifs, no buts, winning any game para to sa PNS. Di mo matitin ang aming boses sa new level. Nasa kalye man o mobile, you know I become a legend. Open fire, we unite, we winners. Built with pressure, like diamonds are made of. Switch na lane na parang gera, HP racing, may reset up. Built agad ang buhat ni Hilda, full load SS parang Laila. Susundan ko ang iyong bakas, kasama patas, tagumpay natin to. Dahil tayo'y malakas, para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras. Kinikilala sa taas kasi kami ang malakas, para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras. Kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas. Wow! Hold on, yeah. Malakas ang Pinas, we are laging every beat, no surrender, no retreat. Pag nagsama-sama, just imagine what we can achieve. Laging every beat, no surrender, no retreat. Giving 100 all my all, cause we just cannot be defeated. We are unstoppable, immune and invulnerable. Ready ang equipment, lahat frozen, malang crowd control. Pakita ko na jab like pow, beast of the southeast. Taas sa watawat, proud and loud, cause every enemy we devour. Susundan ko ang iyong bakas, kasama patas, tagumpay natin to. Dahil tayo'y malakas, para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras. Kinikilala sa taas kasi kami ang malakas, para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras. Kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas. Wow! Malakas, Pilipinas malakas, kahit anong lane we become the monsters. Malakas, Pilipinas malakas, face the golden sun and reppin' for the 3 stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we the stars.
Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we the stars.
The 13th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 13. Infinix GT Series, outplay the rest. Experience the MPL PH Season 13 action live at Shooting Gallery Studios. Tickets are now available on our official ticketing partner at /event.com. Don't miss any MPL PH action by following our official Facebook page and subscribing to our YouTube channel. Follow MPL PH on TikTok as well for more content. And don't forget to like, follow, and subscribe to the official accounts of MDL Philippines. To ensure the equality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusements Board.
MPL na 4PM 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 MPL na
4PM MPL na.
4PM MPL na 4PM MPL na 4PM MPL na.
Catch your favorite MPL matches every Friday to Sunday.
Only at the MPL Philippines YouTube and TikTok.
4 p.m.
MPL na!
4 p.m. MPL na! 4 p.m. MPL na! 4 p.m. MPL na! Maligayang pagdating sa tahanan ng pinakamalalakas na Mobile Legends Bang Bang players sa buong mundo. I'm Mara Aquino.
And my name is Hans Galleria.
And this is
MPL Philippines Season 13.
After 4 teams secure playoff spots last night, Hans, gaano pa ba kahalaga ang remaining matches natin?
Well, for starters, 4 na teams pa ang maglalaban-laban para sa natitirang 2 playoff slots. And as for our 4 other qualified teams, kit-kita naman yan para sa playoff seedings.
That's right. Kasi kung babalikan natin, gauntlet format na ang ating playoffs. This means na mas rewarding na ang final seeding na makukuha ng ating teams after the regular season.
Mismo. Kaya para sa lahat ng ating MPL fans, asahan yung mas mainit pa sa panahon ngayon ang masasaksihan nyo simula as of this moment.
Speaking of, what matches do we have in store for today?
Buena mano ngayong araw ang star match of the day sa pagitan ng Echo at RSG Philippines.
After that, we'll take a look at what Blacklist International and TNC Pro Team should do as they meet each other anew.
Finally, for the last match of the week, we have Spider Miles and MNNE going up against the defending MPL Philippines and world champions APBR.
Hans, simulan na natin ang ating bakbakan.
This is Echo versus RSG Philippines.
Casters, pasok!
Good warm afternoon to everyone out there. Welcome to the English desk here. What is up, guys? I'm Naisu, and this is now the Tito desk. I'm here with Rockhart Wolf. Gentlemen, how we feeling?
I am feeling very happy today because you didn't get the memo again.
Oh, wait. I just realized.
Yeah!
I just realized this.
You just realized that.
Oh, man.
You guys are okay. Well,
Feeling young as ever, gentlemen. You know, just so you know, before we went on camera, we were just talking about life, you know.
And stocks and mortgages.
Yep. And the harsh reality of life. But I think now's the time to forget all that because I believe we'll have a great first series.
let's throw that all out the window for now, Wolf, and not bore the audience out there with the talkings of the older men here, right? But let's talk about the lineup here. The headline, sorry, the Kiz. This is KarlTzy and Demonkite, gentlemen. And we know there's a lot of heat for them since Season 10. We've been looking forward to this matchup between the two. They bring out the best in each other, is what we've heard.
Out the
there it is.
Best in me.
I love it. I love it. I'm not going to join in on the singing here. But yeah, Demonkite, he and KarlTzy have said a lot about, you know, how they feel about each other in the jungle.
Yes.
And there's been a lot of heated words leading up to this.
12 years and Naisu still hasn't got the karaoke genes in him.
We'll get there.
We'll get there. We'll get
nope,
there.
We're not.
But yeah, I really like that kind of headline because it's true that Demonkite as well as KarlTzy, they have been battling against each other on and off the Mobile Legends court. And one thing that we have to be reminded of is that there was a time where KarlTzy had really feisty statements about Demonkite, but then when they battle up against each other, they bring out the best in each other.
Let's actually watch this clip here on what Demonkite has to say about it.
Kite, from all of the junglers in the world, give me 5 na gusto mo at paborito mo talagang nakatapat sa jungle.
Number 1 ko si KarlTzy.
KarlTzy. Okay, number 1. Bakit si Karl?
Kasi kapag nakakalaban ko si Karl, parang palagi namin binibigay yung best namin. Kumbaga, kung ano yung pinaka-full potential namin pag nagkalaban kami.
Fullest potential. Number 2?
Yeah, number 1 on the list. KarlTzy.
Number 1.
And I actually completely understand because both of these players have had their ups and downs. But either way, they have proven themselves to really bring out the best in each other, and stats will show that.
The stats will definitely show it. Love it. I always have to take a moment to look at the graphics because they're amazing. Now, take us through the stats here, Wolf. I know you love to break this down.
Yeah, Demonkite surprisingly had the better KDA during MPL PH Season 13, and then when they faced up against each other, it's also true. Well, for KarlTzy, he really took a really massive step back after he's, you know, we know him as the Lancelot god here in the Philippines and in the world, right? But then when the utility junglers came in, when M4 came in, he really took a massive step back and just focused on supplementing the other stuff, like damage per minute, for example, he trumps Demonkite. That means that he's constantly in there. It's just that when it comes to actual kills and assists, he does not get it. And then when you're looking at their kill participation, their average per kill as well as Lord Control, it's almost the same. I would not depend on the stats like Lord Control as well as average per kill when comparing KarlTzy as well as Demonkite, because I think that they both really flourish in those kind of situations. It's just that RSG is in a good trajectory, like in a good streak when it comes to like their stats. So that's why the stats are skewed towards Demonkite. But yeah, this will be a legendary battle.
Yeah, and the big part of that also is obviously KarlTzy has less playtime because they had to swap out with Outplayed and Zyda.
Yeah, that's true. And lately, we've actually seen them stick with a lineup, at least for the few matches now. But we also have to make a point so everybody knows that both Echo and RSG have secured, of course, their playoff spots. What they're fighting for, of course, still is that upper bracket slot. And as you take a look at the, their first meeting here, of course, it was a great series. But I will say here, over the course of this regular season, now that we're nearing, of course, down to almost the last couple weeks here, man, have the teams really developed. And that's something that we talked about, even in their first matches, in the early weeks, where it was like, you had this certain expectation, even for Echo. A lot of people, cheering on for Echo. It was kind of like, where are they going to sit? How have they performed? We saw some of the changes, like Rockhart mentioned, that they did with Outplayed and Zyda. But now things are kind of getting a little heated, a little serious, right? Because still, again, that upper bracket slot is definitely something that these teams want to be fighting for, even though they've already secured their slot for the playoffs. Now, of course, before we talk more about the matchup, everybody watching right now, we have something special for you for the star match. What do they have, Rockhart?
Yeah, basically you just want to guess or predict who you think is going to come out on top here. Do you think #Echo is going to win or #RSG is going to win? Comment it right there and add your game and server ID. And we'll pick 4 winners. Yeah, 4 winners, of 1,000 diamonds each.
That's right. So,
predicting.
Good luck to everybody out there. Let's go ahead and welcome out our marshals here to do an amazing job. The fairness and the integrity of the game, of course. We've got our boys that have been doing the work throughout the week. It's Jeff, Chico, Patrick, Wilbur.
Yo, Chico, you know what? He played with JP back in MPL Philippines in the earlier days, Wow. So this is going to be something.
Yep. It's weird that I think there should be a time where we should be talking to Chico more,
Launching into the marquee match of the day, the star match. The Orcas aim to secure their path to the upper bracket and make a statement. Locked in a tight race with the Raiders, can the Express deliver a decisive win? Give it up for Echo! The Raiders, also in contention for a coveted upper bracket position. They're eager to demonstrate their prowess once more. Having recently ended a winning streak, can they now derail the Express and halt their advance? It's RSG Philippines! And their coaches, Coach Tic Tac and Coach Panda. MPL Arena, it's the star match of the day. Will it be Echo or RSG?
And let's take a look at the lineups here for Echo. Familiar faces here, Rockhart.
Yes, exactly. And we will be seeing JP today. Like we mentioned, I feel like the focus right now on KarlTzy and Demonkite should be very interesting because these tank jungle heroes that KarlTzy has been fielding, they're starting to really catch up. I feel like he's been starting to pick up steam since the whole season began. So
Definitely.
it'll be interesting how that matches with Demonkite by now, their second meeting.
And take us through here, across from them, it's going to be RSG Philippines. This lineup has been doing some work here, Wolf.
Yeah, you know, as much as Mr. Leo is a fan of the Hitman, I am starting to be a big fan of Nats now.
The Nats.
He's so good at the game, and to say Demonkite, Aqua, and Light as well, they kind of bounce off of each other's momentum, and you really can feel that, especially with Kusei. Now, you will really forget how he played from previous seasons in the different regions because the way that he plays right now for RSG is totally different. He's more composed. He's more on point, I would say. And how about that KDA for Kusei? 6.07.
You know, here's the thing, man. As a viewer for the past couple of days, I have been just watching, of course, what Navs was able to do with the R-Lot and how everybody, even whether it was the English stream or whether it was the Tagalog stream, the sentiment was shared.
Yeah.
How is this guy still getting the R-Lot?
I
How
know.
is that still going through?
Exactly.
So maybe that changes here. You know, let's take a look also at the diagrams, how this kind of breaks down here, Wolf.
Okay, so first blood ratio, interestingly, the same for both teams. Kill participation, almost the same, so negligible 3%. And also the other stats like Lord Control ratio as well as tower secured. So you can really say that both of these teams are equal and equally matched when it comes to how they approach the match. And we know for sure that Echo has always been that team with the Echo Express mentality. Now for RSG, you can really feel that too. That their aggression is really felt in their games.
Of all the matchups we've had for the whole season, I feel like Echo and RSG feel like they're the most matched, especially around the jungle side and I would say the roamer side as well. Because you know, Light is one of the few remaining Cho players of the game. But we kind of forget JP also plays that Cho. We already imported one of our strongest Cho players, Yaoi. So I'm always watching out for these guys on how they are gonna control that mid area.
Yeah, you always want to take a look at that, but also we have to take a look at the Infinix keys to victory here onto this matchup. Wolf, take us through it.
Yep, you have to respect Nat's playmaking heroes. We already talked about this, interestingly, and that's definitely keys to victory. And I would say that should be for Echo. I think this is swapped. I'm pretty sure this is swapped. And Echo needs to ban Arnold. That's my keys to victory here for Echo. That's all I want to say. And now for RSG, you have to watch out for Sanford's versatile playstyle. So expect the XP laner heroes to be picked last. And I think that's my bold prediction between the two teams. If they get Ruby or Arlott, that they're quite flex, but I think that they will deprioritize their EXP laners just so that they can win when it comes to the lane-to-lane matchup. Lastly, eyes on the opposing roamers initiations. Oh, here we go. I think JP has been known to be criticized in the past, but I think him being a veteran will eventually kick off, and I think it will be triggered this time, especially because he's playing up against Light, a very good roamer.
It feels like you have no choice. If you're faced off against a very strong opponent, you have no choice but to really step your game up. And that's one of the reasons why, you know what, these guys bring out the best in each other, not just in jungle, each and every row.
I can't wait to see it. I completely agree with what you said too, Rockhart, where these two teams, it feels like it's one of the most even matched kind of matches that we can have, of course, here. So, Alco, we want to invite you guys, everybody watching once again. We had the YouTube one earlier. Now it's time for TikTok. You guys have some goodie bags for you.
That's right. Go to TikTok and go to MPL Philippines TikTok channel at MPL PH_official. Click on the official live stream right there on your screens where you'll see our faces. And then once you're in the stream, click on the top left corner of your screen to join the goodie bag lottery. Make sure to click that or press that before the base blows up.
Yeah, and not to mention, again, don't forget, guys, as we get jumped into the draft here for game number 1, you guys watching on YouTube, make sure to join the giveaway as well. 1,000 diamonds for 4 winners over there. Yes, on the English stream. So now we can talk about this. 58%. This is win rate for blue side for Echo. RSG, pretty good win rate for the red side. They like to get those 2 picks picked up. So we're almost through this first phase of the bans. I like the respect. Arlott is banned out. Good choice for Echo to start there. The Louis Yi has been causing some havoc as well across the team. So
I just want to say their YouTube comments are agreeing. Yeah, like from Tomato Tomato, he says JP's the GOAT. Let's go.
The GOAT.
We agree.
Early Harith ban here for RSG. Now that's surprising. This opens up the Assassins, right? So Nolan is available.
See value in me?
But they pick up Frederick.
You should.
Okay, is this the time where we just let go of the junglers, of the assassin junglers? Okay.
Right now, I feel like it's the jungle feels like the easiest, like first 2 picks, right? First free picks. And then, yeah, specifically in this match, I completely agree.
Yeah.
The XP laners seem to be the most flexible. Nats can play Benedetta. So many weird XP laner picks. Lapu Lapu is always available as well for players like Sanford. So yeah, that's a good call.
Fredrin, the typical answer is Minotaur, perhaps, for RSG. Minotaur and Roger is usually their choice.
I see lots of prey.
Yeah.
Okay,
Roger.
Roger. They want to go with the Roam already.
I might not be a
legend,
man, but I do know my traits.
The Barretts, it just seems like the right answer. I mean, considering, okay, we're going to throw that most likely in the jungle. Yes, there's still a possibility that it could be Flex. I just don't see, of course, Navs really wanting to go with that.
I don't think so,
too.
No.
Yeah, like, it's not Navs, right? So it's like, you're just going to go ahead and be like, all right, that's going in the jungle. It's Fredrin and Barretts. It's probably, and we've talked about this pretty extensively previously when these 2 teams have gone against each other. It's like, now KarlTzy and Demonkite, I know we even built up the story of these guys have this rivalry going on and everything else, but they kind of just fit that role. All right,
find a way, even when all is forlorn.
And secure the objective.
Kindness
the
is
dance
the
the best
surest
we can,
path
let the team shine
to
through.
ruination.
Yuzhong and the Vexana picked up here.
Now you're,
a very early Yuzhong pick here. I think this is not the first time that I'll say this in the English broadcast. It is Sanford's Pikachu. Yeah.
That's a good one. Have you said that before?
Yes,
That's a good one.
I think
Was that?
Daisu, I think you were there.
That wasn't me, sir. I did not say that. Wolf.
Okay.
Look, speaking of Sanford, let's take a look at his career hero stats.
Yeah, look at that.
Look at the Yuzhong.
18-6, man. That's a total of 24 so far. And this guy's young, by the way.
Yeah. So that is his Pikachu.
That is his Pikachu, basically.
And you know what? I completely agree. This Barretts is not gonna get flexed. I feel like if you ask a player like Nats to play a Barretts, that's like asking Michael Jordan to play golf. You're not gonna get maximum potential out of it, right?
True, but he does play golf. But yeah, I understand the metaphor because surely he can play that, but he will not be a 6-time champion with that.
Yeah, your talent's wasted, right?
Talent's wasted.
Well, to be fair, people can. I still respect the people who play XP Barrett. Just I don't know, man.
Yeah, especially with a player like Nats. Now, RSG gonna be looking to ban maybe a roamer or a marksman here.
Yeah.
Claude comes to mind. Hero that can match up against the Roger, and a hero that has been famous, or one of the flavors of the week is the Nathan.
Oh yeah,
could be.
It is in despair that I see the
banned out as soon
fondest
as you mention it, Wolf.
Sadly.
Light me up and watch the world burn!
An export. Do you really think Nats will play export?
I like that.
But then he
Let's
does,
think about this then. Let's leave it up as what is left for Nats to actually play against the Yuzhong. Like, what would be a great option against that?
Lapu Lapu comes to mind.
Dueling, straight up dueling.
Exactly.
It's like an old classic M4 matchup, of course.
That's right. A Paquito might be a choice for Nats as well, especially because there's already the Vexana that was shown.
Yep.
Yeah.
And then there's other sustain heroes. I think the fact that Benedetta is still open kind of tells me that Echo wants
I've been waiting for
to
too long.
bait that for RSG to pick that up, unless maybe it's just worthy to ban it actually because of how good Nats can be with that hero.
You know, sometimes I know we're talking a lot about Nats here, but I do feel like there was a time, or even sometimes from game to game, Nas feels like he has that big responsibility to pull some of those amazing things off. Most often he
I
does,
am the power
right?
of
But
light
that's the thing
incarnate.
where you really want to round up this lineup that RSG is going to bring to the table here. The Kaj is banned out, so now, again, when we talk about Nav's pick, also the roaming option, Minotaur still available.
Yeah.
Do they want to go that? Do they want to go that route here, or is there something better for the roam?
I think a Minotaur is really good for RSG. Honestly, for both teams. But then Echo, there's something in me tells me that this could be a Claude Angela closer for Echo. Very strong, and obviously Angela can also get into the Yuzhong at the first few minutes of the game.
Yep,
that's a viable option here for Echo. So RSG might just pick up the Minotaur right now. It's really good combo too with the heroes that they have.
Command
See if we go that route. That is the Grok.
Rhino online.
That's a light, I would say a light, what do you call
special?
this? Not a light special, it's one of his sidearms.
Yeah.
You have primary weapons, then there's a sidearm where you can pull off a Grok.
Yeah.
Very good, very well if you need it.
Yeah, a reliable hook, as
A reliable hook.
as they say for that one. No Echo. With the Claude being with the Grok being picked up,
It's my
might-
way or the highway.
so they go Ixia
Ooh,
and Ruby.
spicy.
Now the Paquito looks really interesting for RSG.
I didn't realize she had a 0% win rate.
Yeah.
I know she hasn't popped up much, but you know, the fact that she hasn't found a win yet.
Yeah.
But still, how does that look with the lineup that they have here with the Ixia? Is
Yeah.
this going to work out pretty well for them?
Yeah, they have a lot of protection. They have the Vexana and the Ruby, very good combo. And then you pick up the Flicker because there's no hard lockdown for RC. It's okay. And then when you look at the laning stage, like between Ixia and Roger almost always wins his lane matchup, but Ixia's range allows her to have a lot of options to outplay the Roger eventually.
Let them come.
Okay.
They will only
All right,
make my
sounded like
blade
Benedetta.
sharper.
Of course.
Going to be locked in here. Very Navs.
Very nice.
Very Navs-like.
Yep.
So yeah, this the win rate of the Ixia, I feel like it's just a matter of testing it out in waters for the past like 2 uses.
You know, something interesting is happening with MPL.
What?
When Gord is being picked up, Naisu is on the desk, and when Ixia is getting picked up, Rockhart is on the desk. What is
That's
happening?
weird, that's right.
What is happening?
Free games, the Ixia's here, past free games.
You were there, right?
Well, I
at
really
least
like
on
that hero.
3.
Very underrated. Use it, guys, in your rank games, please.
Well, while we get situated here for this first game, we want to go ahead and remind everyone once again, if you haven't, over on YouTube, follow, subscribe to the channel. Let us know with hashtags who you're feeling is going to win this match, the star match of the day. Is it going to be hashtag Echo? Is it going to be hashtag RSG? Taking a look at the lineups here, who are you guys feeling more? Don't forget, by the way, your server IDs along with your user IDs to get a chance to win 1,000 diamonds. So again, both lineups here looking pretty good. And can we see which team is actually going to go ahead and start off the series stronger here? Again, spots for the playoffs already locked in. They're working for the upper bracket slot at this point now, alongside the other teams here. So with that being said, let's jump into the Land of Dawn. Game number 1 here. It's Echo and RSG. Ooh, those drums.
Man, these drums will really make it hard for me to hear me. But right now, obviously, the dueling capability of Benny Cutie against Kusei at the early levels is actually pretty good because of the passive of the Ixia. Your HP just keeps going back as long as you keep attacking.
I want to ask you something, Wolf, real quick, as you see the emblems there. Fredrin's got the tanky emblem, Concussive Blast. We know some Fredrins now like to play with the support emblem.
Yeah.
Now, when do you think it's right to go ahead and switch that? Why is KarlTzy this time opting for that tanky setup this time?
Yeah, because they really want to have some bodyguards for this Ixia. When you go for the support emblem, you kind of want to be the one to supplement the crowd control. And then when you go for the Impure Rage emblem, which is for King Kong, he wants to deal the damage and amplify his farming speed in the jungle. So for KarlTzy going in for the tank emblem, you know that it is for them to peel for this Benny Cutie Ixia.
Okay, we'll see if they can pull that off. Little trying to freeze a lane there a little bit on the bottom side, but also, you know, at this point, JP, with his hands on this Ruby, you know, like you guys mentioned it, he had a little criticism that he had to deal with previously, so this could, in a way, also be a big redemption game for JP to set things up. Ruby's one of the best heroes to be able to do that, especially when that flicker is available for the combination now. The question is, as we get prepped for this first objective of the game, the turtle is up. Some of these still need that level 4. Aqua's also waiting for it. That's why they're waiting in this XP lane to grab that, and they'll set it up. Who's got the better advantage in this team fight this early on?
That's interesting. I would say because Light is not level 4 yet, it's Echo.
Let's see if they pull it off.
Let's see, because right now there is going to be I'm Offended not available yet.
Aqua.
So everyone else from RSG, they kind of know this is happening. There's a soft reset right now. Eternal Guard already used up. KarlTzy in the middle of the fight. First blood goes over to Light. And now it's going to be Aqua following up on the JP. They're ignoring the Turtle. Turtle's basically bait right now.
Wow.
Force the flicker out of Sanji as well. These are very early wins coming into RSG. Raiders come out on top.
Unbelievable. Everybody from RSG played so well, alright, in a very smart level. For example, Aqua copied the Yuzhang ultimate instead of the typical Vexana ultimate that you copy, right? And then he went in front of Sanji, forcing that flicker. Sanji could not output the damage for his teammate, and when that happened, Echo didn't have any sort of damage against RSG. And then if you're gonna be looking at Nats, he waited for his turn to go back, to the backlines, and then forced out the kill onto JP eventually. The timing was there. Then the reset from both Demonkite as well as Nats on that part of the turtle. Very smart plays. I think that was one of the best executed first turtle fights that I've seen in a while.
That's what I was going to say, man. It reminded me of a very well choreographed fight, right? Like everything just seemed to fall in place. The timing was on point for RSG there. Yeah. They also played around the objective so well, given the fact that some of the ultimates were available and they weren't, and they brought that fight to a longer time than it should have been.
I think those are the one of the moments where, rare moments where, oh, hold that thought though. Nice engagement here coming in from Demonkite. That's JP not available to activate any of his skills right now. And a lockdown of Sanji. No flicker means no way that he's going to get out there. Right now, here comes the full barrage though. Great positioning behind the wall. Getting in a good position, but still the damage is not quite there. Or she's still managing to take these fights, even though they're low HP. Sanford's in there. KarlTzy's still alive. Aqua gonna get some HP back, but not gonna be able to survive here. Nice trades coming in for both teams.
Oh, man.
Well, Karl, do you want to go ahead and say what you were going to say before that fight broke out?
I was about to say, right, I forgot. I forgot what I was going to say.
Doesn't matter anymore.
Doesn't matter anymore, because right now, these fights are looking super smooth for both teams.
That was so good. It's like an anime sword fight, man. Especially because KarlTzy, we thought that they will just suffer. And KarlTzy, as he was running away from there was a Grok block, right? He thought, okay, if I pump my ultimate in this particular area, there are 4 heroes that I will hit so that his HP will be back up. And that's exactly what happened. And Kusei used the Lycan pounce to dodge the Appraiser's Wrath. How cool was that? And then there was Sanford. And then there was Sanji, like everybody from both Echo and RC is playing so good.
It also helps that these are heroes that have a lot of dodge. It does look like an anime fight.
Man.
Oh, man. And now we come to this once again. The turtle's going to be up here. So this one looks like it's just going to be that 4-on-4. KarlTzy starting it up. Echo looking in for their own positioning. Light's going to spot them out, though.
Good damage.
There's it is.
Right now, activated already is going to be that I'm Offended, taking care of Light very early into the fight. And I think that was also a cancel on the Electro Final Bow. Nats is having a hard time navigating this fight. He can't really help Demonkite, who is absorbing a lot of damage coming in from KarlTzy and Sanford. Aqua's under the turret. Demonkite going down. It's Echo's time this time around.
And Echo now with the counter punch. They'll get themselves this turtle as well. What a team fight for them in that one.
Amazing decision to immediately take on Light. Chain stun the Grok when the Power of Nature is not available. Their first skill. And then they went into take out Demonkite. Big props to KarlTzy actually playing this Fredrin so well. So far has been converting so much damage for Echo while keeping his tabs on bigger objectives, like keeping his eye on Demonkite, not letting him go with the chain stuns that you get from the Fredrin. Even when they're both tanky dudes, eventually the Fredrin will out-sustain the Barretts.
Big kudos. There are a few people in the world who can cancel an Electro Final Blow, like I was about to say there. Echo, they're one of the few teams who can do that, but look at that. That was a great trade. A great exchange here.
Love the battle of these micro plays, even just between the laners themselves.
Literal anime fight, man.
Yeah, Sanford's going to keep him back. Of course, Sanford also favors the Benedetta, knows really the intricacies there for that hero. And now it's pretty much even Stevens, at this point, which is great because leading in to that next objective, you'll see how this all plays apart for these teams. My big question here, because of the 0%, hold on, Sanford going to use the Dragon
Sanford's
Form.
going to go ahead and use his trump card.
Look who's waiting.
Use this in attack position, and they're trying to go for it. Nats, though, has the Petrify, dodges out of it as well. My goodness, these shades.
Are you kidding
Hey,
me?
it's his Pikachu for a reason, Wolf, like you said.
Oh, man. And then Nats just tried to dodge some of the passives from Sanford, even having to use the Electro Final Blow just to get into safety. That was a 1v2 that Sanford technically came up on top, but the fact of the matter is he does not have the ultimate for at least for the first few seconds of the Lord fight.
Here, so as we have a little downtime here, this was my question. Lord's coming up here in just a second. The Ixia, how long does she need to get that power spike where you see from a lot of these gold laners here? Rockhard, I know usually Wolf answers, but you love the Ixia.
Minimum 2 items. First, you need your basically Demon Hunter sword. That's 100%. And then you get Corrosion Sight. After that, you can probably try to fight. But in this specific scenario, I think he also needs Wind of Nature early. Right?
Especially because you're facing up against Nats.
Yes.
That's correct. So I would normally say that it's the 3-item power spike that we call called TIPS. TIPS.
Oh, nice.
3-item power spike.
Okay, I got it.
Yeah,
I got it.
You have to wait for that. But then because of because of the fact that there's Benedetta and Roger, it should be the Wind of Nature item timing, which will come after the 3-item power spike for the Ixia.
Okay, we'll see how that plays a part here. Both teams kind of just setting up right now, getting the buffs that they can. They'll set up for this dance first lord of the game. And so far, even with that lead that RSG has right now, it's really minuscule. It doesn't really matter much in the grand scheme of this team fight. And you can see even both XP laners staying on that top side, putting the pressure where they can. Wow, Sanford though.
Sanford 1v2 once again, even forcing Nats back, but Nats, he's also trying to multitask. He's trying to dodge out of harm's way and trying to get some damage onto that turret, which will eventually fall. But the fight is happening right now underneath that turret. Underneath the Lord, rather. And everyone's jumping around. Nice assist coming in from the Lord. Back attack from Aqua as well. But here comes Betty Cutie. Full barrage in tow. Takes care of the jungler of RSG. And that's Kasei gone. Or that's not a jungler, that's a gold lane rather. Now it's Demonkite going down. There you go. They got what they wanted though. That's a huge win for Echo in terms of team fights.
Unbelievable mechanics that we're seeing from both teams. Echo as well as RSG. You saw Sanford commit the ultimate onto Nats and eventually completing the kill. Nats denied of the push up top as well. But then RSG, for some reason, won the Lord fight. And, well, some of those reasons, one of those reasons will be Aqua, actually, transforming into the dragon form, going directly onto Sanji. The lane-to-lane matchup battles are amazing this game.
That's interesting, right? He's been choosing that dragon form for a while now.
Because he knows that he can one-shot Sanji. Up until the point where Winter Truncheon is available for Sanji, I think he will keep on doing it.
He wants to fly too, man.
Yep.
You know, that's just part of it. And with that, Aqua's been having a great game for the most part. It's now, when you get to this part, First Lord's taken care of and everything, the juggling of the ultimates that he wants to play around with will play a big part of this. Benny Cutie also just picking up that Wind of Nature like you guys mentioned. Look at the damage difference here though between them.
It's massive. Obviously there's a huge burst when you use a Roger, but you know what? The Ixia does damage to everything.
I was going to say, he doesn't have, unfortunately Rogers doesn't have a full barrage. You know,
he doesn't have a full barrage. He has one gun. One gun. You get one. All right? And claws.
Yeah, I was
I guess, technically speaking, the Lycan Pounds hits many, but you know.
Multi-target, yeah.
Multi-target. But yeah, I do agree that, okay, so that's the Wind of Nature that we're talking about. Was indeed the third item, so now you can use the Ixia, and every time that the flicker is up, Echo will feel confident that they can team fight. And they can team fight, actually. It's just that RSG's power spike was, in that moment, the First Lord. And they played it so well. I think Aqua might be the actual game changer in this particular game number 1.
It does. Yeah, it does seem so.
For the game changer here being Aqua, something that a lot of people that have been watching RSG for a while, rooting for them, knows how Navs likes to play. So is his job of split pushing on this Benedetta, is it going to be hard with the lineup that Echo has here to try to contain this? Will Navs be a key component as well as Aqua for this actually getting game 1 under their belt for RSG here, Wolf?
I would say yes, just because of the nature of Echo's composition. They're quite, it's almost like traditional front to back. It's traditional box that they have to just group up as 5. And every time that Nats is split pushing and controlling the lanes, that means that somebody has to answer those lanes. But then Echo, they are really adept with this kind of playstyle because they are the ones who like to split push, you know.
Yeah.
So they know the macro, the ins and outs of this kind of playstyle. So I would say yes, Nats' split pushing potential is impactful, but Echo is a team that is known to handle it.
Fortunately, though, obviously with the low mobility of the Iksha, BennyQt can't do the old, tricks.
Yeah, I would
for
say.
sure.
The old maneuver of the backdoor that Benny goes for.
The backdoor Benny.
Yeah, backdoor Benny. It's way better, obviously, too, just with this lineup that, they kind of control. They keep BennyQt boxed in themselves on a defensive front, keeping him alive. Because even for RSG, man, there's so many options that they can to get to BennyQt. But still, with that being said, it looks like we might see a full-on team fight here for this one. Lord,
For sure.
Less than half health here.
Question is, who's going to be the target right now? And Iksha obviously very far away from this fight, but he can come close very soon as long as Sanford is up front, as well as JP looking for Aqua right now. And it's going to be a 50-50 on the Lord. Who gets it? It's going to be Karl! And they get it, and they are in a good position to do the good damage right now. And there you go, the bombing being given by BennyQt. Kusei, he's in trouble. He's going to go down. Demonkite and Light is low. Oh my goodness, it's a disaster for RSG, man.
Absolute disaster. RSG, their game plan was to look for either Sanji or BennyQt. They have found Sanji and took him out easily. But then, because they have committed the Dragon Form from Aqua and the Petrify onto Nats, BennyQt felt very confident. Didn't even have to pop the flicker in that fight.
It was so worth for Echo there. And I saw what Nats was doing. He was really trying to just keep BennyQt from being a part of that fight. Yeah, Sanji got lost in that, but all for the better. He got a triple off of it, BennyQt, and now you can see the real-time win right here, 54% for them. So they're definitely going to get some space to work with, but this is not the end for RSG just yet.
For sure.
Now, given how that last fight went, and we know that a lot of that damage, a lot of that burst came from BennyQt setting up the full barrage, didn't need the flicker, so they could still possibly make a play here with a setup unless Echo decides, okay, we're happy with these turrets being down, the tier 2s, we're knocking on the base, we already got one turret of RSG. They could essentially replicate the fight in about a minute and a half for the next Lord, because RSG, given the fact that how that all went, if they actually get a favorable team fight, they have quite a bit of damage themselves. They still have to respect the set potential from Light here. So now for Echo, it's really just kind of the patient game until they decide, all right, let's grab that objective, let's get what we can. But you're just going to kind of wait to see how that goes. But the replay coming up here, Wolf, take us through it.
Let's see what happened in this exchange. Aqua and Nats on the left side. Nats didn't have the Petrify anymore in this case. And then, because BennyQt was protected by JP anyways, even after the full barrage being cancelled, he still already did his job to output the damage onto RSG in the absence of Sanji. And to be fair, RSG's game plan of eliminating Sanji as soon as possible, that's actually a really good understanding of the game, because we know that Sanji and the Vexana in general outputs the damage for the team.
Yeah,
the fact that they're taking it off is great. And also Sanji now has the Winter Truncheon, which I talked about earlier.
Yeah, I think the biggest factor in that team fight was Aqua died so early. He got bursted. He got caught by JP, which is the genius, right? The small things you don't always notice.
Whoa!
It's a big deal, which right now happening as well. Of course, Black Dragon form to walk out there. KarlTzy is close by. Look at this. It's the re-engage 2v4. Are you sure? Are you going to go ahead and fight this? Here's the rest of the Echo squad here. And it's going to be Kusei on the run. Can he, though? I don't think so. That's going to be one for Echo instead. What a turn.
Oh, that is tough for RSG. Now Nab's here. What's gonna happen?
1v5, even you can be the slipperiest Benedetta, you'll still go down there.
Yeah, he can't, especially because of the Winter Truncheon. And he had no choice. He had to gamble for a fight. But then now RSG, because of some mistakes that they did, will lose control of the Lord for sure.
Man, they threw so much at trying to get Sanford there, knowing that he did have the Dragon Form as well. And then they got sandwiched off and displaced. So now Lord taken, they're on the defense.
To be fair, almost. They almost got him. They canceled Black Dragon Form like 2 times in that exchange, but obviously it wasn't enough.
That's almost too risky though. Like even if they got him, you know, like the sandwich was gonna happen nonetheless.
Yeah.
And you threw so much at Sanford there that still RSG now has to kind of recollect themselves, dealing with this Lord push. It's bottom side. They do have this immortality available for Light. He is going to be the one to set things up once again. Has the flicker available as well. But still, working against JP. JP has been on the hunt now at this point, especially his own immortality up. So now they work here. Mid lane, conceal play comes through.
Yeah.
Nice concealed play. Echo keeping their eyes on Nats. That's super crucial. Top side also has some minions pushing, and I think this should be a very easy cleanup for RSG.
Demonkite committed the ultimate.
Right now they're holding their ults very, very well. Aqua, Black Dragon Form once again. KarlTzy is inside the base. They're waiting for more. Here's the real deal. Here comes the one you actually ordered here. Coming in from the front, from the back. And it's going to be a knockup on the Nat, who also has to pop away the nature, try to stay alive. Petrify from Sanford, oh my goodness! And of course, here comes the full barrage. Better late than never. Coming in clutch and cleaning it up for Echo. That should be it. Echo cleanly wins on this fight.
Calm and collected. Echo gets on the Express to take game number 1 here against the Raiders. Looking pretty good here for Echo Wolf.
100%, man. That was a wonderful game to see. And even as we say that, there were some moments where you could say that, yeah, RSG made a mistake. Like that top lane push out to Sanford and eventually Nats. And then on that defense, they popped Demonkite's ultimate way too early, as well as Aqua's ultimate, so maybe some miscommunications happen in there. Echo is renewed, and this is probably one of the best that we've seen Echo all throughout this season, right? Because surprisingly, it is up against RSG. And interestingly, I think Echo and the members of Echo themselves will always admit that, yeah, when it comes to like who they think is the most entertaining and most fun that they face, it's usually RSG actually.
Yeah. They're I know a lot of people like to say Nats Entertainment, but RSG is entertainment as a whole, right? The lineup and some of the choices that they take, I do still say that I think RSG is one of those teams because this whole, Coach Panda, the Pandamentals, they are one of the teams that has this very foundational fundamentals that they focus on, and sometimes they take chances. But this guy right here, MVP KarlTzy, stopped him in this game number 1 here.
Yeah. Woo, and the MVP reward to KarlTzy, especially with his performance in this game, I would say with 3-1 and 10 and the Blade Armor Rush. Well, this is not actual rush because I think it's the 3rd item. Had to sell the Molten Essence, but the Athena Shield. And also the way that he played in this game is MVP worthy, but you really have to understand the game so much to appreciate what he did. Because my oh my, the way that he utilized this Fredrid is different from any other team. There was one time that he was, if this was basketball, it's like a man-to-man defense versus Demonkite. Great first clash for RSG. Phenomenal, in fact, the way that it's beautifully synchronized for sure. And then watch out for KarlTzy going in and out of the fight, then eventually just pops that first kill to force out Demonkite and then his teammates. Then he eventually gets out of this alive for some reason, and there's the shutdown as well. And then look at that beautiful usage of the Appraiser's Wrath, but eventually his teammate Benny Cutie will be there. KarlTzy still to be taken up by Aqua, but that meant that RSG's positioning was bad afterwards. And this is a great sequence of fights, eventually favoring Echo because of how much they saved Benny Cutie. it kind of felt like Sanji was the bait for RSG to overcommit, and then when the Petrify was used, BNNE was there to punish them afterwards. And look at that chain of stuns. KarlTzy, for some reason, gets out of this alive because of the support of his teammates. And just immediately taking out Demonkite afterwards. KarlTzy, the way that the reason why he's the MVP of this game is because he was able to contain his lane matchup with Demonkite, not dying so much, only died once in this game, and then made sure that he was there on the clutch Lord, the second Lord of the game, which allowed Echo to snowball against RSG and take the better trades afterwards. Very even game. If you're looking at the turrets, if you're looking at the Lord exchanges between the teams, the turtles that we've seen, and then the buffs, you know that nobody actually snowballed against each other. This was not a comeback or recovery. This is just straight off a tug of war between two of the best teams that we've seen so far, mechanically speaking, here in the Philippines. Their team fighting was top-notch. And BNNE getting the Thunderbolt afterwards and the Rose Gold Meteor, making it so that when RSG tries to dive for him between like Aqua going for the Valentina and Yuzhong, and then of course Nats with this signature Benedetta, you're seeing now how strong he is with this hero, and then he's able to keep his ground up. And that's also the reason why he's the carry this time. 716 GPM, damage dealt is 54.9 thousand. Demonkite the sandbag, and then Sanji the wingman. Despite being the Vexana who's always taken out by both Nats as well as Aqua, still managed to impact the game. The game. I have to say though, this is RSG really prepared for what Echo was trying to do, but then Echo was also equally prepared, showing us this Ixia power pick from Echo. BNNE is one of those loyalists for this Ixia. Him and Eman were the only players that I remember when I think about Ixia. And then knowing that Roger is one of the best heroes in the metagame that we have right now, and then RSG straight up banned out the Harith, and then eventually the Nathan, which are traditional counters to the lane of the Roger. Them picking up this Ixia meant that Echo really did prepare for the metagame that we have right now. So they're basically anti-stratting right now versus RSG, or anti-meta, which is great. And they picked up the Yuzhong very earlier on. This is a first phase picked Yuzhong, which, you know, Sanford showed us how it's done versus the Benedetta. Even showing us how Yuzhong can one-shot a Benedetta.
There's a lot of reasons why Wolf mentioned earlier that it's his Pikachu. We saw that there again. You know, the Yuzhong here, he likes it. What was his record? 18-6. So now something along the lines like that. So now he's 19-6. And he showed the mastery there again of that hero. And at the same time, I gotta say, congratulations now to Ixia and you too as well,
right?
Rockhart.
Finally has a win.
Man, it's got to win. And I was just thinking about that too. It's actually very difficult for RSG in some of those team fights that broke out, because think about it, you're dealing with that cone and the full barrage, and you're also dealing with a little bit of a smaller cone from the Appraiser's Raft.
Right.
So like your frontal is just a danger zone entirely.
Exactly.
It's so hard for them to find an angle.
It's super surprising. It's one of the games where Nats plays a Benedetta and it doesn't shine. It doesn't like break through anything. Right?
Yep.
So it's a rare moment for Nats' Benedetta.
Yeah, I think Echo really was prepared for that, and not only in the lane-to-lane matchup, but also like the way that the formation was done. And we're talking about like the actual positionings of the players and the heroes during a team fight in that front to back, where they protected Sanji long enough, and then they also protected BNNE.
Again, great game number one, but also before we talk more about game two ahead of us, we want to give a big shout out, of course, to all the MLBB players across Calabarzon. That is a tough word to say. The All-Star Caravan Extravaganza will now continue to bring fun, joy, and lots of awesome games.
And so, you know what? You can join us on this epic journey from April 1 to April 21 as we visit universities, senior high schools, junior high schools, barangays, and Vista malls. So make sure to come and compete for a chance to win exclusive prizes and free giveaways that's on site.
And take note, pro players and casters will also be there to meet and greet you. See you there. I think Burrito, we've seen him.
Yeah,
I think I saw Joshi there.
I was there as well.
Oh, you were there as well.
Yeah, it was pretty fun.
How do you guys say that?
Calabarzon.
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 Yeah, it's
Calabarzon. Shout out to you guys.
Yeah. That's Cavite, Laguna,
Batangas?
Batangas, Rizal, and Quezon.
Okay, good to know. I didn't do very well in my geography class. But now let's take a look at the draft recap from game number 1 here. If you missed it, it was a great game number 1 for a while. RSG actually started out with the early advantage, but Echo kind of counterpunched and slapped back here. Now, what I'm really wondering is how does RSG kind of situate themselves for the next game, right? Because the thing is they had a good early game.
It was shockingly good. It looked like it was very well planned, especially that bait turtle that they did.
Yeah.
They knew they were going to get at least 2 kills, 3 kills.
It was the adjustment from Echo, and I'm gonna sound like a broken record here, but
please do.
During that second Lord team fight, you saw that Sanji was gun upon by Aqua, but then Aqua kind of had to call the Benedetta as well because Sanji was just in the most opportune position to still pop his ultimate, but be taken out long enough for Aqua as well as Sanji to Aqua as well as Nats to utilize all of their spells.
Yep.
Nats had to pop the Petrify very early, but he had to really use that Petrify to eventually take out Benecutie. But then when Benecutie saw that there wasn't any more Petrify, was already good. And big props to JP actually, protecting both Sanji and Benecutie in that clash.
Well, also big props to KarlTzy here. Tank era. He's currently 4th in all-time damage taken. That's a whole lot of damage. And he's the only jungler in the top 5 with Edward, who's top 1, Renzio, top 2, Chaknu, top 4, and Flapteezy, top 5. That's 27 million.
You remember there was like a goal set after M4. Like, what do you want to achieve?
Yeah.
KarlTzy said he wanted to reach top damage taken.
Yeah, because he's already got the kills.
Yeah.
And I think assist as, not really assist, but damage dealt, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, he's definitely got a few, right?
Yeah.
He's on the way as well.
He's on the way. So I'm going to go ahead and ask you guys this. Maybe even you guys are watching online. Who is, I guess, when you look at the lineups you've seen from Echo, you've seen the outplayed side of lineup, and you've seen Benny, and now the KarlTzy lineup. As we take a look here at the roamer options from this, I want to ask you guys how the lineup this one, because this is the second time I think that we've seen now KarlTzy and Benecutie pretty much coming to play, because there's been so much swapping around, right?
Yeah.
Is this working better for Echo, or is there a chance that we once again see Outplayed and Zyda come through for the rest of the regular season?
Ooh. I think no matter what happens, I think that they will play Zyda and Outplayed. Knowing Echo, they're just that kind of franchise. I would say though that it will take the entire regular season for them to eventually decide who they pick for the playoffs. It's easy for me to say that it's KarlTzy as well as Benecutie, but who knows, man? I think there will come a time where Echo will now be using Outplayed and Zyda against like the top 4 teams. Because so far what they have been doing is to utilize Zyda and Outplayed in teams that are in the lower part of the standings.
Let me ask you this, and maybe Rockhard, you can say this. Do you think there's much of a difference when it comes to Zyda and Outplayed in terms of the playstyle of Echo, or is it pretty much the same?
I think they're both strong,
Yeah?
to be honest. It depends on the flavor of the day. I think pro players have that. Like, I believe, like, I've seen teams before where they base it off of what happens during scrims.
Right.
I don't think Echo plays that way. I think they just tailor-suit it to who they're fighting against that day. Maybe it just so happens that, you know, we see a KarlTzy Benecutie combo twice in a row.
Yeah, well, it's so far, again, working here. Red side win rate for them is 75%. We've got 60% for RSG on this blue side. This time, they'll get themselves that first pick here. We see the bands already coming out too, the Loyi, the Barretts this time around. Wondering if they want to go ahead and prioritize the Fredrin for Demonkite this time. Now for Echo, they've already taken out the Faramis and the Matilda. We'll see, again, too, if they still want to respect the whole Arlot thing that we've been talking about for Nats here, and if that's the route they want to go.
By the way, Nolan was completely ignored in the previous game.
Was the changes just, the little changes that he's had, was it just that big of an effect?
I think it's more of the playstyle of the two teams.
No protection.
Because I believe that both RSG and Echo, they put their quote-unquote carry in the gold lane role. So, okay, so no Fredrin, no Barretts. I think this is the time where you say, okay, let's go Assassins.
Assassins in the jungle.
Yep, no Baksha, no Barretts,
Fred,
no Fredrin.
Ooh, is this a challenge?
I was going to say, that might be...
It feels like a challenge from both teams.
Might be a challenge. Again, we were talking about leading into this matchup, Demonkite and KarlTzy. we know that they respect each other quite a bit. So we'll see if they actually want to bring in the assassin junglers for this. Joy is up too. I'm not sure if they actually wanted to put that in Demonkite's hands. We've seen him play it again before. Nolan, though, will come through.
There's the Nolan.
Despite what we were just talking about. Is this the best start for them here?
Well,
Yep.
yeah.
I think, my guess for Echo is Angela Yuzhong.
Oh.
It sounds weird, like Arlot being open, but this could be Yuzhong Angela for Echo.
I think the last time that Demonkite played this was Friday, and it was a Nolan very successful for them. So
yeah.
I would say, based on past track record, and you're also denying the Nolan against KarlTzy, so it's 2 birds, 1 stone.
Yep.
What is so? I mean, is the difficult part of making Nolan work? Is he just? Is he too fragile?
Yeah.
You know, in most
I guess I would say farm dependent is the term that I would use.
Well, it's
Arlot.
They take the Arlot.
Yeah, they take the normal route.
Scary engagement coming in from Echo.
Okay, so when you do pick up the Nolan, what you typically do is have a sustain EXP laner in a hard tank. So I think it's worth it for RSG to pick up the Minotaur this time. Light is a very strong Minotaur player as well. And they do pick up the Valentina. Valentina looks really good here. Even when it's like it's the Vexana that they're picking up. There's 2 good ultimates already copy.
I like that. I also don't forget Final Slash, Aqua.
Yeah.
He also likes playing around that.
Yep.
So you're absolutely right.
So Charizla. Yep, sustain EXP laner.
I was gonna say, I feel like anytime we've been on the desk together here, Wolf, and you've mentioned when Nolan does come through, that he is expensive, right? So sometimes we've seen lineups where they have Nolan Roger, and you're like, oh, it's a little too expensive for that. So this time around, we'll see what they play with. Also, taking a look at this, we got 2 top 1s here. We got Kosei and Domeng sitting at 59 total kills with Super Marco at 58.
Yeah.
So interesting, again, almost nearing that 60 mark. The Roger is going to be picked up, though, from Echo to round out that first phase.
They ban Harith. They eventually will ban out perhaps Nathan or a Brody, actually. I think RSG will just resolve for a more stable and easy gold laner, or not that farm dependent. And RSG are going to be looking to ban their junglers, perhaps. What could be
left?
Yeah, Martis is left. Akai is left.
Akai, yeah.
I think I'll say, what is the best against a Nolan in the jungle?
That's interesting. I would say Joy, maybe.
Just kidding.
Yeah, Joy.
Yeah. Fredrin in a way because of just the speed.
I am the power of light and
I think RSG can ban out Hilda. Because that's a hero that you pick up against the Nolan.
Hilda Rome.
Yep, the Hilda Rome.
So you think this is a Sanford Arlot?
I would say
Possibly.
yeah. I mean, the benefit of having the Hilda is you make it difficult for the Nolan to farm. Right?
So basically, you have like a task.
Yeah.
You have like one goal this game.
Exactly.
It's like back in the time when teams would just pick up the Fanny, right? It's like, all right, take the Hilda, your one job.
Yeah.
Make it hard to get the buffs.
Exactly.
That's all you want to do. So the ban is going to be the Yuzhong, though.
Okay.
So take that out of here. Now the options for Echo.
Thinking Akai or Martis for KarlTzy. Well, as far as utility junglers are concerned, there's also that Joy factor for which we have not talked about. Could be a Joy Angela closer for Echo.
Sounds okay. Can also work for the Roger. Great combo for the Roger as well.
Yep.
Have the heart guard.
So I think you pick up the jungler here for Echo so that you can keep the Arlet's flexibility.
Still keep it a surprise.
Yep. Between March.
Usually the unseen world that tells the
Man, it has been a long time. Good flex too. We don't know yet where that Guinevere will go. Could be jungler, could be roamer.
XP
if they're crazy enough.
Yeah. What are these two doing?
Oh, speaking of, while we wait for these picks, shout out to Manjin and Reptar.
What are they doing?
The Renmar.
Are they in game?
They're playing.
Are they playing right
Probably.
behind the desk?
These guys don't stop.
Yep.
Grind
The
never
grind never
stops.
stops.
The grind never stops.
I'm thinking Brody actually for RSG. Brody and what? Rafaela and a Minotaur, or if they're crazy, they go Diggy. But I doubt that will happen.
Yeah, I
Mino Brody, I think.
Minnow, maybe. Yeah, go with Minnow. Get a little bit of that.
Choke
Wow.
carry.
Show carry.
Choke carry.
Wow.
So, hey, right? Rockhart mentioned this earlier.
Spicy.
Light's one of the last few,
Yeah.
Cho players
That's
that will
right.
still pick it up here.
I still always like seeing the choke because it's, aside from that it's very flashy, it also forces your opponents to be more defensive. They have to pick up Purifies instead of Flicker, right?
Yep.
Most of them, at least.
I want to see a heal though, honestly, for Echo.
That can work against Cho as well.
Yeah.
Yeah. Pretty good.
So you can really be in front of the Cho no matter all the time. Yeah. Minotaur.
We'll finish off what
They
was
decide to
left
go
undone.
with Minotaur.
And it's Guinevere jungle.
Yep. This is, by the way, great combo. Passive of the Guinevere with all the knockups. Minotaur also, I mean, if you combo the Vexana with the Guinevere too with a lot of knockups, that's also really good.
Everyone's jumping.
Yep. Everyone's jumping.
This lineup, when you look at it from Echo, this is the you can't play lineup.
You get the lineup. Then
you might as well just drop your phone.
and guess which hero likes to have so much CCs?
Yeah.
Arlott.
Yeah.
The end.
Exactly. So let us
Loving
know.
it,
Let us
loving
know
it,
which
loving it.
lineup you guys are feeling more here. You've got our thoughts, of course. Is it going to be RSG? Is it going to be Echo? Don't forget, too, if you're watching on YouTube, we're doing a giveaway for the star match of the day for winners of 1,000 diamonds. You can let us know with either hashtag Echo or hashtag RSG, and then your user ID along with your user ID for server ID,
Yep.
and get a chance to win one of those prizes of 1,000 diamonds. And also for everyone on TikTok, don't forget the goodie bags as well in the top left corner. With all that being said, the drums are sounding. Let's jump into the land of Dawn here. Game 2, match point though, for Echo. It's Echo and RSG.
If you pay a little bit of attention during the stats that appeared before the match, RSG's crowd control rating is around 3. Echo's crowd control rating is 6 actually, so twice as much as RSG.
Man, I have missed those stats, by the way, you
Yeah.
know, with the lineups here. Emblem
yeah,
builds, anything sticking out?
Okay. Impure Rage on Demonkite. Usually you go Lethal Ignition if you're Nolan. And Impure Rage on Benecutie, by the way.
Oh, wow.
All right, this should be interesting.
Oh, no,
All
Light.
right, now Light being punished very, very heavily here. Obviously by the Guinevere. And that's the beauty of Guinevere, right? You don't need your ultimates. You can fight. You can have so much damage early on. And then when you do have your ultimate, everyone has to make a run for the hills.
Yep. That's also the thing with Cho now. That's the reason why Cho is not being picked up as much as he was before this, because of how squishy the Cho can be in the early stages.
Especially early on, right?
Oh,
wow.
Benecutie hits.
Demonkite feels that too, but that's the thing. For Light, he's got to kind of just, it was like, all right, I want to get some vision, but at the same time, he's very susceptible to taking early damage, and really, you just got to wait for that level 4. That's when you want to be making those plays. So now with this, you know, the first blood, the kill going over to KarlTzy, gives him a little bit of boost that he had here. He's going to set up for this first hurdle. And we'll see if RSG decides to just give this one up, let it be for now, and kind of recalibrate from there.
Yeah. And knowing that they have an assassin jungler, RSG will not even attempt to contest that turtle. Not a chance.
Oh.
And yeah, that's what you do with the Nolan anyways. You just farm and farm and farm, and you actually get more EXP if you focus on farm.
We'll see if they actually want to put the pressure
No retribution
here.
though.
Yeah, Light's got the Way the Dragon.
Very deep in, but instead I think he's the one who's going to get punished very severely. Like we mentioned, man, if one of these guys catch you, just put down your phone. Give it up, man. You can't move.
Oldest play in the book. When you talk about MOBA, and you're asked what is the general keys to victory in winning a MOBA, no matter what happens, no matter what MOBA it is, more stuns, more chances of winning.
That's it.
That's basically it.
That's basically it.
More stuns.
Yep.
Okay, that now I know.
Yep.
I've been playing for so long since
Yeah.
the release of the game. I
There
thought
it
it was
is.
just all about Big Damn.
No.
Your hero does both. Your hero
Hey,
does the
that's true.
stuns, and you do the damage.
Yeah, I ignored the
So-
stuns though. It's all about the Mystic Gush. That's it. The damage. So with that, Naz, they're gonna go for it.
Oh, this heavy punishment here coming in from RSG. Sanford, he's playing very well though. He is dodging. He is. Man, that was very close to actually him taking down Aqua as well. But look at this. Answer on the top. It's a gold lane traded. And there could be more, but Light will be under the turret here. Still surviving, but Echo also knows how to punish, man.
And you see that zone out from both JP as well as Sanji so that Light will not catch up. And now they will lose one of the cards for the carry. We'll have to give it to Aqua. So that means that their gold laner for RSG is not having a good time.
Huh.
Okay, so
Interesting.
This is a tiebreaker, I guess.
Little
This time.
tiebreaker.
10 games played.
I would say most of the times when we see the Valentina, though, she doesn't even really opt to take the Eternal Guard. You know, for the most
Yeah.
part, you see them taking different ultimates for that. So with this, once again, RSG looks like they want to put pressure here.
And look at that. This is good pressure. Counter-attack here coming in from Echo is actually stronger for some reason, even though that was started by Light. What was that about?
Oh man. Well, there was the Minotaur that they tried to go for. We know that the Minotaur is very tanky. Body of Smith, unfortunately, not that. The efficacy is not that high yet. And Sanford stealing the orange buff.
Yeah, he just pushed him out of there, man. Like, it's tough for Demonkite. And this is what you were talking about, even for the fact that, okay, Nolan, when you consider him picked up for these teams or either given up, he's expensive. Like, you have to protect him or at least give him the opportunity to farm up and have this early game. Because even if he pokes down, you know, a couple members of Echo like this, really, you need so much more time here.
Yeah.
Even in terms of itemization, he's only got the blade.
For sure. That's a big problem and big adjustment that you have to take afterwards. And that means that Echo will now be in control.
Oh boy.
And this time though, Sanji will have, I would guess that he will be dealing the most damage because compared to the previous game, the only problem that he has to face right now is Demonkite, and Demonkite is not yet a problem for Echo.
You think these buffs are going to be a problem here?
Big fight here. Minoan Fury used to engage and started up with that beautiful Violet Requiem. Not even Nats can sustain the damage coming in from Echo right now. And even Kusei, he's level 7. What damage can a level 7 carry do against a lineup like this, Bull?
Man. We ask how many stuns do you need, Echo? How many knockups do you need? Echo said yes.
Yes, sir.
That's
we
the
have all of
answer.
them. It's such a good lineup
It is.
with what they wanted to execute here. KarlTzy clearly knows how much of a lead they have as well. Light, even just second guessing, maybe not. Let's not kick him because, you know, at the time, the response is going to be there. KarlTzy just showing face. Again, they've garnered themselves a nice lead at this point in the game. Still waiting for that next turtle to come up here. But right now, gold difference-wise, you're seeing it, especially that gold lane. You talked about the missed gold card earlier, and things start to build up here between the gold laners.
Yep. Compounding effect. Exponential growth for Benny Cutie for now. That is the gap between the gold laners. And in comes the pinch.
Oh, here it comes. So who starts it up? It's going to be JP. Forces that Purify out of the carry, and Kusei can't get out of there anyway. So all that wasn't even full force yet. We still have like the Violet Requiem available.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying.
Right?
Wolf, I know you just shook your head at this too because you saw the knockups to CC, and then here comes the Eternal Guard.
Exactly.
It also knocks you up.
Like, I mean, like you purify one knockup and then there's a ton more afterwards. Oh man.
Some people would say it's safer to just not buy Purify here. Just go straight. You start the fights, right? You don't let Echo start.
Oh, cancel.
Oh, but look at this though. They are trying very hard. Sanford, a huge counterattack coming in from this Arlot. Dodges out of this. Oh my goodness. This is actually really good collapse here coming in from Echo right now, who are going to be punishing Nats. Again, not even. The body of Smith can save you from the damage coming in from Echo and the crowd control, man. Your body of Smith can't cancel out of that one.
Demonkite's like, yeah, I'm out. I'm going to go get the orange.
I'm out. Yeah, I mean, Echo really feeling the ease of execution with this kind of composition. As you've seen, like when they tried to go for Sanford, Sanford was able to still pop one Vengeance, so that's one dash. That meant that the angle for the Way of the Dragon was off. And it's not because of Light, it's because of Sanford. Afterwards, he was still able to pop the Fire Slash, force Kusei in there. Nats eventually misses the ultimate.
Oh no.
Oh my goodness, Light tried to go for
Karl!
Sarji. He got countered, but KarlTzy is actually very, very scared right now. They can't go near. Light's trying to look for an angle, but because of that, because of all of the time being bought here by Echo, they are going to get him. And this could be bad for Light as well. JP's close by. Minoa Fury under the turret! And we are jumping in again. Aqua can't move, man! This is so bloody! Oh my goodness, this lineup!
They can't move.
They can't move!
They're all prisoners here in Echo. All of their members had knockups. Only Benny Cutie, well, that's understandable because he's a marksman, but Echo just overloaded RC with so many stuns that as soon as they group up, there's really no escaping the wrath of Echo.
And this is Aqua with Purify, Kusei with Purify as well. It doesn't help, man.
You can only purify one or two.
Does not matter. And at that point, Echo with a clear lead. We've seen struggle after struggle from RSG, trying to get the setups here. Even for Light, can't find any setup with that Way of the Dragon. This Cho pick just not paying dividends at all for them in this matchup. And that's going to be the Lord now for Echo to play around with. Nearly the 8,000 gold lead. Look at the disparity in the gold lane alone for this matchup here.
All right, you have to commend Demonkite though. He's catching up on farm, surprisingly. Pretty close to KarlTzy, but then again, if you are a Nolan, this is kind of expected of you already.
Oh man, and can't imagine to be in Demonkite's shoes. Like, you're always thinking, man, how I cannot even team fight. They're just gonna stun me to death.
If I go near someone, I will probably die.
Yep.
That's what a dilemma.
One stun connects and it's just the domino effect.
Well, Aqua's holding on to his own Eternal Guard. Let's see what happens here. The defense of the base goes forward.
That was a beautiful dive in from KarlTzy. Look at that again. Purify used by Aqua to run away. But then again, there is just no way for them to fight against this. They're so scared to go near them. Here's the final slash though. Echo just going non-stop team fights here, and they know they can handle it.
Oh, this is tough. Can they hold it together? Lord's going to be taken care of, though.
Yeah, that's got to be it. With Light gone, no one else for Kusei in the front. That will be Echo with a dominating game number 2.
It's the Echo Express at the sound of the drums. They sweep the Raiders in a very strong showing.
I gotta say, it's the draft that helped Echo win both games. First one with the usual priority, and then eventually that Ixia that was eventually a problem. And then this Guinevere. Echo just literally anti-strat RSG.
Oh my goodness.
Anti-stratted them. They anti-gameplayed them.
Yep.
They didn't even get a chance to really do much because they spent so much time in the air.
Oh,
this is one of those rare moments where now I don't want... Can I just step out? I want to play a game. And this feels like a draft that you could have saved for playoffs.
Exactly.
You know, this is so scary. It's so powerful.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering as we were seeing that kind of unfold. I was like, man, have we seen this specific lineup yet? We haven't, right? And it was executed so well. Of course, you know, RSG, they'll have a lot to learn from that specific matchup alone. And it was a very tough game, too, for them. Game 1 a lot closer. But, man, Echo just pulling something up their sleeve that they had prepared for us. So it was great to see, executed well. This time you can see, obviously, as well, KarlTzy feeling pretty good about that alongside the rest of the lineup here from Echo, man. It's just on point. Can't wait to really hear what they have to say about this matchup. And again, that lineup. Let's go ahead and throw it over to Mara and Hands on stage with Echo.
All right, everybody, let me hear it from you. Echo loud. Congratulations! At tuwan-tuwa sila kanina, gigil na pagkatapos nila matalo yung kanilang kalaban, no?
Okay, but there was one, you know, usual thing na nakita ko, KarlTzy. It was the same thing all throughout. Giving you this microphone right now. Kasi hindi nyo lang pinutol ang 5-match winning streak ng Echo. Tinalo nyo rin sila twice this season. So, meron bang pagbabago or is there something going on in your head na, okay, RSG. When you think about RSG, ano ba sila kay KarlTzy? Like, kamusta ba sila as opponents and as competitors?
Para sa akin po sila po yung tinuturing namin parang kryptonite po namin. Kasi sobrang lakas po talaga nila pag kami yung kalaban. Tapos yung win streak po, di naman namin po iniisip Talagang gusto lang po namin bumawi sa 2 talo past week.
Alright, kryptonite ang bili niya. This time around, kita namin, ikaw tsaka si Benny QT. You guys have played both times this season. Benny, what was the reason behind it? Kasi usually, di ba, nagpapalitan kayo. What was the decision heading forward into this week na, okay, we're gonna be playing KarlTzy and Benny QT for the same games na meron tayo ngayong linggo?
Actually, si Boss TikTok po talaga yung And kaya, yung reason kaya kami yung magkasabay ni Karl kasi alam naman natin na dati pa kami magkasama. And then yung dalawa na magkasama na sila since MDL. Kaya ganun yung naging rotation talaga ng player.
Okay. So, familiarity in terms of the game. Matagal na magkakakilala and thus, that's the reason why they're the same lineup they have been.
Kausapin naman natin si Sanford. Sanford! So, playoff secured na kayo, pero hindi pa tapos ang bakbakan para sa seeding. So, ano pa dapat ang maasahan namin mula sa Echo?
Mas gagalingan pa po namin para makuha po namin yung upper bracket.
Mas gagalingan para makuha ang upper bracket. Ang galing nyo na nga At ngayon, ang ating MVP for Game 2, Karl! Karl, okay, ang dami niyong fans dito. Kanina, sigaw sila ng sigaw para sa inyo. Ano ang gusto mong sabihin sa lahat ng mga fans niyo at sa mga manonood?
Sa mga Echo fans dyan, thank you support. Patuloy niyo lang kami supportahin. Kunin namin upper bracket.
Kukunin ang upper bracket. Yan ang pangako ni Karl. Congratulations once again to Echo. You may now take your bow. And take your walk of victory. Parang nagkahiyaan sila kung sino yung unang mag-walk.
Oo nga As in, tutulakan pa sila.
Nagtutulakan sila.
Kumbaga, hindi ko na rin masabi kung ano ba yung dapat ko sabihin. But one thing's for sure, they got RSG's number this season.
And sabi nga ni Karl, gusto nilang kunin yung upper bracket with what they're showing right now. Hindi malabo na magiging top seed sila. Silipin natin kung ano nga ba ang sasabihin ng ating mga casters. Casters, pass up.
So now, the streaks are gone.
Yep.
They've been depleted here. And I would say that, we have our teams, of course, that have secured their slots for the playoffs. I can't wait to see that continue to unfold here now. Take us through, once again, we know the MVP is none other than KarlTzy. Once again on this Guinevere here, part of the whole lineup that we saw work for this game here, Wolf.
Yes.
Take us through it.
100% great job coming out from KarlTzy. Believe that he played Nolan enough to understand that there will be heroes that are much faster when it comes to farming compared to the Nolan. And Guinevere is under that category. And as we've seen, he was able to get into a early kill or early poke. We can see through the highlights how his pattern was. So this was one of those fights where JP was gunned upon by the way of the dragon, but they took so much time. And KarlTzy was also on point, landing the first kill. And look at this. Look at that combo with JP starting it off. The Violent Requiem right afterwards. Good juggling. That sounds like a fighting game kind of term that we see. But definitely that's what we saw from this game. And another one as KarlTzy finds more, prompting that Purify onto Aqua. Aqua didn't have a chance to react. And another one, always multiple heroes being caught by the Violent Requiem and the stun coming out, the knock-up, from KarlTzy. And as we've said, look at that. Anybody who gets caught is not going to be going down. It's practically just airborne for the entirety of the skirmish. And then Aqua being found by Sanford. Great job for him. Demonkite eventually takes out KarlTzy. Because KarlTzy had no more spells to use and contribute to that. But that meant that the entirety of Echo just focused on the building. Base building. And I hope that we have some stats like a crowd control time for Echo, because my oh my, that game looked to be a game where if you're caught by Echo, you just straight up go to sleep. That's literally how it is. And if you're looking at Echo, a big snowball on their part. 10 minutes into this game, they already finished it. And one important factor is that they're also able to contain Kusei in this game. Not only Demonkite, but also Kusei. 0-2 for this game, not having the farm as well. Look at the gold difference between the two gold laners. That's about 2 items worth for Benecutie, up with the Endless Battle, Windtalker, as well as this Malefic Roar to go with the Impure Rage. There's so much damage in the early stages of the game coming out from Benecutie that Kusei weren't able to really just catch up, and they're also getting denied up top because of the moves that Echo were able to do. And then, despite Demonkite not dying in this game, still had not much of an impact as the Nolan because he cannot go to Echo. There's just so much crowd control on the side of Echo that's difficult to deal with. And then Sanji being the carry for this game. As we've mentioned, and we did predict this to happen, Sanji will be dealing the most damage because there's no one from RSG to force or to be a problem for the Vexana. Technically speaking, this Nolan is a problem for Sanji, but because of how much safety there was from Echo between the crowd controls that they have, there was no option for Demonkite to go for Sanji in this particular game. So when it comes to the damage dealt, he dealt the most damage. 29k looks pretty bad in a way, but this is just a 10-minute game. You have to remember, this is just a 10-minute game. We've seen from Echo as they finish. And then when it comes to the GPM, undeniable that Benecutie was really funneled a lot of resources in this because of the aggression from Sanji as well as KarlTzy and the protection from JP that we saw from this game. Overall, it all went down to Echo being the anti-strat or the anti-meta that we've seen. And we can see through the heat map how KarlTzy managed to take over the first 5 minutes of the game, going into the EXP lane, in fact, and not go to the gold lane, just because they know that the Arlet, if it is activated earlier, it meant that the combo will complete. They will have 4 of their heroes that are focused on crowd control that can now be utilized in the first few skirmishes.
Yeah, 10-minute game, I feel like 25% of the time, RSG was in the air.
Yes. That's, yeah, if there was
Pretty
only
much.
an airtime counter, right?
Yeah.
So, again, that's an express game for Echo, and that's why they had that whole Echo Express. So, that wraps up that match, the star match of the day. Now, next ahead of us, we have Blacklist International and TNC for match number 2. Now, for this, there's still obviously a lot on the line here. TNC still, they've been struggling. We heard even before what they've been going through, the whole shot calling and everything else. Now, Blacklist International, we even saw the quotes that have been floating around. You know, they're used to this position that they're in, and they've been here before. So we'll see if they can continue forward. But we are going to be taking a short break, so sit tight. We'll be back after this. Again, I'm Naisu. This is Rockhart. Wolf, we're going to take a short break ourselves. And we'll be back with you guys after this. We'll see you soon.
The 13th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 13. Infinix GT Series, outplay the rest. Experience the MPL PH Season 13 action live at Shooting Gallery Studios. Tickets are now available on our official ticketing partner at /event.com. Don't miss any MPL PH action by following our official Facebook page and subscribing to our YouTube channel. Follow MPL PH on TikTok as well for more content. And don't forget to like, follow, and subscribe to the official accounts of MDL Philippines. To ensure the equality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusements Board.
How to register the Smart Giga Arena. First, go to gigaarena.smart on your browser. Click Sign In at the upper right corner and enter your smart mobile number. Enter the one-time authentication code sent to your number and agree to the terms and conditions and privacy policy. Personalize your account by choosing your username and profile picture. Congratulations! You've just taken the first step on your path to greatness. Check out upcoming tournaments and play arcade games. Just subscribe to Giga Arena 20 to join. To join tournaments, click the Tournaments tab. Find the perfect tournament with the search option. Find all the details about your chosen tournament and register. Provide your in-game name, ID, and other details. Make sure you have tickets to join. If not, then subscribe to Giga Arena 20 to get 2 tickets. And you're set. See you at the training grounds.
This fairy tale ended with the poisoned apple, and my tale began. A princess in a tower is just a bird in a cage. Curse it! Take my vengeance! Protect your queen! Kneel before your queen. It won't take long, I promise.
Nakilala niyo na pala ang transferee natin. Class, meet your new classmate, Felicissimo.
Moy na lang po.
Lisa, guide mo muna si Moy ha as he adjusts to our school. Thank you, Iha. Okay, everyone, bring out your social studies textbook.
Nag-ML ka?
Pero kaka-start ko pa lang eh. Noob pa ako, tsaka newbie rin dito.
Sus, school ML. Ako bahala sa'yo. Dali lang to. Road to Mythic agad tayo. Pakinggan mo lang ako. Rule number 1, let your personality show. Pakita mo kung sino ka, be. Perfect na perfect. Rule number 2.
Nagbabalik ang MPL Philippines at kasama natin ngayon mula sa MDL RSGL Ganador. Congratulations for coming here. I mean, welcome. Welcome. Kumusta kayo?
Kumusta guys? Ayos na? Okay.
Masaya.
Sobrang saya po kasi nakita namin yung mga idol namin.
Oh, sino ba yung mga idol nyo?
Sila po, yung mga RSG po.
Yung mga RSG. O, kamusta yung buong experience? Describe it to us.
Ano po, parang mas mas masaya pag nanonood ka pa like kayo sa Facebook lang.
Siyempre, mas masaya live.
Parang na-motivate kami na balang araw magiging ganyan din po kami. Kaya sisikap po kami.
I love that. It's very motivating. At next thing you know, baka ikaw na yung nandun sa stage, di ba?
Uy, Mara, baka magkalimutan tayo. Let's introduce all of them first as well para makita rin natin kung sino ba sila. So, please go ahead and introduce yourselves, guys.
Let's get to know everybody. IGN and yung role.
Aries mid lane.
Mid laner.
Ako po si Allen Bantay, ang role ko po ay XP lane. Ang IGN ko po Allen.
Allen at si Captain. Kapitan.
Nidia po, jungler ng RSGL Ganador.
Jungler.
Robin po, gold lane ng RSGL Ganador.
Gold laner.
Soren Tupac, tank ng RSGL Ganador.
Right. The tanker, the Rome.
Andre po, XP lane ng RSGL Ganador.
Okay, so the explainer, this is the full-on lineup. Let's give the mic back to Allen kasi, Captain, this is the final stretch or yung last week ng regular season ng MDL, di ba? Kamusta ang lakbay sa tagumpay ng RSGL Ganador?
Yung una po sobrang saya namin na nakapasok kami sa MDL kasi excited po kami, excited na nape-pressure po, pero sobrang saya po talaga namin eh. Di nga po namin akalain na makakapasok kami ng MDL eh. Yun po.
Now, this coming week is the last week sa regular season ng MDL. So what else can we look forward to from your team?
Mas gagalingan namin, mas pipilitin po namin na maging 2-0 po lahat ng laban namin.
Ay, 2-0. Abangan namin yan.
Yeah, I mean, crucial yung mga natitirang matches ng RSGL Ganador. Kaya naman, Allen, and the rest of RSGLG, make sure na send, or what is your message to the supporters of MDL and RSGL Ganador?
Sa lahat po ng sumusuporta po sa RSGL Ganador, patuloy nyo po kami supportan. Then sa mga boss namin dyan, thank you po. Lalo na sa mga families namin dyan. Kay mama at papa, hello ma, nandito na ako sa MPL. Kaso nanonood.
You never know. In a few seasons, baka ikaw na ang nakaupo doon. Keep supporting RSGL Ganador. And for more MLBB action, keep it here, only on MPL Philippines.
Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas Kahit anong lane, we become the monsters Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas Face the golden sun and ribbon for the 3 stars Look at us to the top, no ifs, no buts Winning any game, para to sa PNNS Di mo matitinag aming boses on your level Nasa kalye man o mobile window, I become a legend Open fire, we unite, we winners Built with pressure, like diamonds are made of Switch in a lane na parang gera HP Racing, may reseta Built agad ang buhat ni Hilda Full load SS parang Laila Susundan ko ang iyong bakas Kasama patas Tagumpay natin to Dahil tayo'y malakas Para sa Pinas Nasa amin ang alas Hindi tuwa atras Kinikilala sa taas Kasi kami ang malakas Para sa Pinas Nasa amin ang alas Hindi tuwa atras Kinikilala sa taas Ganito kami sa Pinas Wow! Hold on Yeah, wala kasang Pinas We are Laging every beat No surrender, no retreat Pag nagsama-sama Just imagine what we can achieve Laging every beat No surrender, no retreat Giving 100 all my all Cause we just cannot be defeated We are unstoppable Immune and invulnerable Ready ang equipment Lahat frozen, malang crowd control Pakita ko na jab like Beast of the southeast Taas sa watawat Proud and loud Cause every enemy we devour Susundan ko ang iyong bakas Kasama patas Tagumpay natin to Dahil tayo'y malakas Para sa Pinas Nasa amin ang alas Hindi tuwa atras Kinikilala sa taas Kasi kami ang malakas Para sa Pinas Nasa amin ang alas Hindi tuwa atras Kinikilala sa taas Ganito kami sa Pinas Wow! Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas Kahit anong lane, we become the monsters Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas Face the golden sun and reppin' for the 3 stars Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, be the stars Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, be the stars Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, be the stars Ang lakas ng Pinas, we the stars
Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars Ang lakas ng Pinas, we the stars
The 13th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 13. Infinix GT Series, outplay the rest. Experience the MPL PH Season 13 action live at Shooting Gallery Studios. Tickets are now available on our official ticketing partner at /event.com. Don't miss any MPL PH action by following our official Facebook page and subscribing to our YouTube channel. Follow MPL PH on TikTok as well for more content. And don't forget to like, follow, and subscribe to the official accounts of MDL Philippines. To ensure the equality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusements Board.
You're watching MPL Philippines at kasama natin dito mula sa Blacklist International, OHEB and Yue. O, kamusta kayo guys?
Okay lang po. Feeling good.
Feeling good. Yuan, narinig mo may sumigaw sa labas?
Opo.
Rinig natin hanggang dito. Alam mo, mainit. Ayun, narinig ulit natin. Ang init ng panahon ngayon, so meron tayong question of the day. Ano ang inyong paboritong palamig sa mainit na panahon?
Ano po, chocolate drink.
Chocolate drink. Ano to, may hinahaluan mo ba ng gatas?
Wala po, ano po, yung kulay green.
Yung kulay green. Oh, ano nga ba tong kulay green na to? So nilalagyan mo ba ng yellow or plain lang malamig na tubig? Paano mo siya iniinom?
Ano po, minsan may yellow, minsan plain lang.
Minsan plain, may yellow. Diretso ba to sa baso, sa cup, may straw?
Ano po, lahat mo na nabanggit.
Lahat, all of the above. Parang quiz to ah. All of the above. Masarap yan, chocolate milk na may yellow. Oh, yon. Ikaw naman, Oheb, ano yung paborito mong palamig?
Ako favorite kong palamig is BJ. Buko juice.
Buko juice! Buko juice ba to na nasa bote na or yung nasa shell?
Yung mga nagtitinda sa labas na nakatutulak ng parang karton.
Ay, oo, kay kuya.
Kay kuya.
Meron dito.
Laki akong nababili ng buko kasi dati nung nag-aaral pa ako, tuwing uwian namin bumili ako ng buko juice sa amin.
Ay, ang ganda nun. Kasi may mga quota si kuya. Parang mga 60 ata bago sila pwedeng umuwi. So, okay yun. Nasusuportahan mo pa si kuya. Buko juice, ang sarap nun. Sa kabilang panig naman, tingnan natin kung ano nga ba ang sasabihin ng TNC. Hans, pasok.
Thanks, para. This time around, nandito tayo sa side ng TNC Pro Team. Layo mo nga ng konti. Kasi para makita yung iba sa ating mga players dito. Nomed, ikaw muna. Bigyan mo ako ng top 3 ng mga bagay or ng mga inumin. Ang paborito mong palamig sa mainit na panahon. Number 1.
Number 1 ko, energy drink eh.
Energy drink. Bakit energy drink?
Routine namin sa TNC yun na kapag mainit ganun or bago mag-start yung game, nag-energy drink kami.
Okay. Para ganado. Gets. Number 2.
Number 2 ko, kape.
Kape. Okay. Classic. Bakit kape?
Coffee lover ako eh.
Okay. So, sino dyan sa mga yan, sino sa mga teammates mo yung pinakamalakas magkape na feel mo kaya kang labanan sa cups of coffee na iniinom kada araw?
Si Hate.
Si Hate. Okay.
Palong-palo magkape yan.
Hate. Wala na. Ikaw na daw. Siguro hindi ka natutulog. Number 3. Bigyan mo one last.
Yung matcha.
Yung matcha. Very specific. Okay? Iced or hot? Meron bang hot? Meron. Pero mas gusto mo?
Yung ice.
Yung iced. Sorry Hate ha. Iced daw gusto eh. Bakit iced?
Kasi mainit yung panahon, masarap kapag ice.
Oo nga naman. Make sense. So, ulitin ko lang, energy drink, coffee, tsaka iced matcha. Sige, ilatag naman natin doon, banda. Super Yoshi, kung yun yung mga nabanggit niya, ano naman sa'yo? Bigyan mo ako ng una.
Unang-una, syempre, tubig.
Okay, tubig. Tama. Kasi may mga daw, sabi ni...
Uy,
i-specify mo. Alin ba doon yung gusto mo? Meron kasi iba-iba eh. Purified, alkaline, ano pa ba yun? Mineral.
Mineral.
Yung
may yelo, syempre, mainit eh.
Yung may?
May yelo. Mainit ngayon eh.
Yung may yelo. Mineral na may yelo. Bigyan mo ko nung dalawa na mabilisan.
Winter melon milk tea.
Wow! Okay. Winter melon milk tea. And last but not the least,
Java chip.
Yun. Doon natapos ang boxing. Thank you, Nomed. Thank you, Super Yoshi. Batono natin to sa ating mga casters. Casters, pasok.
Thank you guys so much and welcome back. What is up, guys? I'm Nice2. This is Rockhart Wolf. And what cools you guys down?
Here it is. Buko juice. This is buko juice is basically just coconut juice.
This is a coconut.
It is an actual coconut. Yeah,
it's real.
The husk.
It's real. Actually, this is cold.
I was gonna say, where's Rockhart's? He does.
Yeah, where's your buko juice, man?
I had my buko juice early this morning.
Yeah.
Well, one thing's for sure. It's definitely hot here.
Really hot.
Now,
this is real. This is super real, by the way.
it's not a prop. There's actually buko juice coming out from there. So now let's talk about the headline for this matchup. Of course, what Black and TNC should do. Because before entering this week's matches, both teams are visibly struggling. It's been hot for them.
Yeah.
And for Blacklist, they tried to utilize both of their roamers, Haji and Kimpoi. And we can also, in a little bit, we're going to have a video here where Coach Bonchan talks about the difference for these two players here. But, you know, I'm sure we also have a lot to say about the struggles for both these teams.
Yeah. I think for Blacklist International, they kind of solved it yesterday. They also mentioned about it. It's like matching the tempo of the other teams that are playing here in MPL PH Season 13. So the meta dictates that they kind of have to play fast and aggressive. And Blacklist International have always been those that kind of team that's not that aggressive. That's why they were able to solve it afterwards.
Well, I love that point, Wolf. But let's also, again, hear what Coach Bonchan has to say.
Last week na-mention mo, Coach, na isa sa challenges ng team is yung shot calling. So, ano lang yung, for you as coach, ano yung major difference ni Haji and ni Kimpoi in terms of shot calling?
Sa shot calling kasi mas, kung sa mechanics, pag si Haji siguro masasabi kong si Haji ang nakakagamang wherein sa shot calling, kahit papano, merong doon nakakaangat si Kimpoi. Although, kaka-start niya lang mag-practice this week. So, kailangan pa din talaga namin i-improve. Kailangan namin siyang ihabol.
Right, so basically the differences between these two roamers here, one is mechanically edged and one kind of, you know, has a mind for the game.
Yeah, shot calling is also a big thing you could point out from both these teams because we also heard this is a similar problem for TNC.
That's right.
And it was actually also Coach Ben Things that talked about this, and we'll hear from that in just a second. But that's shot calling is such an important part for these teams. And so we heard Coach Bonchan. Now let's hear from Coach Ben Things.
Paanong magiging direction ng TNC na alam niyo na yung sagot eh, alam niyo na yung gagawin niyo, pero nasaan yung sorry for the lack of better term, yung problema na
Siguro sa shot calling talaga siya eh. Yung sa shot call, kailangan may isang tao na mag-i-step up tapos na handa siyang magkamali para sa ikabubuti ng team. Handa siyang tumalino sa pagkakamali na yan. Para experience kasi yun eh. Example, kung si Yoshi, kung shot caller namin, tapos dumating yung crucial game, hindi siya nakapag-shot call. Kasi sabihin example, ayaw niya magkamali, takot siya magkamali, takot siya gumawa ng move. Yun yung yun yung pangit eh. Alam mo yung gagawin pero wala kang ginawa. Na magiging regret siya eh. Tapos pag kasi nasanay ka na ikaw yung nagko-call sa mga crucial game, yung player na kung sino man yung nakatoka sa amin. Pag nasanay ka na kasi sa trabaho mo na mag-shot call in a crucial game, dun ka tatalino eh. Kasi dun ka magiging wais pa, no? Kasi lagi mo na naranasan eh. Next time, alam mo na yung gagawin. Okay, next time ito yung gagawin. Kasi pag wala kang ginawang step, kahit alam mo naman yung gagawin, hindi mo ginawa, regret siya. Hindi mo malalaman na kung tama ba yan o mali.
So there we go, hearing from Coach Ben Things, and you know he's speaking from experience, guys.
That's right.
Before he was coach, of course, he was roaming for TNC for the longest time, and that's kind of what he's trying to instill on the players right now. So we'll see if both teams fix out their shot calling here for the matchup.
Those are two different things that actually Ben Things talked about. First is about actual shot calling, and second is to not be afraid to explore and experience some mistakes. Because that's true. That is one thing that you have to kind of really do in the regular season for a long tournament like this for MPL. You have a little bit of a leeway in the regular season to make the mistakes and then learn from it.
Well, who do you guys think are going to make less mistakes here, right?
I was going to say.
You tune in to our official YouTube streams, comment #Black or #TNC with your game and server ID, and one of you, or four of you rather, will get a chance to win 500 diamonds. So maybe that's it, right? It's just about who makes less mistakes here at this point.
At that point, it is, and you know we'll have to see, because right now we're going to welcome the marshals out to stage once again for the fairness and the integrity of the game here. Of course, we've got Jeff, Chico, Patrick, Wilbert, and how do they cool down? Well, they wear those jackets in the heat, and they karate chop, by the way. So let's welcome out the teams as well for this matchup.
Though the agents find themselves in a familiar situation, glimpses of brilliance and remarkable plays shine through. Will their strategic code and prowess prevail against the Phoenix holding on to their flames? Get ready for its Blacklist International! The Phoenix still possesses the opportunity to soar and ignite the flames of victory. Can they reverse their fortunes against the agents? Will the strategic moves be executed to secure a win for the week? Let's find out and give it up for TNC Pro Team. And their coaches, Coach Dexstar and Coach Ben Things. MPL Arena, we're gonna find out, will it be TNC or Blacklist International?
And let's take a look at the lineups here. Starting off for match 2, we're gonna start it off with Blacklist International.
The agents are finally waking up here. We've seen them everywhere. We've seen them go crazy, and Agent Zero, man, he's definitely back.
He's definitely back. Things are, they're finding some success, but across from them, a team that has been struggling, but we'll see if they have found their own success here for this matchup. Take us through it, Wolf.
Yeah, it's Nomad, Ryzen, Hatred, Heads, and Super Yoshi. And with all of the number of games and series that this particular lineup has played, I think it's now safe to assume that this might be the lineup for TNC Pro Team. And now they're going to be facing up against Blacklist International. They did win versus Blacklist International before, but this time it will be different. And I would make a bold claim here. Actually, between Blacklist and TNC in this particular series, whoever wins this will be eliminating the other. Like, not like literally like eliminating the other, but I think that just because of the point system that we have and the whatever is at stake, whoever wins this actually secures the playoff slot.
That is a hot take here, considering, again, we have, what is this, the end of week 5.
That's right.
We're down to the last 2 weeks. We know that 4 teams have already secured their slots here, and we know the remaining teams are fighting for so much. And like we mentioned in leading into this, seeing from the videos, shot calling is a big part of it. But let's take a look at the Infinix keys to victory here, Wolf, on how these teams can go about this matchup.
Blacklist International, now it's Sensui's time to out-retreat Ryzen, because before it was actually Ryzen that won versus Sensui in that Class S Monsters battle, Monster Demons. And now for TNC, don't sleep on Legend Zero. He's awake. Oh man, you felt that in the previous series of Blacklist International. And lastly, learn from your past shot calling mistakes. Very evident for the side of TNC that what they need to improve on is their late game shot calling and the way that they push the Lord. There were so many games that TNC lost despite them winning in the first 12 minutes of the game. All they need to do now is to end the game much systematic maybe, or I guess for lack of a better term, cleaner.
Yeah, they have to. Again, when you really watch TNC's games, not just this season, but even previous seasons, it's always something that we kind of pointed out here on the caster desk where we were like, you know, there's a lot of brilliance from TNC's lineups even before, but for some reason, there was always this struggle to cap out games, to end them, and that deals with the whole shot calling premise, right, for the most part. And Ben Things, Coach Ben Things, is the best person to talk about that, because coming from where he was in that roam position to where now he's the coach here, this is something that he clearly sees and that he clearly experienced. And for TNC, going against Blacklist International, a team that has many accolades in history and everything else, they have been very vocal in the situation that they're in, but also, again, shot calling being a thing. So it's really come down to, with this matchup alone, and now that we're rounding out week 5 here, it's who has fixed that shot calling problem? You know, how do they approach that shot calling problem that they've maybe had? Can they learn from their mistakes quick enough to adjust to themselves where, like the hot take Wolf mentioned, one of these teams that wins here, it's going to be crucial in the weeks to come, especially with the way the point system works right now. So we'll find out, but also we want to go ahead and mention everybody watching to come and join us also on TikTok. We've got a great goodie bag lottery for you guys, and be one of the lucky winners here.
Yeah, just open your TikTok app, go to the MPL Philippines TikTok channel, that's at MPL PH_official, and then click on the live stream, right? Once you're there, on the top left corner, click.
Just top left.
Touch that.
There it is.
You don't click it, right? You touch it. You touch that top left corner, there's a bag there before the base breaks.
You know what would be great? Maybe if one of us here on the desk actually opened up our TikTok app.
Okay.
And try to get the
link. I want to, right? I want to, but we're working, so you guys do it.
Oh, come on. But we do see your guys' comments, of course, as well. So again, let us know, because like Rockhart mentioned earlier, don't forget those watching on YouTube, there's a separate giveaway for you guys, 500 diamonds for 4 winners. Let us know with the hashtags, of course, either hashtag TNC, hashtag Black here, BLCK, alongside your user ID and server ID. Now, we're waiting for the draft here. And what we saw yesterday, well, going back to the key to victory, Legend Zero is awake.
Yep.
And this is why I always like to say, man, the XP lane, one of the most impactful roles, you know, for any team, really. And I know we're taking a look at a head-to-head here in the jungle, Sensui and Ryzen, but Legend Zero is going to be a big part of this for Blacklist International. A lot of people spoke how much he has to do in some of these games. And although we have painted the picture for the junglers being matched up here, I still think this comes down to how do you control? If you're TNC, how do we control Legend Zero? How do we control Edward? And if you're Blacklist International, how do we let Edward shine? You know, how do we roll around with that?
I think it might start with the draft for sure. Kind of force that matchup to at least be favorable for TNC. So what that entails is maybe we can just sit back and wait for the EXP laners to be picked last, or pick it when you already know your lane matchup, for example. So expect that there will be some flexes for both TNC as well as the side of Blacklist International. Maybe Arlot and Ruby will be the priority so that they can be flexed in two roles. Then eventually for TNC, what they need to do is to identify first what has been picked up for Edward, and then kind of counter it, or at least, you know, win the lane matchup first. It's very difficult to contain Edward. We know that for sure, especially an Edward that's awake, right? So they really need to control that that part.
I really like where TNC is right now, because yesterday they did face off against, you know, just the world champions. You know, no biggie. And I think from there, you probably are in a good position. Like your hands are probably still.
Yeah. Remember too, as we take a look at the highlights here, TNC got their first points of the season. I know it feels a while ago, but they got their first points against Blacklist International. You know, but after their win against MNNE last night, Blacklist International, are they going to be able to bounce back and continue some of the momentum that we've seen them garner up to this point? But, you know, it makes you wonder, like, what was TNC doing that worked here for them back then?
I think they closed out earlier, but they're seeing. We are also seeing some problems with their Lord Bush, like this one, right? Eventually, they will lose some of their early game prowess. And then one thing that also went in favor of TNC heavily in this particular series was the retry battle that Ryzen was able to win. And if you recall, we were hyping up how good the retribution is for Sensui, right? The Sensui instincts. But when they faced up against Ryzen, their namesake kind of tells us that it will eventually be Ryzen. Actually, Sensui in lore-wise defeated Ryzen, right? So, yeah, that didn't happen. But what I'm saying here is that retribution was also important in that particular series.
Yeah, especially right now where obviously there are big questions being thrown around in regards to shot calling. It's not always about like who gets the last retry first, or who gets the last retry, but how the team fights after it, right?
Yeah.
Like, who's gonna decide? Do we fight? Do we keep going? Do we take Do we take them kills, or do we completely back off? Like, there's a big problem. There's a big difference, right? Which is something we saw in the first series, where they didn't even notice the turtle. There was like Echo completely like focused on turtle, and then it was like RSG, let's go kill him, everyone. So
that's what I feel like with I guess the play style. Even when TNC kind of changes some of the roster or they mix things up, their play style is literally like a phoenix. Like they're on fire at moments, but then sometimes maybe that fire gets too hot and the flames get distinguished, right? And that's something that teams have really kind of found out in playing against TNC. And I think that's why really when you come down to it, it's all about that shot calling, fixing that, because that's what it is. When it comes down to these objectives, it sounds so simple, you know, when you hear it like, oh yeah, it's just shot calling. But obviously when you're dealing with it in the actual game, it can get quite extensive depending on how things fall in place. Like we saw from the highlight there where they were pushing with the Lord, but then unfortunately a bad call, you learn from it. That's what even Coach Ben Things mentioned. Like you regret it a little bit, but ultimately it's a lesson. You know, it's how you kind of adjust from that and work from that. And so given this whole thing, we have to see if TNC especially has fixed and learned from the past 4+ weeks at this point. So let's jump into the draft here. Game number 1. TNC will be on that blue side. That is a tough win rate on the blue side.
Really?
0%.
0%.
We can only go up from here.
Yes. Well, very good. This is actually a good floor to start with, right?
It's
the
the best
ceiling
floor,
is very far away. It's a good floor because from here, you can really do no wrong. I really like what's happening on the YouTube comments, by the way, where one of them is saying, Thea Sin says the match was pretty experimental. They think teams were actually in an experimental phase back then. I kind of do agree. But this time around, I think we should be done by that. So this draft should be cool.
Yeah, Fredrin is the priority here for Blacklist and the Faramis. Classic combo. I believe the TNC might just go for a Vexana in this case, or a Valentina. Heroes that Hatred really likes. And Xborg looks good, actually, for TNC.
Yeah.
Eventually.
Heads is also, he looks really good with that export in the previous series.
So this time Mino Claude looks really good for TNC as well. Oh, a
Benedetta early on!
Super early Benedetta.
That's very early, yeah.
Wow.
Oof. Okay, Blacklist knows how to solve this. What they can do now is pick up Carry, maybe? Or Roger. Carry or Roger.
Carry or Roger, yeah.
Arlet also is available, by the way, so that's also scary. Arlet Fredrin.
No, he's...
it was banned.
Yeah, they decided to ban him out, so he's taken out of there.
Okay.
Loyi? Just kidding.
It's also banned first.
Yeah, it's also banned. Alright, there it
Okay.
is.
I mean, at that point, really, like I was saying, if you're in TNC's shoes here, you know that things are kind of dire in terms of points and what you need. I guess that always leaves the question, like, do we go to our really comfort picks and try to execute there? But then again, the question is, like, what is the most comfortable for TNC? A lot of the times they work so well in the early game, they usually get a lead, but then things kind of fall apart. I think the fact that you have a Barretts and a Minotaur work great for, okay, we can at least, we can fix some of the mistakes we might make in game, but our setup potential is great. They also took that Benedetta, so they have that available, but given the fact that that was such an early pickup, you know, is that troublesome here for TNC against Edward as we take a look at his career hero spotlight? The stats he had for all of this, the Benedetta just speaks volumes
I think that's
for Legend Zero.
That's one of the very few moments where it's good to early pick the Benedetta if you're against a very specific Benedetta player, right?
Yeah, and this are the stats from Season 7 anyways, when he started to play really on that EXP lane, or quote-unquote the off lane before, when the EXP lane wasn't a thing, you know. And he's playing Benedetta so much, and it's a deny pick for sure. However, it's true. There's some merit to kind of reserve that EXP lane. But now look at this, the immediate answer for Blacklist: pick up the Paquito, right? And then now they banned both the Valentina and Vexana, two of the heroes that I mentioned
Right
for TNC.
away. Love it.
Love it for Blacklist, gonna hate it for TNC for sure,
I mean,
because now you're gonna be left with what for Mr. Hatred? Aurora, perhaps?
I don't mind that. He
No.
actually, you know what, the Aurora game that Hatred played was really
Yeah,
good,
that's really good.
right? The
Really
previous Aurora game he had, it's just the follow-up again,
Yep.
it all revolves around that shot calling
Yeah.
was very problematic, and they agree and they admitted that.
He's one of the only players that actually brought the Aurora
That's
to,
right.
to play, actually. So,
Yeah.
again, we'll see if they actually go that route. There's still some options available for them, but really good banning on
Yeah.
both sides. And I was actually rejoicing. I know we see the chip banned out now, but I was actually happy to see it this week.
Yeah.
Come through finally.
That was fun.
Yeah, it was fun. And
It
you
was
even
fun.
heard the player sentiments. I think it was KarlTzy that mentioned, like, yeah, they don't like playing against it. Like,
Yeah.
it's kind of annoying, right?
It's
Because
annoying.
all of a sudden, boom, you have this whole squad of team joining the fight. So now that that's taken out,
Tiger.
where does this leave us?
Tiger. Oh, Claude. They snatched the Claude. Very nice coming out from Blacklist. Now for TNC. Oh, man. This is difficult because Claude would have been the hero that deals with the Theramis, but they don't have that anymore. And then, obviously, you have the Benedetta. So I think you're left with what? Aurora, maybe Gord.
Gord, yeah.
Yep. Or
Iksha?
yeah. I'm thinking Ixia against the Claude
If-
and Paquito.
If the Gord gets picked up, the theory is true.
Yeah. I think you're left with Harith actually for TNC. Got no choice.
Harv is pretty good here, actually.
Yeah.
It actually might do more, because you want more AoE damage.
Yeah. So
Bruno.
Bruno. What's going in the mid lane here? TNC.
Aurora or Gord.
All right.
No Varia.
How do we forget?
How do we forget?
To be fair, you know what? A lot of drafts,
Yeah.
Novaria has been completely snubbed.
It's weird, right?
Yeah, for the past week.
Yeah.
She's just kind of, it's not even that she's fallen off. It's just I think some teams really like to go,
Yeah.
for that Vexana being available, the Valentine obviously, changes some of the dynamic. But this actually works great for the lineup at least that they have drafted for TNC.
Okay, so Tiger is pretty normal for Haji to pick a Cho as well. Not be surprised if this is something like a Natalia, But this is different. Florin, all right. Yep. And that's the sustain that we're looking at. And actually, this looks like a very sturdy lineup from the side of Blacklist International. And just picking up the Bruno, I understand why TNC did that because they had really no choice. I think I really like that fourth pick Claude coming out from Blacklist because that is definitely what TNC was eyeing to go for. And the Bruno is more like a band-aid solution to many problems that are presented by Blacklist. So, man, this is a really good draft for Blacklist.
Band-Aid Solutions is kind of like the new work hours. Anyway, let us know what you guys think here for the lineups, TNC and Blacklist International. Which lineup you're feeling more? And don't forget to join the giveaway if you're on YouTube and TikTok. Let us know what you're thinking on YouTube. 500 diamonds for 4 winners. You can let us know with the hashtags of BLCK for Blacklist or hashtag TNC alongside your user IDs and user server numbers. And good luck. Now we're going to jump into the land of Dawn here. It's game number 1 for match 2, Blacklist International and TNC. Now as we get adjusted, we're going to have to take a look real quick also at the emblems. This is more, I know you said the lineup, I don't know if you were saying you liked Blacklist International's lineup more, Wolf?
Yeah, I did say.
But why is that? Is TNC going to struggle against this lineup?
Maybe because I'm saying that because there's not a lot of like confirmed kills for TNC. Like, surely the Novaria can just shut down from long distance, right? But imagine the Faramis ultimate, imagine the Florin ultimate that eventually they can heal each other up. And this is a Fredrin Faramis is a good combo as well. There's no actual cleaner or sweeper for TNC to finish the job. They can deal the damage, but I'm not seeing any finisher for them in the latter portions of the game. Early game though, the Bruno as well as the Minotaur with the Benedetta. That's a pretty strong early game actually.
Yeah, basically the chip damage being done by Hatred can easily be healed up.
Yep.
Or used with a NetherRealm.
Yep, and there's a lot of dive versus Novaria. That's why I thought that it was surprising that the Novaria was the pick. Because there's Paquito, there's the Claude with this time a sprint, interestingly.
Yeah.
And he's not going to be afraid of diving because he has a Faramis and as well as a Florin. So he can actually get to the backlines and just look for the Novaria.
Okay, well, let's look at this because early game, and what we've seen before where TNC does often sometimes control that early game. And when they can, it works great in their favor. But this time around, given the lineups here, Blacklist International might be able to control this if they can. But really when it comes down to when you watch these games before as TNC on this first objective, can they go ahead, secure it for themselves, start this up? Remember even before, weeks ago, it was all about Sensui's Ultra Instinct.
Yeah.
The guy was known for,
okay.
Heads.
Look at that. Heads doing work here on the Benedetta. Completely caught Haji out by surprise here for first blood. It looks still really good. We still have some knockups here coming in from the Noah Fury, and there you go. The follow-up coming in from this Benedetta is insane. And now even the Netherrealm could not be as problematic. He's going to be able to walk out of there.
The moves.
What a swap. What do you call that? The bait and switch.
The bait and switch, the moves and grooves, baby. Heads on a roll.
On a roll, definitely. But I still have to credit it to Hatred. I mean, he landed the Star Shatter onto Haji and actually took him solo. It was Heads to finish him off with, by the way, the Lethal Ignition. And wow. Okay, Hatred's feeling it.
And Hatred's feeling it. Heads with that lead now that Heads has on this Benedetta, it's gonna work great for the lineup matchup, the lane matchup there in the XP lane. He can work around that and hopefully play around the map with it too. Even though they trade here, both junglers, Super Yoshi there, of course, you're seeing things kind of already fall into place. Especially, let's look at the XP lane here. Item-wise, nothing too big picked up just yet, but on the path there.
Right now, obviously, there is going to be a lot. You know what? TNC is just showing that they can team fight, right? That's what they're trying to flex right now, just to make sure that Blacklist does not get the confidence to go ahead and fight. Right now, though, the engagement is pretty good, but obviously, there's no one to follow it up.
Yeah.
Now the question is, when is it time to go?
Might be, I mean, they're going to go and work on that gold, get it there on Nomad. TNC right now, this is exactly what I was talking about early game, where they have this lead. Let's see if they can maintain it this time.
Yeah.
And that's where you have to pay attention. If you guys are watching this, you haven't watched so much of TNC, you have to see, check their shot calling. Does it look like they've fixed it? Do they look like they've learned? Right now, so far, at this point in the game, they're doing a great job here, working together as a team with the lineup they have. And that is the first turret going down here in the bottom side.
The top lane. Good defense from Heads. Keeping himself up. Okay, that's the Petrify.
Electro final blow. It's creating a zone. Forces the flicker out. Edward here, and he's probably going to go down here. That is a very spicy Benedetta being shown by Heads today.
Head turner for sure.
100%.
Not every day you see Edward lose against his signature hero as well in a 1v1 scenario.
Yeah, that's Edward Balboa, man.
Exactly.
That's saying something.
Right now, with all this fun placement, TNC is on fire in the early game. And with Heads, so Heads having this lead 3-0 on the Benedetta. We've seen this before, even in the hands of Edward, where he has been playing that Benedetta. And with this lead, you know how much of an impact now that Heads can have for this.
Yeah.
Real quick, though, how are the items looking here, Wolf?
Okay, so because of the massive lead that TNT have built up, that meant that they will have the Has Claws now available for Nomad. You can see the priority hit for him. Going for items that with maximum impact with just low. Okay, that's interesting.
That was interesting. I think he got caught by Energy Eruption, and he couldn't walk out. Yeah.
Exactly, the chain studs were there. Anyways, yeah, it's just Nomad focus on maximum value from the items that you get with low price. So that made Legion Sword, Has Claws. Has Claws is not that much of a priority now for the Bruno, but Nomad felt like, okay, let's take advantage of the early game and let's try to finish this off as early as possible.
These turrets don't stand a chance against Nomad, man. Look at that. They're cleaning up.
Well, remember, Bruno is known as like the turret destroyer. Like, he's
That's
one of them. Just picks up the Berserker's Fury here, too. He's got the 2 items, and really, for a lot of times, that's what a Bruno needs. He needs that Has Claws, the Berserker's Fury, and he's pretty much good to go. Now,
Prolific Roar BOD next, probably.
Going that
one of
route.
those, yeah.
Super Yoshi also picking up the flask here, so TNC in a good position for these next couple objective fights, these next skirmishes here. Wondering where do they pay attention to next? It looks like it's the top lane to get that tier 1 down here.
You're getting so much damage on Nomad now, Berserker's Fury. That's a 1,000 gold lead.
Look at those crits, man. It hurts. Heads, though, again, outplaying 2v1 right now for Blacklist. Ohab, he's really, really mad. He wants to get some work done here against Heads. He does have some healing available from Haji, but doesn't have the ultimate, so I think they might have to save this up. Heads 1v4 right now on the bottom side of the map. He's trying to be as slippery as he can, buying so much time for Nomad here on the top side. That's 4 members of Blacklist being used to basically deal with a single Benedetta.
Yeah. Unfortunately for Blacklist International, there wasn't enough damage. It was just 7 minutes in. They will not lose their second turret, but that's a lot of time that the Benedetta was able to buy. Eventually, Nomad will take care of business up top.
Look at that.
Nothing Edward can do about this.
Oh, man.
What
Wow.
great plays. Still, the fact that they were able to buy enough time for that to happen. You're now wondering, okay, where does Blacklist International start to find some wins on the map here? Because right now they're struggling. Both Tier 2 turrets down on the top and bottom side is going to make things a little bit hard for them in dealing with these Lord dances that are going to come up here. Gold difference as well, you see it starting to build up. Of course, we already talked about it, especially in that gold lane. Nomad has just been having a hell of a time. Edward. He's got to get out of there.
That's a huge delay.
Huge delay from Hatred.
Yeah.
And that also meant that they will defend bottom lane and might be able to push in the mid as well. That's a compounding results of small moves that Hatred was doing. Oh, okay.
As long as these Star Shatters hit, man.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness, the amount of impact that's coming from mid, you can feel it all across the map.
Yeah. Retribution battle, who gets it? It's actually Sensui forced to pop the Retri. Well, Ryzen didn't have the Retribution anyway, so it's be okay. Now, okay. Blacklist International are starting to get the items. Oracle on Sensui and then Flask for Haji.
4-man Astral Echo, by the way.
They're gonna shout outs to our good friend, 4-man Astral Echo.
Yeah.
5-man, sorry, it's supposed to be a 5-man.
5-man.
Not impressive.
Not that impressive.
So close, but yeah, no.
Here's the thing. What can happen is Blacklist is just holding on as best they can to that Tier 1 turret because that's actually a crucial piece in this Lord dance. But Yue, he feels it. He feels the damage.
There you go.
There it is.
There's a 5-man Astral, no, 4-man Astral Echo.
Yeah, it's 4-man.
Edward's on the bottom side. Either way, look at these hits.
God.
Look at these hits. Haji can't breathe, man. He's always low.
Ooh, Hatred. He's on fire. Woke up at the right side of the bed. Maybe drank his favorite coffee. And said, okay, I'm going to play Novaria. Nobody's playing Novaria nowadays. I'm going to show you why it's good.
Oh, like that. They get the Lord here. Uncontested. TNC. I don't know, man. This is probably one of the better leads that they've had throughout the regular season.
Yeah.
And this is once again where it comes down to it.
Yeah.
They have this kind of lead. They have the Lord now going to be marching in with them shortly.
Yep.
Can they play around this? Can they find the possible things to line up for a win here?
Yep. If you have been a fan of TNC, this is where madness usually starts.
Yes.
This is the real game for TNC. Have they learned enough from the past 4 weeks? Let's see. Cast count 43, hit count 16.
You know, you asked a good question about this. I think it was yesterday or maybe Friday, Rockhart. Does this count just hero hits? Or is it also just every shot get thrown out?
I think these counts everything, right? Because I believe it's unfair. You know, I really am not a fan of like the counter for Star Shatter because sometimes you need to just use it to clear the waves.
Yep,
and I think that's what they're trying to do right now, though. Star Shatter is hitting everyone from Blacklist right now. Sensui can barely keep up. His health bars can barely keep up with the amount of damage coming from TNC right now.
Yeah. Okay, so this is really good for TNC. They've eliminated all the other turrets. Let's see if they can get a push cleanly.
You're gonna go for it.
We're waiting for Oheb to make something, to make a move here.
So
or maybe Edward.
Character development for TNC. Nobody died in their first Lord push.
Let's go.
That's a good observation. That's a good observation.
Ooh, man.
No one died.
No one died. And that's what I'm saying. That is shot calling. That is apparent. Like, if you guys missed the early videos, that's why we're talking about it. There's the damage Rockhart was mentioning. But that's the thing. TNC, it's all about that shot calling discipline. And right now, with the lead that they have, big key items being picked up here.
See, right there.
Blacklist International, what can they do with this lead?
Have to wait for their timing. Maybe another tanky item for Sensui so that he can frontline. Then the items obviously from Oheb. It's a very important one too. This time Nomad gets the purple. Extra farm. Oh, look at that. Lightning Truncheon procs coming out from H and then now the glowing wand. Oh, that's gonna hurt.
This game is becoming more crucial on the shoulders of Edward
my
right now.
God.
Who is that was just 2 slashes.
Yep.
What the heck?
That's what I'm saying. At this point, if you're watching this again, you really have to just kind of consider the fact, all right, what's Blacklist International going to do? Honestly, it's just buy time.
Yep.
They have to stall out for maybe another 5+ minutes here to kind of even out the economy, even out the itemization that they're working against. And that's a big part of it, right? They have a Florin. That's great. We've seen great things from Florin in other past series. Other past teams use it. But right now, they have to deal with the amount of damage that's being thrown at them from TNC with this lead.
Internationally, Florin has been a big hitter. You know, not just us, but everyone else.
Okay. So Lord Steel can... Okay.
Oh, that could be problematic here for TNC. But of course, Blacklist don't really have that much confidence to fight just yet. Again, waiting for the spikes of OHEB maybe.
Wow,
but look,
Setsui.
speaking of spikes, oh my goodness, the damage from Nomad is unreal.
Yeah.
I don't even think, again, this might be a little too risky here for Blacklist International to do anything unless it comes down to Sensui's Ultra Instinct. They might go for it.
Who's shot calling was going to come out on top here. OHEB was in trouble there for a bit, but then again, Bloom coming in from... Oh, no, my goodness, no. He's going to go. He's going to go here. God! He's going crazy. He's hunting down each and every one of these Blacklist members.
Oh, Yue is alive now because of the passive, but Sensui ain't gonna happen.
What a disaster for the agents.
2 members for Blacklist International left alive. TNC going for it.
They want to go for it. This could be endable.
No more minions.
No minions.
What are you doing,
TNC?
TNC?
TNC.
Here they come. The wave comes through.
They have time. Sensui's 20 seconds. Edward's gone as well. Oh my goodness, it's all good pandemonium right now happening inside the base. Yue sacrificing himself, absorbing these balls. Coming in from Nomad just to defend.
Now that's a mistake for sure because they have lost their jungler. This means that Blacklist can make a play for the Lord actually.
20 seconds.
Do you think they'll go for it? Even 5,000 behind. Junglers now up for Blacklist International, but Ryzen still 15 seconds away here. So TNC has to stall this out. They have to keep this from happening.
man.
But that's a
But
question.
Look at this. Look at Heads.
Will Blacklist decide this? Look at Heads in the back.
Oh no.
Again, everyone spotted out by the Astral Echo.
OHEB, no more
Vision
BMI, no more
information,
BMI for
they give it
OHEB.
over. No, oh my goodness, OHEB could be it. But yeah, Heads, he's gonna have to back off here. Nice save. These crits coming from Nomad are unreal.
Hatred.
Could get
He's
one.
going for a shot.
Could get
for
one
Yue.
from UM maybe. No, it's not gonna be in range. But they got what they came for.
Got what they
got
came for.
the Lord.
Scary stuff for TNC because, okay, that dive on the base, definitely not character development.
That could have been bad.
Could have been bad.
Yeah, exactly.
Fortunately for them, they have so much of a lead.
My goodness, Edward
Massive
looked like
rumble.
he could have caught Nomad there for a second, but look at this, Heads. He's here to answer. Maybe add some more pressure coming in from TNC. 5-man up on mid.
Sensui's gonna be up soon as well.
He's up now. Can they defend this? Here they go. They got to deal with the Lord.
Yeah, Lord's up there, and of course, Turret going to be taken down on the bottom. It's a very clean base here. Super Yoshi with the Minoan Fury, but Sensui going straight for the damage dealers. Doesn't have really enough firepower to back it up. And now it's going to be half HP right now for Nomad. OHEB finally getting a kill on the board here, and could get more, as we are seeing this Claude tear it up. Blacklist finally, signs of life.
TNC! What's happening? They cannot end the game, even with the lead.
That's definitely gonna have to credit it to Sensui because after Super Yoshi dove onto Blacklist International, caught many members of Blacklist, what he did was to block the follow-up. So he sacrificed himself actually with the Faramist ult and the Bloom available. We talked about how Sensui can be very tanky in this case. And he was the one to block off the eventual damage coming out from TNC. Let's look at the replay this time.
That was a worthy sacrifice.
Worthy sacrifice. Look at the jump from Super Yoshi, but Sensui manning the front lines. Nomad in trouble. When that happened, didn't have the Wind of Nature anymore. A perfect timing for OHEB to actually pop off. With the BMI up as well. So that's perfect timing for Blacklist International's members.
What is happening? There are people wondering, TNC, what happened there in that match? Again, the defense for Blacklist International. And this is the compounding effect that we talked about even beforehand.
Yeah.
And really, when it comes down to this, given how that whole sequence went here, Wolf, yes, TNC has this little bit of lead. They have the map lead as well. You have to consider that all base turrets are down for Blacklist International.
Yep.
So is Blacklist International in a good position to contest the next Lord in 30 seconds?
Yeah, for sure.
Do we see them want to fight that? And then again, does TNC go and put heads on pressure in one of the side lanes, or does he join that fight? Because look at the real-time win rate here, 69%.
Nice.
Yeah.
Nice for TNC, but look at that, what's
Yeah.
happened in the previous minutes.
Yeah. So to answer your question, I think Blacklist International can contest because they can team fight now. It's 17 minutes, so Ohib is locked up. And Setsui is almost in an impenetrable wall at this point because of the Faramis ultimate. And they also have dive. So it's going to be up to the Lord Dance, but not the actual Lord Dance, the Lord Dance that's happening outside of it. So
The
lane control.
pre-Lord
is there.
Dance?
The pre-Lord
Post-Lord
Dance.
Dance?
Yeah, exactly. Like the 1v1s that's happening between the XP laners. Look at the nice minion wave for Blacklist up top. There's one extra minion up there, so that means it's a slow push.
Yep.
And then the bottom lane being pushed by TNC.
See how they handle this again. Half health, both teams still trying to kind of feel out the situation here. Head's going to make his way down that mid lane, keeping that wave in control here.
Shows himself, and that's a Lord evolving now.
Okay, the reset comes through.
18-minute Lord.
Right. It almost has to boil down to the spiciness of our XP laners, right?
Yep.
Their fights, their 1v1s, are like literal anime fights
Yes.
again. Just someone could die in one instant. But look at this. Interesting position from Heads.
Yeah, he's there.
He wants to finish this,
Yeah.
but look at this. Edward Balboa
Edward knows.
Edward
facing
knows.
the challenge, obviously. 4v4 right now around the Lord Pit, 1v1 on top for our XP laners.
That's a nice idea, Carmelo, from Hits, because that means that you manage 2 lanes of minions as they just spawn. Okay, they might go for a play up to Edward!
Oh, Edward! Could be it. He has a flicker. He doesn't have flicker anymore. But Immortality bought some seconds here, but he's going to have to do this on his own. 1v3. US close by, but it was a little bit too late here. And there you go. The goal laters for Blacklist International. And the XP laner has fallen. That could be all it takes
alive
for
again.
TNC to get into this. And there you go. The triple for Nomad. Make that a maniac. Will it be a savage? It is!
Nomad ending on the savage. And TNC will recalibrate and win game 1 there.
Okay. Can I just say that has been the best Bruno performance that I've seen in quite a long time, especially after all of the nerfs onto Bruno.
My goodness, yeah.
Nomad saved TNC and won it for them. He took it, man.
Can I just say, shot calling.
Shot call.
That was a good call there to make that play on Edward. After we said, hey, Edward knows what's going on here.
Yep.
The call came through.
I need this. I need this. After
Go
that
ahead.
match.
Gotta cool off.
Personal MVP, I think, in that game should be Hatred.
Okay,
'cause
yeah, I
that
agree.
would not have been possible. Nomad would not have been able to reach that power spike
agree.
without the hits of Hatred, making sure that Blacklist is always retreating, backing off.
I can, yeah. Between Nomad and
And
Agent,
Heads,
it's very
obviously.
difficult to kind of choose who is the MVP.
I guess
I
they
think,
will.
but
It's gotta be
definitely
Nomad.
that's Savage, though.
That's
gotta change.
Savage.
Because of the way that he designed that. Oh man, Nomad.
Is that our first Savage of the season?
That is the first Savage.
First Savage.
Dude, this guy, it's weird because I'm gonna show you a message. Dude, a few days ago he asked for tips from me. He didn't need it. He didn't need it, dude. What the? Okay, 8-1 and 4.
What did he say?
Like, he asked for tips, basically.
Hey, Wolf, can I have tips?
Yeah.
How to gold.
Yeah, but no, but whatever I said is not related to what
wasn't
he asked
related.
for. That he didn't even need anything.
You know what you
because-
should do now?
What
You
should
have
I do
a picture
now?
of this and
Okay.
a savage.
Yes.
The Savage.
Savage. But then again, you have to credit Blacklist International for, again, prolonging the game so much. And this is just one of the first few times that his performance is MVP-esque. Like, look at that takedown from Hatred. And now Super Yoshi and the gang. For the side of TNC, this is a change up when it comes to their shot calling in the Lord Dance, where this time they focus on heroes instead. Sensui's heroics and then Oheb's brilliance once again with this Claude. Typically, the Minotaur is a counter to the Claude, but this time Oheb just have the right tools to deal with this. And now in comes Nomad. Watch for it once again. The Savage takes out Edward. And how about that flicker? So he goes up in front of Oheb, pops the Wind of Nature after the Wind of Nature was popped. And look at that flicker. The timing was there. And he still has the ultimate for now. Doesn't even need it because of how much damage he's dealing anyways. And look at the way that he dodges. Look at that also. The target selection that he went for the right targets to go for. Completes the Savage and wins it for the side of TNC.
He basically did exactly the opposite of what my teammates in rank do, which is just whoever's in front.
Yeah.
He did the hero targeting thing. Hero
Yeah,
lock.
yeah.
There you
The hero lock.
Oh, what
Shout out to my
a
rank game partners.
shout out to all the rank game partners out there.
Yep.
Again, it was you're kind of holding your breath, man.
Yeah.
You know, because you're like, oh
He
no.
showed- he
I showed a message.
Ew, why'd you leave him on red?
No, I called him.
Yeah,
like, basically.
Oh, good
Yeah.
guy, good
Yeah.
guy. I thought you left him on red.
I don't give tips through chat, dude. It's difficult. It's difficult, right? Yeah.
That's true.
That's actually
But
true.
then, like I said, it's besides the point, dude. No matter what happened, this was definitely TNC's own making. We know for sure that at the start of the season, we already can see a lot of improvements from the team. It's just their shot calling. It's just the way that they end the games that they weren't able to close out on. But apart from that, everybody from TNC just played so well in this game, and so is Blacklist. I will not say that this was a one-sided affair, but TNC really had a certain rotation and certain trust on this kind of composition, which we both doubted. I mean, I myself mentioned that this is Blacklist's game, that it was easy. I doubted this Bruno pick. The Novaria, obviously, we have not seen it being successful, especially against a Faramis that usually wins versus Novaria because you don't have a way to execute people, you don't have a way to sweep. Turns out Nomad doesn't need it. Nomad can make the sweeps on his own. 122,000 damage dealt. And the only reason why his GPM is not on the 800 mark is that TNC just grouped up together as soon as they can, going in for the Casual Legion swords as well as a Haskell's for Nomad that eventually was a problem for Blacklist International. Now you're feeling really good. Apart from that, Ryzen played this well. I gotta say, like the way that he managed to supplement his team. And then the Minotaur coming out from Super Yoshi. Super clutch as well. I understand why it was the eventual pickup coming out from the side of TNC. And Super Yoshi made a case for this one. The second picked Benedetta, however, still very scary, but Heads is up for the job.
He did, and remember, honestly, it was Heads that really kind of started the momentum for TNC there. And really, when you look back at their matches and whatnot throughout the regular season up to this point, like I said, they get to a point where they usually have some form of a lead, but unfortunately it slips through their hands. This time it looked like it was going to be the same situation, and then all of a sudden a very good call came through for them. They punished Blacklist International, and they end up getting that game number one. That's big for TNC, at least in the series. Now, again, I'm wondering if they learned enough from this where they can actually potentially sweep Blacklist International here, keeping things alive for them going forward.
That's actually a big question, right?
Yeah.
I mean, I feel like there were moments where,
Yeah.
that looks familiar. You
Yeah,
know?
that looks familiar.
Well, again, we want to give a big shout out, of course, to all our official restreamers from Luzon, Visayas, Mindanao, and all over the world.
Yeah, we have local restreamers, and of course we have international restreamers from Cambodia, from the Middle East, North America. I know they're having NACT, Singapore, Malaysia, and of course our favorite people, Indonesia.
Yeah.
What's up, guys?
Shout out to Miracle if you're streaming. Shout out to Strex. And all of them are tuned in to witness our players fight for victory. Now, if you're asking me, will this be a sweep for TNC? I'm still not going to be sold on that, especially because the Blacklist International have shown signs of their own brilliance in the defense, right? So maybe there will be some changes in here. Maybe Florin plus the Faramis might be, them double dipping into that.
Exactly.
you know,
It might have been too much.
might have been too much.
Too much support.
Yeah.
Maybe, and we'll see how they adjust. But also, we have to give a big shout out to Smart, the Giga Arena. It's now open for all Smart and TNT subscribers, where you can join an array of arcade games and esports tournaments, especially MLBB.
And to do that, just create an account on gigarena.smart using your Smart or TNC mobile numbers. And of course, with the new Smart Giga Arena 20, you can lock the world of Giga Arena tournaments for your shot at prizes.
Giga Arena comes with 2 Giga Arena tickets and 100 MB for all sites for only 20 pesos. Valid for 1 day. Load Giga Arena 20 now in the Smart online store.
Let's go.
Yep,
Let's play some games.
Big shout out to Smart. Thank you for that. And also, I just want to throw it out there too. Hey, TNC. We talked about the floor. The ceiling was high. They're not 0% anymore on that blue side, gentlemen. They now have a win.
That's a good stat to have.
They got it,
That's
right?
a good stat to have. Good
And
start.
here's the thing. We kind of, there was some poking fun here throughout that game, of course, but for TNC, we have constantly wanted to see this organization, this team, really kind of get to this point where they refine things and everything else. But before that, we're going to have an interview. And we're going to go ahead and throw it over to the host out there in the audience.
Para sa malupit na bakbakan sa pagitan ng TNC Pro and Blacklist International, kailangan natin ng konting inside scoop.
That's right.
Siyempre kasama ang kanilang correspondent, si Jarish mula sa TNC and Danica mula sa Blacklist. How are you guys? Kinakabahan ba kayo? What's the feeling right now?
Nakakakaba po, tsaka ang intense po ng laban kanina.
Ba't ikaw yung kinakabahan? Eh, meron na kayong...
Oh, meron na daw isa.
May point naman.
Paano nga ba nag-prepare yung teams nyo coming into this match? Ikaw muna, Danica.
Kanina, before kami umalis ng bootcamp, nag-scrim pa sila. And then, pagdating, tapos, nung nasa lounge area naman kami, pinanood ulit nila yung laban nila before, nung round 1 sa TNC. So, inaral nila kung saan sila nagkamali nung round 1. So, ayun. Yan.
Studying, okay, reviewing.
Ni-review nila lahat.
How about naman for TNC?
Sa amin naman po, same lang din. Before umalis, nag-scream, and then minomotivate po namin yung isa't isa, lalo na po yung mga players. And then, syempre po, ang pinaka-importante sa lahat, praying. Praying talaga.
Oh, lagi ko sila nakikita mag-pray.
Okay, you've mentioned more about the motivation part, di ba? Kamusta ang TNC, like, mentally wise? Like, good vibes ba sila heading into this match? Kinakabahan ba sila? What did you hear from the rest of them?
Okay naman po sila kasi most likely po, like, ang ginagawa lang naman po is, syempre po, scream, and then minomotivate yung isa't isa. Tapos, ayun po.
Okay. So, I assume si Coach Bentings, di ba? Siya ang leader ng mga motivational quotes. Pero sa side ba ng Blacklist International, I wanna know, kamusta ang vibes ng boys heading forward into this match?
Actually, okay silang lahat. Like, nakikita ko na nagtutulungan sila. So, alam naman natin galing kami sa lose streak, diba? Pero, I can see sa team na to na talagang alam nila na kaya pa rin nilang lumaban and alam nilang kaya nilang umabot ng playoffs. So, ayun, nakakatuwa lang din makita yon behind the scenes.
Para naman ma-motivate sila, we want a cheer from both of you, okay? Okay, simulan muna natin sa TNC. Cheer for your team. You can get the crowd going. It's up to you.
Okay.
Let's go, TNC! Kayang-kaya natin to. Huwag tayong susuko, tiwala lang tayo kay God.
Love it! Okay, para naman sa Blacklist, ikaw naman, Danica.
Let's go, Blacklist! Kaya natin to. Abot tayo sa playoffs.
Oh, may mga nag-cheer din dito at siguradong ready na ang dalawang koponan para sa ating game number 2. Kaya babalik na tayo sa ating mga casters. Casters, pasok!
Thank you so much, Mara, Hans, Danica, and Jarish. Great to hear from you again.
Is that the right way to say it?
Jarish.
You gotta ask Manjin for that one.
Gotta ask Manjin. Okay, now we know. But again, this is an interesting series that we have to kind of talk about. Now that these weeks, again, we're closing out week 5 here today, so things are going to be coming into place, I would say, already for the playoff spots. Those 4 secured. Teams are still fighting for it, of course. You take a look at the Game 1 draft here, the recap, how things fell into place. TNC, like I said, And Wolf mentioned the early pickup for the Benedetta actually worked great for them. It really established that early kind of lead for them in the game. So I'm wondering, you know, with the considering of flipping sides and everything else, how does TNC kind of replicate that great early game that they had in the previous one?
Maybe just like in the previous game, let's just discard all of these assassin junglers and go for utility, because Ryzen looked to be very confident with that kind of playstyle wherein he's taking over the map and he's essentially just building stacks and stacks of money so that he can utilize his own body to be the frontliner for TNC and then allow the others to just play their own game. Kind of felt like this is a comfort playstyle for Heads as he's just controlling the map. Nomad, as long as he's freely hitting, as you saw in the previous game, he's going to be confident. And that's also true with Hatred. Hatred didn't have to follow where Super Yoshi was, and he's just doing his own thing, basically.
Yeah. He's just landing the shots.
I feel like that's just it, right? You're landing your shots, you make sure they hit, but it's also a question of making sure that there was a reason why you land those shots.
Yeah.
Sometimes you play in a Varia, oh, you hit a shot, good job for you. But what happened afterwards, right? Here, in this specific lineup that we saw, it made the rest of Blacklist back off. It opened up space for TNC, right? So it doesn't matter if he's not getting kills with it, as long as it's doing the intended effect.
Yeah, for a part too. A lot of the times those shots were landing towards the end of the game, man, where you know it was bringing members of Blacklist International down to half health or less, and so that's threat enough.
Exactly. I like that they pointed it out because that happened with Haji as well as Yue. And when Yue is low, like when he gets hit by the Star Shatter, he doesn't necessarily die, but he's down like, what, 10-15% HP? And the thing is, he cannot front for his team anymore. He cannot be there to eventually pop the Fire Mist ultimate, which means that he kind of has to walk so much before he's able to help his teammates. So, yeah, that's a really nice observation there, nice, because sometimes killing a hero might not be that impactful as you just poking him.
Yeah,
you know?
It's not always the end game. You know,
It's like a 30-second crowd control where you're stopping them from doing anything, right?
That's true.
See, thank you for acknowledging. Sometimes I say smart things.
Right? You say a lot of smart things.
I appreciate it now. Also, you have to appreciate the XP lanes, man. The top 5 picked heroes right now. We've seen a lot of Arlot. I love to see it. I really like this hero a lot. CC, of course, we haven't seen so much of lately. X-Borg, Benedetta, and Paquito, a lot of the Benedetta popping up here, but I'll stand by it. XP lane, probably one of the most, or if not the most impactful lane currently that we're seeing in the meta here really develop, because that's just something that's fallen into place here. And I think even in this case, right, Heads, when we first started watching Heads play, this all reminds me, again, from the previous season, or when we first started seeing King Kong play. Now, I mean, look where King Kong is now, right? The success that he has found. But even for the first time, when we started seeing King Kong play last season, it's kind of reminiscent in that way for TNC now, where you're seeing some of Nomad, just kind of savage. You see Heads performing, right, on the Benedetta here. And these guys, this is where they start to develop their personalities, their play style and everything here. So XP lane, obviously amazing to see. Now, let's talk about Blacklist International a little bit here while the teams are getting set up for that game 2. Rockhart, you saw how they almost put on an amazing turntabled match, right? They almost completely flipped the table over. It was about halfway, but they didn't fully get it over. So what do they need to do? Was it that possible last pick, Florin? Was there something better there? Or how does Blacklist International adjust?
Honestly, I can't say that. It's so easy to say, maybe too much support, not enough damage. It's easy to say that, but imagine if there wasn't a Florin in that game.
Yeah.
People would just instantly die.
Yeah. You can say that, yeah, because of the Bloom. And Sensui played it as if you basically made the most out of the situation, out of the Florin as well as the Faramis, right? And it just went down that route. And I believe that if you're the real thing that's missing from the side of Blacklist International is somebody to stay in front. Although Sensui kind of did that, he needs someone else. Like, so maybe some substitutes for the Florin might have been Tigreal, for example, can be there for the front lines. Or maybe they don't pick up if they really want to go for the Paquito, they pick a Thams perhaps for for Edward instead, because they already know that the Benedetta was the answer, and there are other heroes that the Blacklist International is a team that's known to pick up the Thams when they're put in this kind of situation.
I think that's why you have to kind of consider how much flexibility can this lineup from Blacklist International have.
Yeah.
Again, when we talk about some of the struggles that both these teams have, where it was shot calling here. Now in that game, they actually had some great defensive shot calls, but unfortunately for them, TNC was able to capitalize on positioning, and that's kind of what they did here. So we are going to be now jumping into draft for game number 2. You can already see it. TNC still going to be on this blue side here. They pick up the Minotaur right away.
Yeah. That means Blacklist has access to the Barretts or the Fredrin. I think they still pick up the Fredrin. Faramis is also open, so they might also pick that up.
Free rumors banned for Blacklist, by the way. Sorry, banned against TNC. So that's probably saying something, right? They probably think, you know what, Super Yoshi had a pretty good impact in that previous game. I guess we didn't, it wasn't just as apparent.
Yeah.
So, yeah, Blacklist still basically just respecting Super Yoshi, and that forces them to basically just pick out the Minotaur straight up.
Okay, there's the answer. Still going for the utility matchup that we're so used to seeing. It's going to be the Baksha, of course, the Fredrin. Yeah.
Let them come.
Yep.
They will
That's going to be
Benedetta
Benedetta
still.
Yeah. And
That's
maybe
cool.
the approach now for Blacklist will be different because they're now rocking the Vexana. So they go CC, yeah, attacking frontliner. Can also split sometimes. So that's really a good pickup coming up. Adjustment for Blacklist. The Faramis, interestingly, is the ban for Blacklist instead.
I was actually thinking the same thing. I thought they were probably going to pick the Faramis up. They banned it instead. So that's very curious. I guess Diggy is also something you'd want to ban out here if you're TNC. Just because of the impact that the Baksha and the Minotaur probably gives. And not to mention, it's also a bit of a comfort for players like Haji.
Yep.
Again, these are the things that get passed down, from previous
From the
teammates.
franchise,
You know what I mean? The Varia ban, that's good.
That's a smart ban here. Taking a look at Ryzen as well, the career hero stats, Lancelot, Baksha, Fredrin. Of course, people would still kind of like to see the Lancelot pop up time to time, but really it's just very difficult to make it work. And if you go with Assassin, it's more likely that you see the Nolan currently pop up. But still, the Baksha Fredrin matchup that we're so used to seeing here, this will be kind of crucial for Ryzen. Their rotation around the map whenever you have a Baksha is great. You can really put pressure there if you need to. So we'll see that. Carry's going to be the last ban, though.
Okay, so maybe Blacklist will just last pick their marksman, their gold laner. This time they can pick up the Haji hero. Do they want to go Florin once again? Maybe not. Okay, so that's Harith.
Huh.
Okay, good ban from TNC to take away the Kaja though. So that's definitely an answer. Okay, so without the Nathan, you just go back to Roger or Claude in this case. So you go Claude maybe.
Feels like a pretty good answer, yeah.
Aurora or Nana actually. Nana is good. Nana is actually really good for TNC.
I didn't cure the pain.
The Valentina.
Valentina
Standard.
comes through.
I wonder if Haji still remembers how to play a Cho.
I'm sure he does.
I mean, I feel like that could maybe be something you can use to kind of deal with the Minotaur Benedetta situation you've got going on. And maybe, again, one tool's to pick up the gold laner, or pick up, what do you call that? Assassinate, whatever.
Yeah.
The gold laner.
They still go Roger. Interesting.
Roger, interesting. All right.
Okay, so what do you pair up the Harith with the Cho actually? Cho or Kaja because they're
Kaja.
guaranteed stuns.
Kaja's banned out though.
Yep, that's banned. So Cho maybe.
Cho, I feel like
What a
Cho's
Franco.
Ooh.
Oh, what a Franco.
Maybe a little bit of a throwback. I know we've
Esson,
seen
come
him,
on,
yeah.
Esson, he's holding come on.
He's waiting for it.
He's waiting for it right there. Come on, do it. Cho or Franco, you show us something a little different because I feel like TNC has already prepared for all the usuals.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, you need, again, like the Franco is good in a way that they can frontline for the team. But yeah, Tigreal is looks to be a
High Grail, yeah.
very reliable option. And the Cho as well. And the Ruby, which we haven't talked about. Ruby's
yeah.
Actually, Ruby's the perfect one. Okay.
Okay,
There it is.
There it is.
Good call. Why the Ruby? If for those scratching their hand, Wolf, like why? Why Ruby?
So you can tank up, you can be in the front lines, and you have AoE stun that always is good with the Harith. You want that, and you don't necessarily give a big ultimate to the Valentina, so you're okay.
Okay, well, that is going to be both lineups here once again for TNC and Blacklist International. We'll see if TNC can cap it out here. Also looking up at the lineup ratings, it's not too different, right? A little bit of lead for Blacklist International according to the breakdown here. Now you guys can let us know once again on YouTube which team you're feeling more. Let us know with hashtag BLCK for Blacklist International or hashtag TNC with your user IDs and your user server IDs for a chance to win some diamonds.
Speaking of YouTube comments, CM the ML Analyst, what a nice name, says yes, Ruby is good too.
Well,
okay, well.
He agrees.
He is the analyst.
He is the analyst.
Oh, he is
We got it in his name. Let's jump into Land of Dawn here. It's game number 2, match point right now for TNC as they're trying to claw into, to fly, to soar into the playoffs if they can. But Blacklist International looking to end that here as we go into a game 2. Can they bring it to game 3 in this best of 3 series?
I'll not be surprised if this will be a game 3. The last time that both of these teams faced up against it was also the same situation where game 1 went to TNC, Blacklist took game number 2, and then TNC just finished it off. This time it's going to be Edward CC versus Benedetta. We know CC can actually win that lane, and Vexana for UM means that there's a lot of poke that's going to happen. They also force the Retribution onto Ryzen, also important. And the Harith for Blacklist, right? So they have good mixture of damage in the late game, like CC plus Harith. It means that you have physical and magic damage. But you know that the Roger kind of struggles versus the Harith. But then if you play this correctly, if you're Nomad, especially with this build, Impure Rage like a Benny Cutie, is going to get what? Thunderbolt or Windtalker first? It's going to be A-okay in the early stage.
Okay, so with that, again, you're kind of looking to see how this time around TNC, if they get the similar lead they had before, or if it's controlled by Blacklist International. You already mentioned Edward being on the CC can help with that, right? Because again, Heads was the one that got that 2-0 early lead in the lane, snowballed from there. So this time around, if Blacklist International can just keep things together, they're going to go soak in some of these XP cards, get that level 4 available to them before that first turtle comes up here. So we'll see how that first objective fight goes here. UA as well, waiting for that level 4. They might try to make a play even on Heads, but it's going to be spotted out. They get the level 4s, UA is just about to grab it, and now they head for this turtle here. So TNC gonna have to fight for positioning. Super Yoshi does not have that level 4 just yet, so that could be crucial for this fight.
It's actually great positioning right now for Haji and Edward, right up on the front, making sure Sensui has something to do. But look at that, the flank from Hatred coming in with the Eternal Guard, making sure, but Sensui still coming out on top with the Retribution. Staying true to the Infinix, keys to victory. Chases on for Haji. Oh, misses out just by an inch.
Just by an inch. But then Blacklist International, great plays from them. Super Yoshi wasn't level 4 yet during that moment. So despite the flank coming out from Hatred, they didn't deal the damage. Enough damage, I mean. And Blacklist International are abusing the fact that they have good early game compared to TNC.
Okay, so let's see again. Okay, some early damage, early pokes here, but Blacklist International guarding themselves. That first, objective already gives them this little advantage they can work around with. But can they find a kill? Hold on.
Yeah, they're looking for that right now. Oheb doing a pretty huge job, and Sensui first blood. Man, the Oheb difference with the Harith, you can feel it right away. So I agree, Wolf. Their early game is insane.
Insane. And the fact that they also denied that cart up top, the gold lane cart versus this Nomad Roger, that's actually pretty good. And they're trying to deny him even more. Might call on his teammates here. Up, Super Yoshi, check that one. They need the cart up top.
Look at the confidence here. Since we knows it, you want this card? You're going to have to work for it.
Well, right now, everything falling into place. Blacklist International continuing that lead. It's great for Blacklist International to kind of find this in the early game. Given the circumstance of their lineup, though, is TNC just the lineup where, hey, all right, we need a little more time? Obviously, we know that Roger's a little expensive, takes time to build up here, so maybe that's the game plan for TNC here, Wolf.
If you look at their composition, maybe not, but if you compare it with the opponent's composition, yeah, it is. So they just need to take their time. Like, individually, if you're just going to be isolating the five-man lineup here for TNC, you're going to think like, okay, this is early game. But if you compare that to Blacklist International, it's much better that they hedge their bets in the latter portions of the game.
I like this. Edward maximizing that CC right now. And he's basically outflanking heads each and every time. And once again, Sensui very clean with the Retribution. Now fighting off underneath this Eternal Guard. That Eternal Guard, you can't ignore it, bro. It hurts. But Edward's still gonna come out on top with a kill. Both Eternal Guards, by the way.
That's great to see.
They hurt. They hit like a tank.
Yeah. And now TNC will lose their purple buff. Blacklist International are not letting up. And they have found their condition, and their win condition is pretty simple. Winning the early game. Kind of felt like the damage output for TNC is lackluster for now, and OHIP just zoning out Nomad at this point.
It's actually insane they can do this now, but you know what? You get punished if you do it a little bit too much. Nice try with the curtain call, but not quite enough to survive against Free.
Well, got to give it up to the rookie here, the Savage rookie. Before Nomad, Savage as Bruno last game. The last recorded Savage in MPL PH by a rookie was in Season 7 by KarlTzy Lunox.
Oh, good times.
That's That's a while.
That's a long time. That's 6 seasons. Couple of 3 years?
Almost 3 years.
Man.
Yeah, that's...
Was that MSC? No, that was regular season. Regular season, yeah.
That was a season before I joined the league, boys.
Yeah.
Whew. That was a good time. I don't think I recall that matchup, but hold on.
Me too, I
Heads.
Oh my goodness, that's very aggressive here. Coming in from Blacklist's duo. Wow, full committal here for Blacklist, even though Head is joining the party. But Heads comes out alive by the skin of his teeth.
I was going to say, Heads gets away with his head. He's able to survive that one. What a time for him to stay alive.
You know what? That was close.
That was close.
Blacklist was almost there. They were at the shoulders.
And also defended the turret for a while. But now OHIP and the gang will be here. Does have the Electro final blow, so he can defend up top.
Ooh.
Any port in the storm for TNC, but no, they had it eventually will take out the Benedetta.
Man, look at this.
Capping up onto this purple buff. Super Yoshi already used up the Minoan 3. Gets punished here by Edwards. Coming in close here is Heads. He's coming in. He wants revenge. He's trying to see if he can find the target here, but it's going to be Hatred who gets it instead.
Okay, so a little response from TNC, but ultimately they're going to have to give up the turtle once again to Blacklist International. They'll go ahead and secure themselves that.
Yeah.
But is this at least something for TNC here? These small minor wins, Wolf?
For sure.
Are they able to help them in the later stages of the game?
Yeah, for sure. Because it was a kill by... Oh, it was Nomad. It wasn't Nomad that got the kill, so... Yeah, okay.
Assist gold. Still there. Getting as much as they can. And of course, Eternal Guard hurts. You have to run.
Yeah,
you have to basically create space. And you know what? That's exactly what Blacklist did.
Yeah.
Good little pressure down on the bottom side, though. Meanwhile, with all that happening on that top side, so they finally get that turret down. And that's why I was saying, these small wins, small minor wins, whether that's a turret space to work with on the map, whether it's a pickoff here and there, they could help TNC in the long run, of course, but it really does depend on, we know that it's a Blacklist International. Oh, hold on, Nomad.
Oh, Nomad! Wow, the
Here's
1v1. That usually shouldn't happen here, but right now OHIP doing as much as he can, maybe before he goes down. And that's Haji and Uek close by. I think they kind of saw Heads walk into the bush there, so they have to back off.
Yeah. OHIP definitely, that's a win for Blacklist International.
But he did get traded.
Yeah, he did get traded, but the fact of the matter is stopping Nomad from farming.
Oh.
Yeah. Like we said earlier,
good point.
Very expensive. This Roger needs time to kind of amp up and get to that point. And so with that, again, you know, you're looking at TNC, looking at the lineup that they have, seeing the deficit they're working against here. And with that, look at the items in the gold lane alone here. Quite a gap.
Yeah. It's gonna be difficult now for catch up for TNC, and it's not like Blacklis's composition from the previous game, where they have the Claude, which deals AoE damage. I'm not saying the TNC's lineup is not good in the late game. It's just that it's totally going to be different, because at least for the Claude you have AoE wave clear.
Yeah.
For TNC, for them to prolong the game, they will have to make miracles happen with Hatred's defense, maybe Heads as well.
Mostly single target, right, for TNC. And I think they're trying to leverage that right now. Super Yoshi, though, able to at least get the middle one's free onto the ground before he goes down. Heads trying to get up from the side. No one available to get taken out in Blacklist side, though. So, oh my goodness, this could be the Lord here.
Yeah. Surely going to be the Lord. Oh, Ryzen without retribution.
Oh no.
Takes so much time.
Haji! Whoa! What a pull-in! Coming in from Haji, of course, no follow-up damage. Edward not really built in terms of damage right now.
The yo-yo!
What the heck? He was playing under that turret so confidently.
Oh, Hatred. Is he going to go for it?
Agent Zero.
No, he's not.
Doesn't have the damage at this point.
Yep.
Head's still pushing up top, so looking for anything they can find, but even with that, again, Blacklist International still on this side of the jungle.
Coming in hard, though. It's going to be
Heads.
Ryzen. I think he might have been enough more than he could chew, and there you go. Eternal Guard to the face. But look at that. Heads on the back. He took out Yue.
Now he's going to get
That
cut off.
is huge. And they're going to go ahead, chase him off, trade him off. Electro-Final Bow canceled. And there you go. That's a 1 for 2.
Yeah. Any port in the store for TNC, that's what we're talking about. That kill onto Yue was super good, because it's still a -1 from Blacklist International. Maybe they can keep their holy defense up this time. They kept it in the middle. So that means that they can defend the next big minion wave. Nomad is in no man's land. Now okay.
He's going to get back. He has to.
Oh, he has to back off. And right now, they are going to be dealing with this without him for the next few seconds. Super Yoshi is under the turret. He is still alive, but very, very low. Rising up on front. Lord is going to be super duper low HP as well, so they will be able to clear. That might be disengage. Successful defense for TNC.
No, that's successful.
Yep.
They also kept their outer turret in the bottom lane, so it's actually more than TNC could have wished for. And they all started by Heads' play onto the backlines, taking out Yue. But in comes Blacklist International. They know that they have the strength in the power spike in this early game.
Confident Blacklist right now, but Haji is low. I think that's going to be another easy takeoff there. 4 Heads on the side. Didn't even really need to do anything much. Just go for the last hit.
Good pickup there. Also, key item pickups for TNC as well. That was the Malefic Roar being picked up for Heads. So you're wondering, are they getting to a point where they can actually win a team fight?
Well, not now. Maybe in the 15-minute mark, when they get the third item on Nomad.
Yeah.
By the way, the Eternal Guard that was copied by Hatred defended the bottom lane. That was okay. That's I don't know. The good news. I don't know how he was able to micro that and control that Eternal Guard, but he actually did the best play possible for TNC.
Hey, sometimes, you know, the Eternal Guard has a mind of its own, man. You just let it do its thing. That's what you do. But my question again about this was, is it really just down to Nomad getting the items that he needs? Yeah, he's nearly 3,000 gold behind, of course, Oheb. And when you're talking about these team fights in the damage department from Blacklist International, it's a lot to deal with if you're TNC, especially when you're trying to get into range of fighting against that Zaman force. And that's the tough part. It might be even better for TNC to just keep giving up the Lord for now to buy them those extra minutes you're talking about here, Wolf.
Yeah, I think, yes, Nomad is... Because he is the source of damage. I believe Hatred is nullified so much. Does have the one-hit potential still against Oheb. But then you need a lot of other damage sources here, apart from Heads as well as Hatred. So yeah, Nomad's item power spike is going to be important for TNC.
Right now, I feel like it's safer for TNC to just back off if this is Zaman force, right? Just give it up. At least for like 5 seconds, 10 seconds, and then go for the re-engage.
Cool. And right now, too, it's like Ryzen trying to find the right angle, driving on in.
There you go. They drive on in, and again, it will be problematic for Haji this time.
Force.
Here comes Heads. He's joining the middle of the fight. Sensui He got bursted down so quickly here. And now the damage is unreal coming in from TNC, who could manage a comeback here. If we're seeing this correctly, Eternal Guard is still being taken care of here, but it is 2v4. Edward super duper low. Yue already used up Eternal Guard.
Wow.
This could be a Lord.
What a fight for TNC. And again, it was, at this time, it was Heads that forced that suppression, the Winter Truncheon play coming out from Yue. Also was able to force the damage onto Oheb. And then Hatred, the finisher this time. Oh my goodness.
Oh my goodness, what the heck just happened
And look
there?
at Heads.
I think that was the Terrify, and now it's Heads just zoning out Yue here, absorb the Eternal Guard. I think he's gonna go down. It's 1-for-1. That was unbelievable. What happened to Edward there? Did he get stunned or something?
Yeah, but then again, the fact that it was an exchange and the TNC lost the Heads that moment, I think Blacklist might have even the better shot at this Lord fight.
Yeah, there was actually Edward going down there, bottom enough time to kind of stall it out. So now it's going to be Blacklist International with control over the Lord for now.
They're back.
And Ryzen was too low. The members of TNC were too low to deal with the Lord because of what Edward did.
Finally, a re-engagement here coming in from Blacklist, although
Heads is
TNC
up.
deciding they do not want to fight just yet. Maybe when Heads gets back on the field.
Oh no.
Okay, it's
which
half
is-
health.
Low.
It's half health though. This Lord take could be close. Blacklist going 4-man on mid, trying to see if they can maybe cut off Heads' rotation. Heads has been flanking non-stop here.
Okay.
So,
Once again, it's going to start up here. They went with that full reset. Both teams also just back into it. Full force. Edward.
Edward's gonna be the one caught out here. Curtain call, slows down Nomad. Oh my goodness, and then re-engage, counter-engage rather by Super Yoshi against
getting
Oheb.
there.
There's the Salmon Force on the side. It's gonna be Heads diving in, getting a lot of damage into the Blacklist members, but they're still alive. Nomad though, nice cleanup coming in from the Blacklist squad. Everyone's low, but I think they came out on top there. 3 members down for TNC.
Edward again. He's just playing the part. Gets the attention, forces a fight, and now they go for more.
Oheb going straight for Hatred there and takes down the turret on the way out. I think that you're correct. What do you call that? The curtain call. It locked down Nomad.
Yeah.
That was crucial.
That's crucial. Edward is working on the Lord. Can we look at the Lord health right now?
How low is it?
Even without Sensui,
They might take it.
they might take it. Oh, it was too slow.
It's-
Sensui will be up though.
They're going to be able to get it. They
Yeah.
got the Eternal Guard there as well. Lord versus Mini Lord. And there it is.
Blacklist. This time it was Edward just being very tanky. Great idea from TNC, but they didn't have enough damage. And then Nomad jumps in front, like literally in the bubble of Blacklist International, and then was controlled afterwards. Despite Super Yoshi tanking through, Blacklist International still managed to find the big opening out there. And now I believe that TNC is identifying, okay, we need Hatred for these fights. He's the AoE damage dealer in the finisher, if ever.
Yep.
For the kills.
We'll see it this time again. Yeah, there's a pretty big lead for Blacklist International, but TNC, they can actually win some of these fights.
Yeah.
It really depends on that setup potential. Also, Hatred, which ultimate is he going to use and help with this fight himself? So he doesn't have one just yet, but Lord and the rest of Blacklist here now.
Yep, diving in onto that. It's going to be, oh, that was a nice pull. That was a nice pull from Haji. They take out the crucial tank, the front line of TNC. 4 members still alive, Heads clearing up on top, and now they're trying to see if they can maybe finish this. Eternal Guard still up. Clear are the minions, though. So no minions means no push for Blacklist for the meantime, but maybe they can wait up for the next wave.
Yeah, they have the next wave.
Might still be able to push it in.
Good damage coming in from Edward as well, locking down Ryzen. And I think with that, we are going to a game number 3.
Blacklist International will do it in Game 2, extending the series to Game 3. TNC not able to keep up that time.
This time, overall team fighting coming out from the side of Blacklist International once again, proving to be really good. I believe Sensui with Brethren played so well, and then of course the early game advantage with the Harriet. Super well done coming up from Oheb. Took advantage of that.
Again, it was, I think it was just a really good mix of damage that this lineup had from Black International this time. You talked about it earlier as well with the Harith there and the CC, man. Edward, a lot of the times, like you're thinking, whoa, Edward, you're getting caught out. It kind of throws it back to game one, right? Where the Paquito, but it's like, no, this is CC.
Yeah.
I can survive some of this. And then like you guys mentioned, the current call as well.
Yeah.
Really just playing a great part for that whole lineup to round out here. And it just seemed like the whole time I was kind of wondering, all right, where is TNC going to find that win in terms of a team fight? And it looked like things were kind of getting there. They were kind of falling into place. It just didn't happen fast enough. The MVP for game 2, though, going to be none other than Yue. And you can hear, like, if you are here in the arena, I don't know if it's just that same person that's always shouting the Yue, but it's here.
Yeah, you
again,
can feel it.
Congratulations on that Vexana pick here. Great gameplay.
Yep. Massive gameplay from Yue, just outputting the damage that's needed for Blacklist International, going in for the Winter Truncheon plays as well. That also showed us how good he is when it comes to baiting the commitments coming out from TNC. And that's definitely going to be a problem for heads. I think that if you're playing the Benedetta, it's much better if you are ahead, because that means that your enemies will not have enough of a time to get the Winter Truncheon gold that's needed. And then TNC, unfortunately, fought the first 2 turtles despite them not having the advantage, and Blacklist International really just abused that factor. And Super Yoshi is easily taken out in this game. I think that there's always a merit to identify what first item you will get as the Minotaur. Of course, you're baited to go for the Flask of the Oasis, but sometimes it helps if you have other defensive items. Nomad also proving his worth as a gold laner. Massive plays from him, and that's Edward escaping death, certain death. Oheb with the Purify. And then, despite the jump coming out from his, there wasn't any more damage. Nomad, although he tried to go for the play on the Sensui, was still left in the middle of the fight for Blacklist International. And then Oheb, knowing that there's no other escape for Hatred at that point, has managed to run away into to run away with a kill, with murder up against that Valentina. And Hatred, unfortunately, far too late on him copying the ultimate of the Vexana. That's why he wasn't able to get anything out of it afterwards. And in this case, for the side of TNC, it's clear that when they needed the early stage to be in their favor before they're actually able to convert into the game. It looks like it's very scrappy for them, but we know that they can team fight, and that's one thing that maybe could be the trend for the next game. They might choose for heroes that are good at team fighting, because in this case, for TNC, they're good at splitting the map, and maybe they change this Roger to a good late game hero. We saw the Bruno in game number 1, and had it been that the Bruno was picked up in this game, maybe things could have been different. Maybe they have some strength in the early stages of the game, but unfortunately it wasn't the case, and Blacklist International comes up with a victory. And we can see that for Blacklist International, they picked up this Harith that prioritized the Starlium site into the Feather of Heaven, and at a certain point in this game, Nomad couldn't lane against Oheb. When we said that the Benny QT build would have been good, like that's Impure Rage and Thunderbelt as the priorities for the Roger, that might have been the choice for Nomad to kind of salvage his game, but unfortunately wasn't the case, and he allowed Oheb to be the carry of this game as well as the rich guy. 88,000 damage dealt by the Harith, and to take note, this is a Harith with a Vexana as a teammate, so that meant that he really did his job. Oheb, unfortunately for TNC, Nomad received 70,000 damage compared to Oheb as the Roger, as the gold laner. And that speaks for his aggression in this game and the fact that he's getting pummeled most of the time. And to be fair, despite the loss for TNC, I believe that Nomad played this game well enough. And now, when it comes to damage dealt, it's Oheb and then Hatred. Look at that, 74,000 damage compared to Yue, 55k. It's rare for a Valentina to out-damage the Vexana, but it seems like the Vexana is going to be the game changer in this game. Back-to-back wins for Yue, for the Vexana versus this Valentina. And this game that we saw. And then Edward also made a lot of wonderful plays in this game. And despite we despite us seeing the Benedetta being really good for the metagame that we have, we forget that the CC is actually still a pretty good hero, as you've seen in this game. Difficult to take down, difficult to also manage, and kind of is the way to deal with the Benedetta. So maybe teams that are picking up the Benedetta might look at the CC as one of the counters, I guess, or the lane counters at least.
Yeah, and I think that's yeah. Take a sip, Wolf.
Go ahead.
Great breakdown there. It was a lot happening, of course, in that game, game number 2, and now so. I think we've talked about this before. A good answer to the Roger when you see that Roger pop up in a game, or maybe in your games over at home, you pick up the Harith, right? It seems to be a pretty good matchup against the Roger in the gold lane.
And I really like, I don't know if a lot of people will agree here, but for some reason, for the past few games of Blacklist International, I like the Blacklist International that don't rely too much on the counter push.
Wow.
I like it when they're more proactive. Like in this game, no healing or anything, just wham, bam, just punching on each other. Maybe this is a new style they can kind of adapt, where they don't necessarily need to take all the hits and then punch back. Just do the punching yourself. Just do the work yourself. They look good at that one.
Could be the answer. And I think that's a good point, Rockhart, because honestly, it feels like Blacklist International this season anyway has, I mean, we associate them so much with the Ube strat.
Yeah.
People around the world did as well. And I think they're in this phase where it's like, okay, that's not so much our playstyle anymore. Like, yeah, we can still have that up our sleeve, but we're trying to develop this new also playstyle of this lineup of Blacklist International. And I think we've seen that kind of develop over the season so far. Now, with this game too, the way they played that, it worked for them. And you see that happen, right? Because even from game 1 where they picked up the floor, and it's like, all right, well, this isn't 100% Ube, if you will, but there is a, you know, this big kind of true healing going through and everything like that. So I would also like to see Blacklist International test the waters a little more with this kind of lineup that they had, with maybe even something new as they approach some of the next matchups they have even after this week 5 closes out. So again, we can only contemplate so much here on what could happen in game 3 ahead of us, because honestly, guys, there's been a lot of sweeps going on, you know,
Many sweeps
throughout the regular season, not just this weekend alone.
Last weekend was all sweeps.
Yeah, exactly. So I'm wondering how either of these teams kind of adjust. But before that, we want to go ahead and welcome once again all of our viewers that are watching on TikTok to go ahead and join the Goodie Bag Lottery and be one of the lucky winners today.
What's up, TikTokers? Just go to TikTok and open the MPL Philippines TikTok channel. That's at MPL PH_official. And then click on the official live stream. And once you're there, top left, wow, we know where to point now. Click on the goodie bag. That's gonna be there until the base breaks. Make sure to click it before the base breaks. Once it breaks, it's gone.
Yeah, by the way, some people have asked, I thought it was like when the game started, I thought it was before the base breaks. It's random, guys.
It's random.
Depending on the week, not like randomly here.
Yeah. To be fair, the entire time before the base breaks is quite a long time. You know,
that's true.
That's true.
So you're still correct, I think.
You were yeah, that's true. Now that I think about it, Wolf, that's true. You're right. But again, and also for everybody watching on YouTube, yes, we see you. We are, of course, also keeping an eye out for you guys that are joining the giveaway happening on YouTube. So wherever you decide to watch and join us, feel free to join the giveaways and goodie bags here. Now, we're just a couple minutes away here from the 3rd game. I know you guys have both shared things about this matchup, and again, we have to talk about what's sort of, in a way, what's on the line. Because every time we get to this point in the regular season, we start to really feel the pressure of playoffs.
Yep.
The pressure for these teams building up here.
It's funny because I literally saw Ben Fing's post. He hates the number 8 right now.
Yeah.
And I feel for the guy, you know. I know exactly what he's been going through. And he's been going through that for how many seasons now?
Yeah.
So the stakes, it's hard to not talk about that when you're talking about TNC.
Yeah. Well, you can see that TNC has the capabilities to win team fights, right?
They can fight.
They can really team fight, but sometimes, you know, you cannot discredit what Blacklist International is doing as a team. Like, Blacklist International also has great team fighting in them. Like we saw that, and between the two teams that struggles, it's really difficult to see them kind of fight off against each other when we know that both of them are in the quote-unquote red zone. I mean, Blacklist International technically isn't, but if they do lose this, that means that TNC will probably have a better shot at the playoffs. Remember, if TNC wins this will be the two series that TNC have won are against Blacklist. So if there will be a tiebreaker eventually, the TNC will be coming up on top.
The head-to-head.
Exactly.
Oh my goodness.
Because they also get 3 points if they win.
That's
if they
right.
win this, right?
That's
So
right.
taking a look as well for Blacklist International, their top 5 pick heroes, the Arlott, the Nathan, the Fredrin, the Xana, and the Barretts here. And so far, like we've said, based on these heroes, based on the different games that we've seen Blacklist International play, they have done their own experimentation, throughout the regular season here. And really, when you look at these top picks for Blacklist International, kind of paints that picture as well. I'm wondering if we actually see the Nathan kind of pop up here, for example, for this next matchup. The Arlott, we've seen so much of Arlott lately from other teams, so to speak. So again, what kind of falls into place here, and really, what is that game plan for both of these teams? Because yeah, we know the Phoenix Army is out there, guys. We know that TNC has, these avid fans that really want to see them succeed and rise up, because we've had glimpses of that. The best season they had goes back to season 9.
Season 9, yeah.
It was season
Third
9.
place.
Third place, and that was a very fun season because you had these,
roller coaster.
Yeah, it was a roller coaster, but you had so much of this story from TNC as well, kind of building up there. And so, they've been trying to find that from seasons after that, and unfortunately, they've been struggling. But this is the thing. These teams kind of have to go through this. This is the typical, ebb and flow, if you will, of teams here in the organizations in the league. So with all that being said, let's jump into Game 3 draft here between TNC and Blacklist International. This time around, it's still TNC on that blue side, Blacklist on the red here. Oh, Louis Yi picked up first for TNC.
And now we know we are gonna have some fun today.
Yep.
Today.
Okay. I believe that the answer should be Fredrin here for Blacklist. They really like that hero. Maybe not the Faramis to go with it. Maybe Fredrin and CC, I think.
CC's banned out.
Oh, CC's banned.
Oh,
okay.
CC's banned.
That's right.
Taking out a picture
So, they picked up Benedetta.
blooms.
Right. Here we go. And there's
Finally, says Agent Zero.
Okay.
Oh, I can finally use it? Really?
Oh, finally?
This is the game to pull
real
it out,
life?
though, right? Like, this is the one. And they go for it, so they lock that in. I'm wondering, guys, think about all the crazy combinations of Louis Yi we've seen. Like, not just here, but even in other regions.
Yeah.
Now that are utilizing this Louis Yi pick, and some of the great uses of, obviously, the diversions, the great use with some of the other heroes like we've seen even before, of course, like the Claude still being available. So, let's see.
Barretts and the Paquito. Okay. Paquito, the counter for Benedetta. And the Barretts, obviously, the jungler here. Well, Blacklist, now is the right time to pick up the Florin, I believe.
Is it?
Well, not literally this slot, but I think this game.
This game.
Yeah.
Right.
Because
why do you feel that way, Wolf?
So that you will be able to support your teammates even when you're far away. The global presence of the Louis should be countered by a global healing, I would say.
Global versus global.
Is that like in general?
Not really.
Not
But knowing Blacklist, maybe that's the way to go.
Huh.
A Novaria pickup.
Well, that's a classic Yue hero, so I would say that's pretty good.
I like that pickup.
Yeah. The Grok obviously is a good ban here. Maybe a Ruby gonna be banned by Blacklist eventually. Super Yoshi likes that, and then Ruby plus Ruby plus Louis. It's gonna be good. Masha is a hero that is also being considered here. That could be good for Super Yoshi. Not sure if Blacklist will allow that Louis Masha to be picked up.
That's explosive, right? Like that's like literally sending a bomb.
Exactly.
Intercontinental ballistic Masha.
Yes. Exactly.
It's an ICBM.
Exactly.
Oh my goodness. And then you don't want that, especially when that happens. one of the most vulnerable parts of this Blacklist lineup is going to be OHEB as well.
Yep.
So yeah, you're right. That's scary.
Makes me think that Blacklist might just last pick the OHEB hero, and maybe ban that Masha just so that they will have less problems. Ban Masha or Ruby up against Super Yoshi.
I almost feel like it's better to just go ahead and maybe do the Ruby. I don't know, Masha can be pretty scary, but maybe they go with a Ruby this time around.
You like that Ruby game in
Yeah.
the previous gun?
Yeah, that was an interesting one. Oh, they go with the Masha though, so
Less problems, man.
there's the call.
Less stress in life.
Less stress in life, like we talked about earlier.
Why would you like leave a stressor out there?
Yeah.
Like if you have the capability to remove a stressor from your life, just pull the trigger, right?
This is a stressor in the previous game for TNC. The 30 games played from OHEB on this Harith, 23-7.
Man.
That's pretty good.
Oh, pretty good. It's above, I believe, 70?
Some would say that's pro level.
Yeah, okay.
Oh, yeah, probably, right? 27 bit. Come on.
Yeah.
27.
You know what else is at pro level?
What?
My gourd win rate.
Of course.
What is your gourd win rate? Nice.
72% with
Wow.
1,000 with
1,000 games.
1,300. Oh, wait, sorry, 1,034 games.
Man, okay.
Thank you for
That's-
making me look at my win rate again.
You're welcome. All right, let's get through it. The Ruby's banned out on the other side. So now, first pick for the second phase is going to come up from Blacklist International. What are we feeling here?
Hajiro Kaja looks good. Kaja, and then they can close it up with a Harith, and TNC will face so many problems when that happens. And there's also that Florin that we're talking about.
I've been waiting
So
for
carry,
too long.
Kaja still is potential here for Blacklist, unless TNC picks that up for themselves.
Ooh, that's also pretty good. That's almost
Yeah.
gonna secure a kill.
Yep.
Whoever gets
Kaja
beaten up
Roger.
there.
I mean, yeah, Kaja Roger looks good for TNC. The benefit of having the Roger is you have confirmed kills because if their enemy has basically the Roger has passive Blade of Despair, right?
Right.
So, or activatable actually Blade of Despair. It's not an actual passive. Do you get my meaning?
Yes, I understand. We understand, Wolf.
Yeah.
You know?
This is one of the moments where maybe Faramis Rome can make it happen for Blacklist.
Oh, there it is.
But there's a Kaja.
Kaja!
Kaja Bruno. Okay.
Okay. I'm
I
sure
like-
you're liking the Bruno here.
Yep, I like it.
I hope it becomes like a no-mid staple.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah?
Like, strike where the iron is
Signature.
hot, right? I mean, his Bruno game number 1's pretty hot, so makes a lot of sense here. The
Pretty hot,
Blacklist.
got a savage.
Yeah. Florin looks really enticing now for Blacklist. Apart from that, maybe a Cho for themselves?
Cho, come on, Cho, please. Show us you still have it.
Fading away.
Selena, okay.
I heard someone scream at the audience.
Baloyski.
Really?
Dumita Baloyski.
Wait, I'm kind of wow.
Wow.
I do have to say that big shout out to CM, the ML analyst. He said Selena. Big shout out to him in
Did
chat.
he?
Yep.
He read
He did
that.
say. He is the ML analyst,
He
man.
is.
He said Selena Haji, let's go. Show us your Selena.
Because
Hey.
this has happened before, the Selena Novaria.
Selena
right?
Novaria. Yeah.
Increase your... you have a lot of, I guess, reach, maybe, because of the hitbox just increasing. And that stun is going to be very deadly. And at the same time, you have a lot of influence in the map, right? And then Kaja hates playing against a Selena because of the traps. You know, you can run around easily. Yeah, so very interesting pickup. Like I said, it has worked before. This is a Baloyski, a boy combo back in MPL Indonesia.
Ooh. Well, let's find out here if this is going to work for Blacklist International or TNC can turn things around. Into the land of Dawn we go. It's come down to this one game and game number 3 of TNC and Blacklist International. And it's been a minute, gentlemen, that we've seen the Selena in the land of Dawn here in the Philippines. So we'll see how this time around a master of Haji can pull on through with this pick.
I think the last guy who used it was from Onyx, and that was with Etomax as the coach. So
Oh, you mean like in the MPL Philippines?
here, yeah.
That's
Last
right.
time we used it here. Like that was week 2 or
Yeah,
week
that's
something.
right.
Yeah.
Together with, well, not literally with the Louis, but it was also the same week.
Same
that
week.
They picked up the Louis. When
Good
Louis
times.
wasn't cool yet.
Did it before it was cool.
Yeah.
Trendsetters. Well, with that, you know, given how this is going, and Nomad as well, you do still have to consider the fact that there is a Kaja. There's a great pickoff potential from TNC.
Yeah.
There also is, again, with Selena, this is, like I said, it's a hero that the potential is there, and you constantly have to worry about dodging those abyssal arrows. So it's something that can work for Blacklist International, and it's really something, it's almost a mini game for TNC to deal with.
Exactly.
You know?
And not only that, they have to dodge the Star Shatter too.
Yeah.
So it's like a...
My guy, you are in your own game within a game.
Yeah.
And with all of that, imagine the amount of time you can buy for the carry. Amount of time you can buy for maybe Edward to make something happen across the map.
Yeah.
It's good points here. Again, waiting for that first turtle to come up. Both teams going to be working to get those level 4s available here. And similarly, like we saw earlier, I'm wondering if Super Yoshi's going to be able to get that level 4, get that Divine Judgment. Doesn't look like he's going to be able to. Has to flicker as well. So he's dealing with it. Yep.
Okay.
And right now,
We got the blue. We got the move though. We got the
Diversion.
move
Oh
coming in,
my
and the
God.
duality actually proc, which means the damage was through the roof.
Oh my god.
I call that a diversion. Good
Whoa,
job,
okay.
Super Yoshi.
Okay.
That was explosive.
I did not expect that at all. I mean, clearly, Blacklist International also did not expect that. And the fact that they took away both positions 4 and 5 so easily,
Yeah.
it's like a massive bonus now. They don't have to worry about retribution. Well, smartly though, TNC will not invade. And now, Sensui, that was the right thing to do.
We highlighted this last week where we were surprised by how much damage Super Friends was doing on the Louis. Then people forgot, you know what, the Louis passive, it's insane when two targets are together and they have a different charge.
1v1, it's so bad.
Yeah.
But if there are 2 people, it's like or at least 2 people, more, and even more, it really amps it up. So it's a weird hero to have. Like Louis going up against one player is super weak.
Yep.
But when there are two opponents, it becomes very strong.
When they're especially bunched up, right?
Yeah,
The
exactly.
way that it works, and that's where she really gets to shine. I mean, even with the lethal ignition, having that emblem set, the damage, the poke potential is great. And Super Yoshi, now that he has the Divine Judgment available, he's just kind of gonna most likely wait the next 23 seconds for that flicker to be available, and then they always have this kind of on-command pick-off potential that they can throw at Blacklist International. And you have to consider the fact, too, that if they get that automatic -1, let's say they really get that Divine Judgment off, they get a kill for TNC, numbers advantage-wise, it's going to help them because at the same time, you can use the diversion with that. We saw this, I think it was just yesterday, where that play was made with the diversion into the conceal with the Kaja.
Yeah. And there are traps all over the place. Like I said, it's difficult to play the Kaja when there's a Selena. And you also... That's probably the reason why Blacklist International allowed the Louis to be picked up, because they know that they can be prepared. Because you can put the Selena traps on typical Louis teleport or portal places, diversion places, and then have extra information for your team.
Wow. Oh, there it is.
There you go. Finally, a successful activation of the Kaja. Divine Judgment. Obviously, Suido quite tanky as a Fredrin. But imagine that's going to be the frontliner for Blacklist down in very low HP, so that they might not be able to respond to this turtle right now. They will be giving it up.
Is that a diversion play?
Where is it? Where's on the side? There you go. Oheb. He's the target. Does he know this though? Does he know this?
Oh, he does. He dodged one spell. That's enough.
The flicker though.
I think he missed out on the timing where he, Divine Judgment's on cooldown. I think he missed on the comms there. So that's huge for TNC. Huge win up on top. That means they will have to give away that turret.
Man, I really like what Sensui is doing right now. He's taking away important jungle creeps away from Ryzen. So despite Blacklist International struggling, I think that they'll have a good shot on the next Lord just because of the EXP gap. And Sensui is not trailing behind when it comes to the farm. So it's really good stuff that you're seeing from Sensui and his instinct.
I think again, you're just kind of when it's this situation, you're like, I just got to get what I can.
Yeah.
And if that's, you know, parts of the enemy jungle of TNC, then
Ooh, that
Blacklist
combo.
can work with that.
combo.
And if they can, it's really like, well, we just wait to meet TNC in these objectives, because right now, like you guys mentioned, they've kind of just had to give up these 2 turtles. Right now, TNC setting that pace. But we'll see if they're punished as the farming continues up here for Blacklist International. If you're really looking for that silver lining for Blacklist, it's, okay, well, they haven't had too many deaths. It's only 2. They only have a 2K gold lead to work against. But TNC, on the other hand, they've got great setup potential, great diversions that can be set up here. Again, great pickoff potential with that. And like we said earlier, Nomad on this Bruno, where you got a Savage in game 1, could help them out here. Heads going to spawn out Edward, trying to set up on the backside. And they set things up. Diversion again.
Another diversion. It's only
Right.
like 2 people being sent out. And you know what? The advantage that you also have of this arena is these traps are just so good. You can check so many bushes and maybe be safer. Nomad 1v1 with Sensui.
That's an oof.
How did that start?
Big oof. The Purified not gonna work versus a Fredrin that has a lot of stunts to have. And then it happened because Sensui is farming constantly. He didn't stop farming.
The
Go for
mini
Haji.
stun. Super Yoshi used the flicker and the
Oh,
combo
no.
with the Divine Judgment, but no follow-up. That is a huge ultimate being used up, and there is a turtle on the map.
Oh man, TNC making the bad plays now.
Uh-oh.
Right, a lot of vision being given off by the Astral Echo. Ryzen taken out, and there you go. It's suddenly a 4v5 for Blacklist.
I'm surprised TNC just didn't give this turtle up. As soon as
Yeah.
Nomad went down, I don't know. They should have probably just been like, you
I
know
agree.
what? And especially when the Divine Judgment didn't work out for them. It should have been.
Oh no.
Let's call it back.
Yep. Fortunately for TNC, it was Super Yoshi to take that orange buff. But now, I do agree with you, especially because we don't have the Kaja ultimate up. That's you consider yourself dead if you're Super Yoshi if you don't have the time if the Divine Judgment, right? So
Yep.
it's practically a 5v3 at that moment.
3.5.
Yeah. So yeah, and I now see the combo for Blacklist. Edward with a Petrify. That confirms 1 stun, so you can follow up with another stun from Haji and then the damage from Yue.
They can do it from very far away.
Exactly. So that's a scary stuff for sure for TNC.
And right now, TNC, that lead they had, that little bit of lead like we were talking about, completely diminished at this point just from that whole interaction for that 3rd turtle of the game for Blacklist International over the Securite. So now this sets themselves up. You already mentioned this earlier, Wolf. Their fighting potential, the team fight potential that Blacklist International has is actually pretty good.
Yep.
And also Edward picking up the Malefic Roar here. Nomad really needs to be careful with his positioning.
Yes.
He isn't exactly where he needs to be just yet. Yeah, he's got that Purify, but like you mentioned, that only helps so much dealing with the lineup that Blacklist has here. So in 30 seconds or so, we're going to find that Lord come up, and both teams trying to get that space they can work with, get some of these tier 1s down, some of these other turrets. And as they even out, oh, there's another diversion play, but not going to be able to find anything.
I also have the Echo still in there, so they were caught. Oh, that's Hatred going to be hit by a Whistle Arrow up at this point, and Blacklist quietly taking over the game.
Yep, slowly but surely for sure, especially with Agent Zero just starting to get warmed up. Although he is against Heads, I really like the Bakido pickup here. Kind of make sure that you can have a chance to chase Agent Zero, but again, we're yet to see what he can actually do here. Oh man, nice guess here from you with. Hits up 2 members of TNC, and now it's going to be Blacklist who seem to want to get something done here on the mid.
Oh, that's such a good interaction too. Land the arrow, land the shot, you know, land that scatter shot as well, work around that. And so now, or Star Shatter, sorry.
Astral Echo.
Yep, the Echo's going to come down, so now Lord's up here, half health. But you can see, even with this, they still have to be cautioned how they walk up to this. Hatred of Yoshi.
Whoa!
God.
What?
How does he know?
Whoa, no way.
That's how you stop that setup.
That's how you stop that setup. Man, oh man. And that was not a joke. That was actually max damage, I think, on the Astral Echo. Sorry.
Spotted again.
Recall, and there you go. That's going to be 2v2, 2v4 right there. That might be a sacrifice. The team fight looks really bad for Blacklist. The free members from the back can't join the 2 on the front.
Wow!
Isolated.
Good isolation coming out from TNC, and Ryzen just tanky enough to kind of hold his ground, soak some of the damage from Blacklist International, and then equalize it with that beautiful Daytona's welcome.
Man, neither team able to secure the Lord just yet.
Full
Getting spun
info.
out. Diversion coming in to support this play here.
Complete 5-man squad again for TNC, and now it's still 3v5. Here for Blacklist. Oheb, for some reason, trying to see if he can get some fight done with Nomad, but it is a no-go. It's TNC coming out with the Lord. Now with more damage coming in, Ryzen absorbing all of that. For some reason, he's tanky enough, though.
Yeah, going for the Sky Helmet, good decision. And then the Kiras. Back in Season 6, I remember Barretts as one of those heroes that counters the Selena just because of the... because back then, resilience wasn't that big of a thing.
Yeah.
And Barretts is one of those heroes with natural resilience. And resilience is basically reducing the amount of time controlled.
Tough boots.
Yeah, basically.
Yeah.
And so that's why Ryzen can afford to get that, and the Sky Guardian helmet helps a lot.
We'll see how they play around this again. A lot of shots here from Haji, landing about 26% of them.
It looks kind of bad, but don't forget he also uses check bushes.
Yeah, exactly.
So right now it's gonna be Super Yoshi caught up here.
God.
Energy eruption forces them to fuse a flicker there, and he could have been very bad, but at least they're alive.
Better not land on a trap there, Super Yoshi. So he's going to be fine. Blacklist International makes quick work of the Lord. They hold on to as much as they can here.
Yep.
TNC, though, finding themselves again in a small lead that they lost earlier. So it's a pendulum right now between both teams here.
Yep.
Blacklist, though.
Woo, damage difference. Okay. Interestingly, Yoshi dealt more damage. Well, it's a roaming Selena, by the way, so that's alright. But then, the Novaria, look at that. That's the thing with the Novaria. No matter what happens, you have an impact.
Yep, no matter what happens, you're able to siege from a distance, and that really does help. Hatred, though, picking up the Divine Glaive, especially now with this part of the game where you're going to have Blacklist International kind of bunching up a little bit in some situations. That's where the Lu Yi can really shine when you have these damage items available.
Yeah.
So other parts, gold lane looking pretty even as well here.
And I would say that despite TNC leading by 2K, this probably doesn't matter at all at this game. Like, probably leads don't matter as much. I think that it will boil down to actual gameplay. Like how Blacklist International are trying to hit their shots with both you and Haji. And then conversely, it's the ultimate from Hatred that if they find a big opening, which they're trying to do now, it's just for scouting at this point. Yeah, that's just about, what, 22 seconds at max level. So, yeah.
Very short cooldown.
Short cooldown.
This Novaria Selena line duo is like a literal embodiment of shoot your shot. You might not always find the target, but as long as you shoot your shot, you could provide vision, you're providing info. Maybe for next time, you'll do better.
Yeah, I mean, think how much coverage you actually have with both those heroes. You know, working together, being able to getting information. As if the Echo isn't enough, you know, to get that information that you need here.
Astral Echo is like the big guns, you know.
Yeah, so with that, Blacklist International has quite a bit of vision available to them, and they don't want to actually commit to this lore just yet because even so, TNC has good damage potential. My big part here for Blacklist.
Oh my god!
Oh my goodness! Seriously, look at that! So much area of effect damage. It's so hard to get near these Blacklist members. Oh my god, I can't stress that enough.
Talk about zone. Like, this is zone pressure that you're just dealing with.
So much artillery you have to deal with.
Oh man.
I think unless this can be stopped here, this looks like Blacklist might be able to just take this. Horizon Nomad gets the information. There's Heads and Hatred as well on the top side. It's going to go through a soft reset. Conceal. Play. Yoshi, though.
Oh, Yoshi. Nice catch up on Edward here. Will be able to walk out, but goes back in with the elective final blow. That's going to be one kill coming over. Make that two. Nomad's out as well. Man, Oheb's looking really fire right now. And again, because all of the attention is on the other members, Oheb can just do whatever he wants.
And I think that's definitely bad decision from TNC to go for Edward. I'm sure that Edward is the only one that they can reach with Divine Judgment, but that doesn't mean that he is the right target to go to because of the fact that he can just eye for an eye out there. Right? They don't have the damage as well. So that's a really bad decision. Look at that shot.
Oh my goodness, another one going down there, and that's going to be an instant assassination onto Hatred. Ryzen not going to be able to sustain against a carry.
Man.
That shredding damage coming in from OHEB is unbelievable.
Oh, look at that. Haji going into this bush.
That's where you're starting to see it again. This, you know, you guys got to think about this. If you've never played against this before, the amount of mental clarity you need to deal with dodging all of these shots being thrown at you from Blacklist International.
Oh my god.
Look at that. It was moving. That was a moving target, but Head still got hit with the arrow. And now it's going to be the push up on the mid and on the bottom as well. Edward just doing Edward things.
Oh no.
Agent Zero making it hard. And he is a moving target as well, but looks like it's going to be cleared up. Nice defense coming in from TNC so far. Dodging some of these shots, make sure that they can clear their base.
Clean siege coming up from Blacklist. They got to almost take it out the third without anyone falling. And now Blacklist International definitely in control of this game.
Both Hatred and Ryzen picking up those Winter Tranchets to be available here. The real-time win rate flip-flopping. Now big favor for Blacklist International. We take a look quickly at the items here. You mentioned earlier, the leads don't matter much, but how about the items?
Items matter so much because now it means that OHEB can one-shot people.
Oh, Edward!
Immortality
Pop, he still has some of these skills, but not going to be able to use them at all.
Okay, no.
Nice pick off there from TNC.
Unfortunately, Hatred got the orange, so it's a little bit of a oof there for TNC. Definitely want to give it to Nomad at this point because any additional damage source is going to be much welcome for the Bruno.
Yeah.
But that taking out Edward though, that's a massive play.
It's a good start.
TNC. Good start.
I was about to ask, like, what does TNC actually need to do to play around it?
Yeah.
You know, play around these stuns and these skill shots. And you know what? That's one of them.
Yeah.
Try to get a pick off when it matters.
Exactly.
And just deal with the fact that you kind of have to accept, like, all right, we're like, no matter where we are, we're gonna get somehow spotted out. Like, Blacklist is gonna know where we are. So how can we utilize? Yeah, how can we utilize the Luyi pick? I think that's really where they have to go, and that's working against the traps even. You know, for the most part. So that's a key factor here for TNC is how do we utilize this diversion play, especially when we're talking about in the next 10 seconds when that Lord comes up. If they can somehow find a surprise angle on Blacklist International, I think they can actually find a win in the team fight. But right now, it's dealing with this vision control.
Which, again, is super doubly hard to make a good Luyi play.
I like it. Super doubly.
Super doubly hard to make a Luyi play because of the traps everywhere.
Exactly.
So even if you do find a good flank, Blacklist will be aware of it, and they can plan. But I guess you have to get to a point where they're aware, but they can't do anything about it.
Yeah. For TNT, I think the most ideal scenario for them is just like in Lord number 1 where Edward eventually runs in front of Ryzen and then they isolate it with the damage that they have and then they keep Nomad safe. So probably is the case here. But Ryzen, especially with the damage output that OHEB can bring to the table now, kind of feels like they don't want to, they cannot put Ryzen up there as much as they would. And look at the traps. They're being prepared. Oh, they have been found out.
See what I mean? See what I mean? It's so difficult to make a play, and now it's going to be Blacklist going non-stop into the fights here. And it's still going to be basically 1-for-1 happening right now. It's going to be Blacklist with that Lord. And now, the jump in by OHEB with a flicker forward. Nomad, though, trying to see if he can get a death. Get a kill, but yeah, the emo difference was real, and now Haji starting to feel it. They know they got this, and that's a wipeout. Blacklist come out on top against TNC in that Lord fight, and they take the series 2-1.
The victory pose, the victory recalls. The agents do it. Blacklist International take the series. And a nice showing there once again. Great gameplay, great counter to that diversion.
Last picked Selena. It works. No way. Selena Novaria, it works. I mean, it's insane. It's insane. And the fact of the matter is, TNC had a great idea, but the positioning of the trap is not exactly in the... It's not on the edge. It's not in the middle. It's not in the right side. It's like... It's off, right? So that Hatred actually tried to go for that play where he's going to put the diversion in a spot where it's quite different. So they weren't found out. But yeah, unfortunately for TNC, this Louis pick that they tried to do, even when they started so well, didn't end well for them.
Again, great to see this pickup come through, but it's a good answer to the Louis and dealing with some of those diversion plays as we saw there, and really just controlling vision in the map with the pair of that Novaria, with that Selena, making it work here. TNC, they take their bow once again. They aren't able to win this series like in their previous meeting with Blacklist International in the beginning of the season, where they got some of their first points of the regular season. So they still have to calibrate here. Do they have enough time? But it's Blacklist International with this win, and we're going to hear from them alongside our hosts, Mara and Hans.
Once again, congratulations to Blacklist International. All right, let me hear it from you, Blacklist. Congratulations. Now, ayan, nandito rin si Rana J. Oheb, last time that you guys played against TNC, natalo kayo. So anong feeling na bawian nyo sila this time, especially pagkatapos ng savage nung counterpart, na savage kayo nung kalaban nyo? Anong feeling ngayon?
Masaya kasi ngayon nakagain na kami ng momentum kasi papalapit na rin yung playoffs, so kailangan talaga naming manalo, maka-score ng points. So sobrang laking tulong na nanalo kami kahapon tsaka ngayon para makagain kami ng momentum going forward.
Oo nga, 3 points para sa panalo ngayon.
At maganda yung lang ipinakita doon. This time, I wanna ask Haji. Haji, before we head on to this match, pinalabas namin yung video about Coach Bonchan addressing yung shot calling issue na kinakailangan ng team to move forward. Sa tingin mo ba, with the consecutive victories na nakuha nyo this week, nakuha nyo na yung timpla or na-address nyo na yung issue regarding that?
Tingin po, konti pa. Kasi, tingin ko di pa ako perfect mag-shot call pero tinatry ko naman po. Basta tiwala lang po yung kampi ko. Walang hesitation po sa naisip kong play, ganun.
Tiwala ang players, tiwala ang coaches, tiwala rin ang Blacklist agents sa kaya mong gawin. This time around, I'm gonna be asking you one more question kasi hindi ka lang nagpakitang gilas in terms of shot calls. You've also used Selena in this game.
Selena, gumana.
Isang hero na madalas hindi natin nakikita for this season. What was the reason behind the Selena pick?
Ano po?
Ano yung rason kung bakit nyo na-pick up yung Selena in this one?
Trip lang po ni Coach Bon. Tsaka po kanina po kasi, nung nagpa-practice po kami, parang may nakalaban po kaming gano'n na Selena. So, hindi ko po siya na-practice, biglaan lang po na nagamit.
So hindi niya ba na-practice?
Opo, pasok lang po sa lineup ng kalaban. Kaya,
So idea mo daw yon, Coach Bon?
Biglaan lang kasi siyempre matagal ko ng teammate si Haji, naalala ko dati, magaling talaga siyang mag-Selena. Then, ayun, si Kagad, Selena main. 5K matches. Kaya, ayun, nakapag-Selena kami ng biglaan, although hindi na-practice. Good risk naman siya dahil alam naman nung gagamit na alam niyang gamitin.
Wow, hindi nakapag-practice, pero that's one of the reasons kung bakit na-surprise yung kalaban at sila ngayon ang nagugi. And ang ating MVP of Game 3, Oheb! Oheb, once again, congratulations! Ikaw ang MVP. Ano naman mensahe mo sa lahat ng ating mga manonood?
Maraming salamat sa mga sumusuporta sa amin kahit puro talo kami ng mga nakaraan. Mas gagalingan namin tsaka mas ayusin namin mga laro namin sa mga susunod namin na laban.
Congratulations! It's time para magbuko juice ka na mamaya. Once again, congratulations to Blacklist. You may now take your bow. And next, you'll hear this once again. You may now take your walk of victory. Narinig ulit ni Dexstar at ng Blacklist International ang word na victory for today.
Mara, yun ini-interview mo kanina, we were talking to Haji a while ago, the other players were saying na magic bunot yung Selena. And it seemed like it worked pretty fine dahil nakuha nila ang series victory.
Nakaka-surprise nga, pero nasurpresa din ba ang ating mga casters? We're gonna break down the analysis for you. Casters, paso.
Thank you again. Great to hear from Blacklist International and kind of what fell into place here for them for this matchup. You mentioned this earlier too, Wolf, before you break down the game. You saw this picked up, right? You saw the Selena pick up here, and that maybe that's some of the inspiration. Taking a look at the MVP here as well. It's OHEB.
5-0-3. Knowing full well how to manage this Barretts, Blacklist International have drafted a carry. And in the last Lord Takes, you've seen how good it is. The efficacy of the carry going up against the Barretts is really felt in that particular game, especially because there wasn't anyone to kind of force and go to the back lines against OHEB. They tried to go for this Louis play, but they were practically countered by this Selena pickup. Let's look at it once again. But my, oh my, when TNC was working, it looked real good. Look at that Louis play. But then the start of the problems that were beginning for TNC. This looks good. Watch out for what Heads was able to do, and then the suppression onto Edward. Ryzen still can tank the damage of OHEB at this point. And Heads, good pokes from him. Unfortunately, this was the start of the issues now for TNC because they went in for Edward first. And we know that that is not the best idea in this particular case. And then Haji, how about that? Hits it because of the echo. By the way, he's technically not gonna get hit by the by the arrow, but because of the astral echo, that's additional hitbox. And then the play, as you saw coming out from Haji himself, it's looking really good for the side of TNC to make this happen. But then again, Blacklist International are far too prepared for this. The Nomad tried to go for the OHEB kill, completes it, but there's immortality, so there wasn't any chance. But honestly, at that point, there's no chance at all for TNC to bring it back, just because of how Blacklist International have prepared for this Louis pick. In the end, it was just this Selena. And the thing with Selena is that as a roamer, you have so much impact that all you need is a frontliner for your team, which in this case is going to be Sensui, who also played so well in this game. And then, as Haji shown us, you can output so much damage even when you're from a roaming position. As you can see, going in for the dire hit into the Enchanted Talisman, so you can spam your traps as well as your arrows, as they did in this particular game. And then finish up with the Genius 1. And Genius 1 alone also already deals so much damage. And in the latter portions, because of the dire hit and the Starleaf Sight, anybody from TNC can fall easily. Ryzen, good itemization as well, going in for the Kiras into the Sky Guardian helmet. Unfortunately, at the end of the day, it will be OHEB to output the most damage in this game, with the carry taking out the bats. Yue still is the carry with 57.9k damage, and Ryzen just tanking 152,000 damage in this particular game. Understandably so, as the Barretts. And the TNC, it's also quite notable on how they were able to get the early stages of the game. They had about 2,000 gold lead before the second turtle. But then mistakes happen, and that's when the shot calling needs to be way better. Decision making as well. Super Yoshi, really good at the roam roll, the catch type of heroes. But when it comes to deciding on who to jump on as the Kaja, you felt that there was a lot of hesitation as well as a lot of, I guess, desperation coming out from Blacklist International. Sometimes when you jump with the flicker as the Kaja, you reach for anyone that you can actually reach. And that happened so many times where Edward was caught twice in this game. They couldn't find the correct targets. And that's the thing for the Kaja, right? Despite it being a very strong lockdown and very impactful, it's a big game changer for sure, you really have to choose your targets. And I would say that the worst target to go for in this particular game was definitely Edward, because he can turn it around, right? Imagine if he caught like maybe Haji. Haji is a roamer, so that's a position 5, least priority, right? But Haji cannot turn around the team fights afterwards. It's not like Edward that can, you know, even make it worse for your team.
Thanks for the breakdown there, Wolf. Again, great series to see it go, the 3 games. Now we're down to our last matchup of the day. To round out week number 5, it's going to be APBR and MNNE EVOS. Interesting, this one as well. We know APBR obviously sitting very wealthy up top. Obviously still vying for that upper bracket slot like a lot of the teams that have already secured their slots here. And MNNE EVOS obviously wanting to stay in contention and everything else going forward. So we'll see how that all unfolds. We're going to be taking a short break once again for us here on the desk. It's me, Naisu, Rockheart, and Wolf. We'll be back after this.
13th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 13. Infinix GT Series, outplay the rest. Experience the MPL PH Season 13 action live at Shooting Gallery Studios. Tickets are now available on our official ticketing partner at /event.com. Don't miss any MPL PH action by following our official Facebook page and subscribing to our YouTube channel. Follow MPL PH on TikTok as well for more content. And don't forget to like, follow, and subscribe to the official accounts of MDL Philippines. To ensure the equality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusements Board.
Nakilala niyo na pala ang transferee natin. Class, meet your new classmate, Felicissimo.
Moy na lang po.
Lisa, guide mo muna si Moy ha as he adjusts to our school. Thank you, Iha. Okay, everyone, bring out your social studies textbooks.
Nag-ML ka?
Pero kaka-start ko pa lang eh. Noob pa ako, tsaka newbie rin dito.
Sus, school ML. Ako bahala sa'yo. Dali lang to. Road to Mythic agad tayo. Pakinggan mo lang ako. Rule number 1, let your personality show. Pakita mo kung sino ka, be. Perfect na perfect. Rule number 2, find a good school-life balance. Study hard, play hard.
Yes!
Ang galing! Nice one! Rule number 3. Basic lang galawan dito. Basta alam mo, Prayo. Magpataba para lumakas. More kain, more energy. Rule number 4. Pag may humamon, game on! Huwag matakot sa clash. Kita ka namin sa map. Auto rest back. O, diba? Basic. Easy lang mag-rank up. Basta sama-sama.
Thanks, Lodi.
Ano? Laro?
Yeah!
Guys, next week na yung tournament.
Game tayo ah.
Sige, basta ako ang tangka. Gold Day na MM ako ah.
XP na ako. Kaso,
Nag-last day na nga pala si Kyle.
Okay guys, please welcome Mimi, our new teammate.
Hi, Mimi.
Good to have you, Mimi.
Hello.
Please take the empty desk.
Thank you.
Hi, welcome sa department.
Thank you.
Baka gusto mong sumali sa team namin. Meron kaming ML tournament.
Hindi ako nag-games eh, sorry.
Turuan kita. Gusto mo? Dali lang naman. Tsaka parang team bonding na rin tayo.
Pwede naman, pero hindi ako nag-games as in zero knowledge talaga.
G lang. Magkukore ako, bubuhatin kita.
What?
Five seconds till the enemy reaches the battlefield. Smash them!
Oh, Mimi, dito ka lang sa tabi ko, ha?
Oh my God!
Oh, basta ka lang. Def lang.
GG, bawi na lang next
Sayang.
time.
Nice game, guys. Later na ako.
Focus lang yan, Mimi. You're making progress naman, eh. Basta, focus ka lang sa atin. See ya.
Sa atin? May kami na ba?
Mimi, sa tournament, dapat masanay tayo gamitin yung in-game chat. Ha?
Okay.
Okay.
All the way from MDL, nandito ang TNCZ for visiting the MPL Arena. Kamusta kayo, guys? Doing good? Nasa iyo yung mic. Okay, how about you introduce yourselves, your name, and yung role mo?
MJ Vasquez, explain, sharp IGN ko.
Explainer.
John G. Paul de la Rosa, jungler, jungler po, GIGN.
Jungler.
Vin, mid laner ng TNC4.
At siya si Captain.
Ajay, gold lane ng TNC4.
Kiorim, roam ng TNCC4.
It's nice to have all of you here. Now na nakilala na namin kayo, kwento nyo naman, nanonood kayo kanina, right? Kamusta yung buong experience nyo dito sa MPL Arena?
How was it? Masaya naman po. Kasi nakikita namin sila personally.
Sino? Nakikita sila?
Yung TNC MPL team po namin.
So yung mga MPL players. Okay. At namit nyo naman sila outside, nakakausap nyo sila?
Sakto lang po.
Sakto lang.
Sakto lang. Well, communication, little communication is still communication. Now, Vin, matanong kita kasi I assume you guys are very close to securing a playoff spot sa MDL. 'Di ba? Kamusta ang lakbay sa tagumpay ng TNC Z4?
Sakto lang din po.
Sakto lang din.
Sakto lang
pero
din.
matatandaan ko third seed kayo, 'di ba?
Oo
Kamusta
nga,
yung
top three.
competition? Kamusta yung mga laban nyo so far? Kasi nababalitaan ko na kayo lang daw ang gumagamit or madalas na gumamit ng mga fighter gold lane. 'Di ba? So paano nyo napapagana yun
marksman.
usually without giving your strategy away? Bakit ganon yung laruan nyo?
Yun po yung gustong gamitin na ito. Ni Ajay.
Oh, dahil trip lang niya.
Opo.
Yun lang. That's it. It's as
Opo.
simple as that.
Mara, mind you Ajay, naglaro na rin to sa MPL just last season. XP laner siya nun. Pero ngayon, gold laner siya. Gusto ko nga siya marinig actually. Like, Ajay, kamusta ba? Kaya ka ba nag-fighter gold lane? Kasi nag-XP ka before? Or may iba ka bang plano in mind?
Wala po. Nag-adjust lang po ako kasi po wala na po kaming manap na gold lane.
Okay. Sakto lang. Wala lang. Basta kung...
Gana pa rin
It's working. Top 3 sila ngayon.
Yep.
So next week, last week ng regular season for MDL, what else can we expect from all of you?
Mas lilinisan po namin yung laro namin. Tapos mas magtitiwala pa kami sa isa't isa.
Mas lilinisin, mas magtitiwala. Sakto lang. Alright.
Ang mahalaga, di sobra, hindi kulang, sakto lang. Vin, invite mo naman lahat ng ating mga MPL fans na suportahan na ang MDL, especially in your last week. Sige, message mo lang sa lahat ng sumusuporta sa TNC Z4.
Salamat sa patuloy na suporta sa TNC4 fans. Sa mga boss namin, Boss Billy, Madam Ivy, Boss Christian, Boss King, especially kay Boss Jan.
There we finally have it.
Alright, thank you sa lahat ng mga bosses at sa lahat ng mga fans. Panoorin nyo sila sa last week ng MDL. They're top 3 right now, fighting for the top spot. Magbabalik ang MPL Philippines, so keep it here.
Malakas ang Pinas. Lakas ng Pinas. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas. Kahit anong lane, we become the monsters. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas. Face the golden sun and reppin' for the 3 stars. Look at us to the top, no ifs, no buts. Winning any game, para to sa PNS. Di mo matitinag aming boses sa new level. Nasa kalye man o mobile window, I become a legend. Open fire, we unite, we winners. Built with pressure, like diamonds are made of. Switch in a lane na parang gera. HP racing, may reset up. Built agad ang buhat ni Hilda. Full load SS parang Laila. Susundan ko ang iyong bakas. Kasama patas, tagumpay natin to. Dahil tayo'y malakas. Para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras. Kinikilala sa taas kasi kami ang malakas. Para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras. Kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas. Wow! Hold on, yeah. Malakas ang Pinas. We are laging every beat, no surrender, no retreat. Pag nagsama-sama, just imagine what we can achieve. Laging every beat, no surrender, no retreat. Giving 100 all my all, cause we just cannot be defeated. We are unstoppable, immune and invulnerable. Ready ang equipment, lahat frozen, malang crowd control. Pakita ko na jab like beast of the southeast. Taas sa watawat, proud and loud, cause every enemy we devour. Susundan ko ang iyong bakas. Kasama patas, tagumpay natin to. Dahil tayo'y malakas. Para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras. Kinikilala sa taas kasi kami ang malakas. Para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras. Kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas. Wow! Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas. Kahit anong lane, we become the monsters. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas. Face the golden sun and reppin' for the 3 stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we the stars.
Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we the stars.
The 13th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 13. Infinix GT Series, outplay the rest. Experience the MPL PH Season 13 action live at Shooting Gallery Studios. Tickets are now available on our official ticketing partner at /event.com. Don't miss any MPL PH action by following our official Facebook page and subscribing to our YouTube channel. Follow MPL PH on TikTok as well for more content. And don't forget to like, follow, and subscribe to the official accounts of MDL Philippines. To ensure the equality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusements Board.
We're about to start the third and last series of this Sunday. At bago tayo pumunta sa ating laban, syempre magchika muna tayo kasama sa AP Brent Pando and Ogwen. Kamusta na kayo?
Ayos na ayos lang.
How about you? Uy, ang ganda ng performance mo last time, ha?
Goods lang, chill lang.
Nandito si Mami today?
Yup, si Mama nandito siya nanonood ulit.
Oh, hello to Mommy once again. Okay, ito ang ating question of the day kasi nga, di ba, ang init ng panahon ngayon. So, paano nga ba at ano ang paborito nyong palamig sa mainit na panahon?
Sa akin, ice cream na flavor double Dutch.
Double Dutch? Parang simula nang pumunta ka ng Europe, mahilig ka na sa everything European, ah.
Paborito rin kasi ng ng girlfriend ko.
Oh, ano pangalan ni girlfriend?
Si Princess.
Princess! Hello, Princess! Okay, so yung double Dutch ice cream mo, usually ba sa cone yon, in a cup?
In a cup.
In a cup?
Para pag natunaw yung ice cream, pwede pa inumin.
Pwede pang inumin. Oh, 2-in-1 naging milkshake. How about ikaw, Pando? Paborito mong palamig?
Mango shake po.
Mango shake, green mango or yung yellow mango, yung ripe?
Ripe. Yeah.
Okay, so usually yun ang na-order mo na ba yun today?
Hindi pa ngayon pero yung paborito ko, yun, na may gatas.
Na may gatas. So, an ice shake na may gatas.
Yes.
So, mamaya, if ever manalo kayo, mag-double Dutch ka na at ikaw din mag-ripe mango shake. Kayo ba? Ano ang inyong paboritong palamig? Write down on the comment section below. At silipin muna natin kung nasa na nga ba si Hans. Hans, pasok!
This time around, kasama namin ang MNNE Evos. Lancy, ano bang paborito mong palamig pag mainit?
Halo-halo po.
Okay, halo-halo. Spider Miles, yung sa'yo ba, anong paborito mong palamig pag
Water
mainit?
lang po.
Ano?
Water lang.
Okay, so halo-halo, tsaka water. Yun lang yun, nonchalant kami. Casters, pasok.
Wait, are we going back or?
Throw me off.
So, what is happening?
What's happening?
Well, here we are.
I think we're here.
I still
Caught me by surprise.
I still hear him. I saw hands. Okay. That keeps me cooled down, man. I don't know.
Hands keeps you cooled down?
Yes, hands keeps me cooled down.
Yeah.
Because, you know, what a guy.
What a
Anyway,
guy.
welcome back to the desk. I think everybody was a little shook with that.
Yeah.
But again, I'm Nice. This is Rockhard. This is Wolf. And we're here to bring you the last match of week number 5. Rounding it out between AP Brent and MNNE Evos. Guys, how are we feeling?
I'm feeling pretty good, and especially feeling really good about the chances of MNNE against, maybe if you asked me like 2 weeks back if they were in a good position, you know what, AP Brent were.
Yeah.
But you know what, maybe they can do this.
Yep. Mathematically speaking, securing this series is gonna secure the playoff slot as well for MNNE Evos. Mathematically speaking,
A match win.
Yeah, a match win,
Yeah.
a series win against AP Brent specifically. But then Spider Miles is the new shaper of meta apparently.
The flooring, I think, is what we're going to be talking about here. Because we have to see how much influence, of course, there was here with this flooring pick, the MNNE effect here.
So basically, this is a before and after thing.
Yeah.
Right?
This would be technically before, so from the
Okay.
time of February to April, right? What we're seeing here. And then this is going to be the after effect.
Okay. So in NACT has been picked twice, banned one, and MPL, I don't know what that one is. That's 3 times. And then the entirety of MPL Philippines and Indonesia, 4-0. Okay.
They think this is more than us?
Apparently. And by the way, they have only been back for 3 days, 2 days?
Yeah.
Yeah. So, okay.
Oh man, with great power comes great bannable heroes.
Well, you know what? He's been banned out 5 out of 5 so far. Each and every game.
Can we talk about this? Because I feel like some of the international viewers might not know so much about this. Like, why is this happening? Why do we talk about this so much with Spider Miles specifically? And why is he targeted banned so much?
I think maybe it's mainly because of the overall impact. It's weird to think that Spider Miles is a player that's not entirely known internationally and even locally. Like, why would you target ban that kind of player? But it seems like MNNE Evos really stuck with their kind of playstyle, this Ube playstyle that they have their own brand of. And I was able to talk to Spider Miles actually. And he kind of feels like, okay, we are on a streak technically because that's what happened in the ending of Season 12. They did not make it to the playoffs because they kind of got hot really, really late into the season.
Yeah.
And they were successful because of this brand of playstyle. So what he was trying to say to, what he was trying to tell me is, we already started being good at this kind of playstyle even before MPL Season 12 ended.
Ooh.
And if we follow up with this kind of playstyle, we will be successful. So expect MNNE Evos to be sticking to their guns, and the guns being this Ube playstyle.
And I think they also hold like really long play times. Even in this first series that MNNE fought off against APBR,
Oh,
they actually, it really was a tough game. I mean, this went on and on and on, and I think they still hold the longest game duration
they do.
record.
Yep.
Am I right? 35 minutes for each
I think it's 35, yeah. Somewhere around that point. But again, this is a team that...
The check bush, man.
The check bush, and we saw... I feel like if you really have followed MNNE Evos, and if you're not super familiar, because again, we have to always consider the fact that here in the English stream, these international viewers, yeah, they don't know some of the background, the story between this team. And for MNNE Evos, they really... I feel like, in a way, shocked a lot of people even from last season, and then, you know, they kind of developed through this whole thing to where they are now. And, you know, that's why when you see the draft, you even before, I think now that there's a little more flexibility in terms of the bans that go to against Spider Miles here, or Sir Miles out there with his hero pool. But that's the thing. That's how they deal with it. Hey, I was on the script, sir.
Yeah.
We're on the script.
We're all sirs here.
Yeah, I mean, like, I like that title. I want to be called Sir eventually.
I
Sir
would
Wolf.
like to be called Sir
Yep.
Rockhart.
Sir Rockhart.
Yeah.
Sir Rockhart, we have something special for our ma'am and sirs out there.
Yeah, what's up, YouTubers? Or not YouTubers, YouTube viewers, commenters. If you want a chance to win 500 diamonds for 4 people, please comment hashtag APBR or hashtag MNNE with your game and server ID. So that's APBR or MNNE, who you think is going to come out on top. Comment for a chance to win 500 diamonds. We're going to choose 4 of you. So we'll read your comments, and if you have like insights, analysis, or predictions, let us know.
Let us know. Also, we want to give a early heads up for you guys to watch the star matches to win the MPL PH Season 13 playoffs. Tickets for 3. For 3 of you guys, just comment your winning team in the live stream post and then tag your 2 friends. Hopefully, you guys got 2 friends out there. I got my 2 friends here. I can't tag you, unfortunately.
Yes, we are conflict of interest. And one winner per match will be randomly selected and will be announced on April 22.
Why are we conflict of interest?
Because we work here.
You know what? You know who else works here? Our marshals. Let's go ahead and welcome out to the stage one more time for the fairness, integrity of the game. I bet they'll all tag each other to get those tickets as well. Chico, Jeff, Patrick, Wilbert. And now we get ready for this matchup once again for APBR and MNNE Evos. Let's go ahead and welcome the teams out to the stage.
While the world champions currently lead the pack, they remain focused on clinching that coveted upper bracket slot. The Hive is buzzing with energy as they aim for another victory to round out the week. Give it up for APBR! After yesterday's intense showdown, The Neon Tigers are eager to reclaim their strength. Determined to press onward, they must now conquer the formidable Goliath standing in their path. Let's rally behind MNNE EVOS! And their coaches, Coach Ducky and Coach DJ. MPL Arena, give it up for the last match of Week 5. Will it be APBR or MNNE EVOS?
And let's take a look at the lineups here once again for our team. Starting off with the champs, APBR.
Yeah, APBR obviously has shown to us that they are human.
Yep.
And they are able to, they also have their ups and downs. And I think that, you know what, they have been through the cycle. I think it's like a wheel and they have been down and now there is a possibility they might go up here. Especially right now that there's so many heroes that are actually being fielded as well by Captain Few.
Yep. We're going to be looking at MNNE EVOS, who have also established their own style of play. Spider Miles is the main proponent of this one, but you have to not sleep on other members of this squad, like Kaizen, for example, really stepping up, and then Kirk, obviously ever so reliable. Then you have Domeng, the only player that's left off of the Cerebrum slash it was I forget the DRs, you know?
Yeah, the DRs.
The DRs.
The DRs.
You know?
The DRs.
The DR era.
The DR era.
I gotta say, something I love, this is just random, by the way.
So
We're at that point in the night. I love the name Kirk. I love that Kirk in the XP lane, you just have this basic kind of first name out there making plays.
He has very good hair.
He has very good hair, and he's played pretty well as well. I know we talk a lot about Spider Miles, but MNNE EVOS across the board, I feel like, you can really point out these players in a lot of the great things that they've done, and also looking at the team head-to-head here, I mean, APBR, it's going to look heavily in their favor. They've done an amazing job up to this regular season. I think that was the expectation for APBR, and even with Pando coming into play, it's great to see that minor change here for APBR and see how they kind of play around that change. But even looking at the head-to-head, this is what we're talking about, ladies and gentlemen. The Rome roll, Ogwin, Master Ogwin, like we used to say, and Spider Miles, of course.
Yep, there was a time where Ogwin would pick up the Minotaur and play it on a support level, so I'll not be surprised if that's the case. But look at the average CC time, 16. Was it what was that? 16 seconds?
Yeah, 16.
That's a lot.
That's a lot.
That's a lot of
You could
CC
literally
time.
open TikTok and go to MPL
Yeah,
PH with that.
pretty much. Okay.
Well, take us through this, Wolf.
Okay.
Take us through the keys to victory here from Infinix.
All right, for APBR, they have to burst down the fighting healers, right? It sounds funny, but the idea is before the fighting healers or the sustained composition of MNNE EVOS are able to sustain themselves and heal up, burst them down. Immediately eliminate them so that they will not have the time to recover. And now, for MNNE EVOS, revisit your mid-game rotation. This means that they have to find their way out of the first and second Lord fights. And lastly, for both teams, it is now time to contest the Florin. Florin used to be a meme for APBR, but for MNNE EVOS, it's a legitimate strategy that Ducky himself said that. Okay, now he actually
acknowledged it.
He acknowledged it and thanked Spider-Man and MNNE EVOS were that the hero. So
But
that's a big shout out, by the way.
big shout out.
It's
for
really
sure.
funny because Ducky has been doing that for like a year now. So
That's true.
some people would say he probably did it first, but you know what? Whatever.
We'll see how it all unfolds here. Once again, before we get to the matchup of the draft here upon us, we want to invite all you guys watching over on TikTok. We do have the goodie bag lottery for all of you to join.
Yes, just go to TikTok, open MPL Philippines TikTok channel at MPL PH_official. Click on the official live stream, and then you'll see a goodie bag on the upper left corner of your screen. I think that took 16 seconds.
Yeah.
I can probably do. Yeah, just do it.
So, yeah.
I wonder how that's calculated.
While you're crowd controlled.
While you are crowd control.
Now that I'm thinking about it, like, how is that calculated? Like, crowd control time?
Yeah. It's
Like a time in the air? Time
no,
stun?
it's
is that just all of it?
Like
math is not my. I'm not really that great at math here, so I leave that to you, Wolf. Break it down. But let's jump into the draft here for game number 1. AP Brent and MNNE Evos. We're gonna have AP Brent on the blue, MNNE on the red here.
There it is.
Taking a look at those win rates for those sides as well. Again, this is win rates for the teams on these sides, ladies and gentlemen. I know there's been some confusion in the chat here and there, but that's what that is.
Yeah.
Per side.
Okay, what else do we have? Rafaela Nathan. A very strong hero in the meta game that we
We're
have
breaking
right
the
now.
hack a miles
That's right.
meta.
So, MNNE Evos, I think that they might go for Rafaela in this case. Like, that's probably one of the considerations now. Definitely one hero that they really like to play. But then again, Fredrin is typically the priority here for AP Bren. So I think that might be the first pick, right? Arlott or Fredrin? Should be the first pick here for AP Bren.
Just realized, Pando, you know what? He's been really hot right now. Maybe I think the Arlott deny it pick is more crucial. Not to mention, it's obviously a really good first pick. Fredrin, though.
Yes, that's Fredrin. Angela is open. MNNE Evos might consider that, but they typically pick up Arlott, actually. So, might deny the Arlott and then go for Angela. Yeah, Angela is such a good hero for MNNE Evos because they can use it either for Lancy or for Spider Miles.
Arlott, though.
Yeah,
Arlott Angela.
I was going to say, I'm feeling the Arlott, but they go...
Oh!
Wow. Angela Fermis.
Honesty.
No, it's Angela.
Honesty is the best policy, so it seems, for MNNE Evos. They're not even flexing the Angela.
They're not hiding.
Not hiding anything.
Yeah.
AP Bren, they can pick up Benedetta at this case. Benedetta and Arlott.
Huh.
Arlott's good. Benedetta slash Arlott.
Right now that the Arlott's open, like that's just, you're kind of thinking, all right, Arlott's got to be picked up in this first
That sounds
phase.
like a question mark now because obviously they have a very sustainable lineup. Arlott alone is not really enough to, to set these fights.
Or maybe what if they just go basic like Mino and Claude for AP Bren?
Mind games after mind games.
That's right.
All right,
Okay,
there's
so
the,
that's
there's
Louis.
the
Okay. And Arlott. Okay. Oh my god, that's a nasty combo, by the way. But then they have the Angela to kind of support their team for any kind of initiation from AP Bren. MNNE Evos, they can supplement this Faramis as well as this Angela with another tech like a Barrett's, for example, or a Baxia, so that they will have a good shot at the jungle role. Or maybe they pick up the Brody immediately or a Claude.
Oh, if they went that in the first phase here.
That sounds like a really good deny pick because Brody's so good against Faramis lineups, right?
Yeah, we'll see if they go that route. Taking a quick look before this pick comes through. Spider Miles' stats here for the heroes. There's the Akai.
Out of nowhere.
Okay.
As usual.
Wow, interesting choice. And they're gonna be putting all of their damage when it comes to damage onto the doming basket this time. So I wonder, maybe a X-Bork as the ban for AP Bren could be good. And then they just put on like a hard carry late game hero for doming. Which kind of means that AP Bren should be banning out the Claude as well.
Claude, yeah, I was going to 100%. But either team could actually rock the Claude if they wanted to.
Yeah.
If they wanted to go that route, but I think we're going to see a ban here. This time around, the Benedetta is going to get taken out though.
What if Iksha?
For AP Bren?
No, I think for MNNE.
For MNNE. But there's a lot of dive. But yeah, I do understand. But
For
that's
the front, right? For the front,
Yeah.
you have good. But yeah, if you get flanked with a Loyi diversion, you're dead.
Yeah.
So that's a good point.
But yeah, I do like the Iksha. It's just that usually you want to go for a vehicle for the Angela, right? So that's why I feel that the Claude is good for MNNE.
Claude's good.
Yeah.
Vehicle for the Angela here. Still, too, when we see these kind of like double support heroes pop up and for these team compositions, it just means dragged out team fights. So in that sense, AP Bren, wondering if they're going to be able to handle this. Just the fact that, again, quite a bit of damage comes through with the Loyi early on, especially if they're bunched up, and that's kind of what you're expecting with the Nether Realm. being across from you. So that could help in their favor. We'll see. Next ban's going to be that Minotaur that is taken out here. Good ban as well.
Yep. So definitely MNNE EVOS are eyeing the Claude this time. APBR will have to look for an answer to that unless they ban it. So for APBR, there's that option of going in for maybe a Lapu-Lapu, actually. A good answer to the Fire Mist in general. And there's Edith. Oh, APBR might go for Edith.
What if the Arlot is the part of the flex here?
Yeah,
that's
they go
true.
to Edith.
Yeah, Edith is also a good flex.
I like that because it's also like it's a great XP laner that's very tanky. At the same time, you can use that Edith's Primal Wrath to burst through the Nether Realm. Basically, if you can't like completely crowd control them, you can destroy them straight up.
Exactly. Good ban on the Claude, as we expected.
That's perfect.
Really perfect. Well, MNNE will have to rely on... What if they steal the Harith this time? What if they pick it up? But that means that they will not have enough damage, though, in the late game. What is a good late game marksman? What, Moskov? I don't know.
I won't blame you.
Well, given what's open here, I'm wondering if we just see APBR pick up the Brody like we mentioned, like Rockar mentioned earlier. So there's the answer. X-Borg's going to be picked up though for MNNE. So let's see what APBR wants to do here.
Harith looks good, honestly, for APBR. And we mentioned also the Ixia. And then I really like the Edith even better now for APBR. So that you tank up so much damage and then you pop your ultimate. There go Paquito, alright. And there's the Harith. Okay. So you don't have... this is difficult, definitely, for MNNE EVOS. No Nathan, no Claude.
Yep.
You're left with what? Bruno. Ixia is suggested here.
Ixia's gonna blow up, I
think. He's gonna blow up for sure.
Yeah,
Man,
with the Harith.
you have to be crafty now. Come on, pick up the Moskov.
Moskov?
Or Beatrix, actually.
The classic. Those
Beatrix
are very
could
classic
be
heroes.
Okay. Let's go Moskov, honestly.
You're really going to throw out the Moskov out there.
Or Freya Gold Lane.
Oh, what if they pick...
Just kidding.
Layla?
Layla looks good here? Really?
It doesn't look good in anything, but you know. It has to be something. It could work. But yeah, if they want to go starter, I think Beatrix is such an okay... Oh, or 1-1! 1-1 could...
Well, that was
okay,
Beatrix.
Yep.
Okay, picked up here.
Yep.
It's been picked up twice before. It's got a very, minuscule win rate.
What season is it, MNNE? This is a very season 9 something? Season 8 pick?
Season, I would say season 10-ish.
Season 10, yeah.
Well, you guys in the chat can let us know as well, again, on YouTube. Let us know who you are thinking is going to win this game. Remember, you guys have a chance at, once again, winning tickets as well for the MPL Season 13 playoffs. And don't forget those on TikTok to grab that goodie bag while you can before the base explodes. Now, taking a look at the lineup here, you see APBR, the lineup rating. It's a little bit less than MNNE EVOS, but we'll see. It was a little bit less. Maybe by like 0.2-ish.
Yeah.
I don't know. Again, I'm not great with numbers here, Wolf, but let's look at this lineup once again for both teams.
Yeah, like the Beatrix, we said that it will be a good hero. I mean, it's one of our predictions. We said it was the safest hero.
Yes,
in
sir.
Aspect. And understandably so. But then, this Harith pickup coming out from, I think APBR's composition are just safe.
It's
That's
safe. Yeah,
That's
it's safe. 100%. So, jumping into Land of Dawn here, last match of the day. APBR and MNNE EVOS. We'll see exactly kind of how this safer lineup from APBR is going to work against MNNE EVOS. I think, too, man, we just haven't seen so much of Beatrix this season.
Yep.
Wondering if it'll be able to work out with this lineup here.
I'm sure it will. The reason why we predicted it and the reason why MNNE EVOS have played it is because it generally works. So you're looking for range in this case. And you're also looking for a hero that can at least match up against the Harith when it comes to the laning stage. And you pick up the Renner as Doming. Yeah, you do have enough staying power in that lane versus the Harith.
It's been a while since we've seen a precise kill as well.
Oh,
I don't
yeah.
know if you guys still remember that.
Yeah.
Kills that happened from a long range. Yeah.
Yeah, now all we see is that mostly being done with magic damage.
Yeah.
You know, you don't see that.
Novaria.
Yeah, the Novaria landing those shots. So I'm expecting with these lineups too, at least for AP Bren's case, really not to put any kind of risk in this early part of the game. We'll see them obviously most likely fight for this first turtle coming up, but really it's kind of just play safe for now, kind of build up what we need, get that level 4 available to us. And MNNE EVOS, on the other hand, they, of course, once those level 4s available, you even see it too, Spider Miles rocking the focusing mark here. That emblem set will help them in terms of some of that burst damage potential. You have to even consider the fact that the Fairness early damage can be kind of tricky to deal with here. So there's a level 4s coming online. AP Brent going to start up the turtle.
And they definitely came out on top here with the level 4s. KarlTzy is close by, but they're also waiting for everyone. I think Lancy, yeah, they went online, came out on top. Kirk, though, and that's KarlTzy going heavy with a spin, pushing KarlTzy way back to their line, to their side of the map. There goes Last and Sandy. They take out the AP Bren jungler.
Yeah, both junglers going down here. So
where's this going?
I don't know if Kirk expected that, but he got blown up there. Beautiful diversion from Few.
Oh man, Louis, the reason why it is one of the most bad heroes, the flavor of the week for sure. Because if it is played by a veteran team or a team that has a lot of in-game knowledge, man, it's
devastating.
Devastating. As Few showed us how it's done. I mean, like, obviously MNNE EVOS did not expect that play at all. Nobody did.
And that's why.
I mean, who would expect a shotgun diversion in your face,
right? That's the thing. You don't expect the diversion.
In front of you. Like, you always expect it behind you. Most of the time.
That's why whoever decided to name that spell, you did a great job. It's literally, it's such a. I'm surprised we're just now seeing the Louis pop up in this part of the regular season.
Look at that. Look at that. That was actually pretty good from Pando. You know what? Showing up Pando right now, he's doing a marvelous job. You know, considering it's only his second series of the season.
Yeah.
I think Pando's been waiting. You know, he's been learning, he's been waiting. Of course, he had a lot of play time even last year throughout their basically world tour.
Yep.
And they kind of worked around that. And there we go.
That's a beautiful Shadow Stampede there. Obviously, Few with just a safety of the flicker, and they also force the heart guard. So that could be something here for AP Bren. Will they try to go for it? Not really. Obviously, everyone's in vision, and here it is. Here it comes, although they did show it. That's interesting, right? They decided to show where they were going.
Yep. They only wanted to push, I believe, or maybe just threaten. I mean, they know that they could not convert afterwards, but they're just taking over the map this time. Like, them ushering each other to farm faster.
I mean, you have to consider the fact that even sometimes when they use that diversion and they show it, then they expect the team to kind of rotate as well, and then they can make a play where they want to go from there. So you can already see being some pressure put there on that purple for KarlTzy.
Doing a pretty good job, obviously, right? Because they are 2.2k ahead.
Yeah. So, just to go back on Pando, I was able to talk to Coach Ducky and Manager Bengs, the Philippine Esports Awards Manager of the Year.
Yes.
2023.
Award-winning. Yeah.
Award-winning. He said that Pando is game ready no matter what.
Ever since, right?
Ever since.
So right now, it looks like a really good engagement here from MNNE. And of course, while all of this is happening, AP Bren already working on that turtle. So I would say a bit of a worthy sacrifice here for El Capitan himself.
Yeah, little trade going on. So still, you know, in terms of the macro, this is something you can always learn from watching AP Bren's games. They really kind of play around that. That's one of their strengths, of course. And then when it comes to the fighting as well, and that's where I think you really have to, if you're MNNE EVOS, you kind of have to utilize that. In a way, it's a little bit of the way they fight things. It's a little scrappy.
Yeah.
Like there's some scrappiness to the way that MNNE EVOS fights these team fights, these early skirmishes. But I think with this lineup, it's more so they need time. They have to let time build up here because their biggest power spike, at least for the lineup they have, obviously is the Beatrix. They need time for her to get online. You know, they can poke a little bit. Yeah, you've got a Fairness here. And you can lock down if you can. Last Insanity can actually do quite a bit of surprising damage as well if you're able to lock on. But really, you just have to wait. And I think the biggest kind of card they can play is, again, the focusing mark Angelo with Domang later on. that's where that big burst might be able to pull through for some of these fights. But right now, it's kind of maintaining this lead that AP Bren has built up. Diversion again up top. They're going to put some pressure there. Conceal as well.
Yep.
Oh.
But no one here from MNNE Evos just yet.
With this play, they can probably make a push happen, and they also have Super Marco close by. So maybe they can, if you know what, if MNNE was not careful, did not respect that, that could have been a few fights happening.
Yeah, it's a good push for AP Bren for sure. Really like that idea that they use the conceal just to clear out some of the bushes so that Super Marco will eventually have the green light to eventually push. And then they also use KarlTzy with the Retribution to steal one jungle creep away from KarlTzy, further improving the gap between the EXP of the junglers that we have.
I think he's about to hit level 11 now.
That's right.
So that's pretty big. That affects Retribution damage.
That's right.
So now Turtle going to be up here. Third one. Will it go in the hands of AP Bren again? Kazin does not want to let that happen. Has the backup here with the rest of the team. There's the final slash.
Ooh, that was a beautiful final slash here. Great knockup as well. Comboed. And MNNE are collapsing very, very hard on the KarlTzy. And that's going to be Bando going down. Look at this. This is unkillable Kirk right now with a hard guard in tow. Few looking for places that he can go. But for some reason, AP Bren are still standing. Super Marco going on the sides there. Another close range diversion. Forcing a flicker as Spider Mouse was pretty big though.
Yep. Kirk making it happen. Pando taken out, but KarlTzy was left untouched onto the backlines. Well, he did suffer a lot of damage, but he was able to turn it off with one good Appraiser's Wrath, hitting onto two members of MNNE Evos that eventually completes the kill, then gets the turtle, and now he has the Retribution to steal the purple. Again, it's all about deficit of EXP for the junglers.
Yeah,
I'm surprised he didn't die there, by the way. KarlTzy.
Me too. Yeah. Kazin as well. Like, he was able to stay alive quite a long time, but still ultimately what the result was is AP Bren got the turtle, right?
Yeah.
So now they have all three. They're going to work around that. They've still maintained that 3+ gold lead. So, Kazin.
Oh, that could have been really good there
Wow.
by Kazin. But Few, for some reason, was able to just walk out. I think he barely got caught by the heavy spin. But that could have been really bad for El Capitan. Right now, the balance of between these two are starting to fall off. 4K for AP Bren.
Okay, another diversion. This time they just send Ogwin.
Oh, wow.
Okay.
That was definitely a trap here. Looking really good right now. Safe hard guard here for MNNE. 4v5 fighting. They got the Tigers going on their heels. Domeng just not doing that much damage quite yet.
Man, you know the OP thing about the Arlet, Louis, is that even as a roamer, you can send your Arlet and there's really not much risk for that one, because what's the worst that can happen? You die. What's the best thing that can happen? You final slash 3 people even after dying and then get out with vengeance. Sustain yourself with a spell vamp naturally that's available for Arlet and then make it good for your teammates, right? So this is why it's OP. I think teams are not understanding yet how potent this Arlet Louis is, and teams that have won with Arlet Louis are given free points at this point.
Yeah,
it's like
scary.
a global final slash.
Actually, almost. It makes it, the reason why it's scary too is because you're like, if you're the team going against it, you're not safe under your turrets. You're not safe behind sometimes even the tier 1 turret when it's this early in the game, because you could just have an Arlot all of a sudden behind you, final slashing you towards the team. So now with this, Lord's going to be up here. MNNE Evos, what are they going to do about it?
Once more, KarlTzy, there you go, the activation from that Arlot, the final slash that we were talking about. Kazin, some trouble here. Everyone's focusing up on the Kirk, but that's not the target. Nice save there, coming in from Lancy, by the way. NetherRealm just in time, but will be taken out by KarlTzy. Now it's AP Bren on the chase. Kirk, very low, Spider Mouse, no hard guard available. Look at that, another final slash. What the heck? Did it just go off cooldown while they were fighting?
Oh no!
Oh, Domeng!
Domeng!
Nice dodge though.
Yep.
Oh man, that could have been so bad, but you know what? Wounds were inflicted to MNNE for sure.
Okay, it's Minesweeper time.
Hey, as you guys said, you know, sometimes it's like, you throw Ogwin out there, even if he dies, it doesn't really matter. He did his job.
Exactly.
Gets the final slashes off when they're crucial. Now all this, once again, results into an objective taken by AP Bren here.
Yeah. Because the thing with Final Slash is that it's not just a stun, it's displacement. And it's AoE displacement. That's why, I mean, I'm gonna say it over and over again. Arlet Louis is an OP combo. Even more OP than Louis Masha, you know?
Although Louis Masha is also a different flavor, right?
That's a different flavor.
It's like you're sending a bomb somewhere on the map.
Yeah.
So
It's like this Louis and Arlot is like the chocolate flavor. And if you want to throw in the Masha instead of the Arlot, that's like...
It's like different.
I wouldn't say it's vanilla. That's like chocolate chip.
Rocky Road.
Rocky.
Or,
Double Dutch, Ogwin.
Double Dutch, yeah.
Shout out to Ogwin. Favorite ice cream. Double Dutch.
Yep.
Now with this MNNE EVOS.
7.6K by the way.
Nearly 8,000 behind. They do have a pretty good clear for now. We'll see if they can hold it together. AP Bren, though.
We haven't really seen the stonks of KZen's Akai yet, but we're seeing final slashes being thrown, and they baited the Heart Guard again alongside the last Insanity. Now, MNNE doesn't really have any more bullets in the barrel. Domeng, though, trying to see if he can get something done. Once again, Ogwin is the sacrificial lamb.
Yeah. Domeng with just 1 kill at this point.
Yeah. Really tough here.
Oh, that's pretty good damage. Right? And KarlTzy, he is in trouble here. Spider Mouse the kill, but that's going to be confirmed here. But Domeng, close by with the Heart Guard. Flicker's being used up. You know what? That's an inhibitor turret. AP Bren, they lost 2 though.
Yeah. I think they're going to be happy with that again. They get that turret down in the base based off that first Lord. Not only that, but they'll get these resources as well to top it off. So for MNNE EVOS, they still have miles to cover here. And not just Spider Miles. Miles
and miles
to work through it.
Nice.
Thank you.
We're going to be looking for the 4th item for Domeng. And a Wind of Nature will not be the best one because this is Harriet and Louis. So they're better off just focusing on damage. Maybe Rose Gold Meter along the way and Athena Shield.
From his itemization, though, it does look like a Wind of Nature, doesn't it?
Yeah, maybe because he's afraid of Pando. But I dare say, I think Domeng needs more Rose Gold Meteor than the Wind of Nature for now.
Let's see.
Okay, let's see again as things kind of get situated here. All this less than 30 seconds away from that Lord coming up here. And that's where, once again, you have to be able to find how is MNNE EVOS going to actually deal with this? Is it better, once again, to just kind of deal with, okay, give up that Lord, let's defend in our base. Domeng, yeah, he hasn't died yet.
Yeah.
But it's getting to the point where do they have enough in terms of damage potential, in terms of sustaining through the damage from AP Bren?
To be fair, they have Xborg, they have Faramis, they have Beatrix. Man, honestly, they can defend all day if they play their cards right. And you have the Angela to kind of answer the long lane push.
Yep.
Yeah, and you know what? If anyone gets too frisky, KZen can always have you spin that person.
Okay, no diversion play whatsoever.
That was huge though. Again, it's going to be AP Bren coming out first with the skills. Last Insanity activated by Kirk right now. KZen on the top side. There goes the aggression coming in from Lancey. Few gets taken out. Super Marco is isolated from the rest of the team. Now AP Bren trying to regroup here, catching up Lancey. Spider Mouse close by. NetherRealm activated. It's going to be them on the run, but there you go. The second final slash in the last minute. Lancey's making a run for the hills.
He's
but look at where AP Bren is going. They're going straight for the base.
To be fair, I think it's better if Lancey dies, honestly.
Just go, just die, Lancey. They need you on the base. KZen falling as well. Oh my goodness. And Lancey arrives, but it might have been just too late. AP Bren gets game 1.
AP Bren taking game 1 here. And MNNE EVOS struggling against those displacements, especially from that Louis, that Arlot combination.
I can't get over it, Wolf, you're right. He should have just, He should have just died.
He should have just died, right? Because he has the passive anyways. I think that's faster, right?
I guess it's your instinct to run away, to not die.
Yeah, maybe he didn't have the stacks, you know? Let's give him the benefit of the doubt. Maybe Bren did not give him the stacks that he needed for that respawn, but then again, AP Bren, I think it was the draft that started it all. The Faramis plus Angela was way too honest as the first 2 picks. You already know where the Angela is going, already know your mid matchup. Louis makes a lot of sense naturally versus the Fami's composition. And in the end, it was the Harith that ended it. And again, Louis Arlott, it's too OP, man.
It's too OP.
Right here first.
You don't want to give that up. And that's why I was kind of surprised because, like you mentioned, I was expecting at least the Arlott to be picked up in that first pick for MNNE Evos, right? They had the two options, but they went with honesty, right? And they went with that Angela pick and they locked it in. So we'll see. We'll see how they adjust. But we have to take a look at the MVP for this matchup for APBR as they got things going on. It's going to be Ogwin as he celebrates this MVP performance.
Final slashes.
Okay. I don't know what that meant, Ducky, but yeah, sure. At this point, you can do anything you want. Because Ogwin started this game very convincing manner as well with the flicker, and he also ended it with that flicker fire slash play. Honestly, nothing much to explain about Ogwin because this is a team effort from APBR. I would start with the draft, however. Harith being let go. We know that Harith is generally a good marksman when your opponents are picking up the Faramis. So in a Faramis-based composition, Harith flourishes. We're gonna see that once again in action. And this time, even when KarlTzy was isolated, you have to give it to Pando because he knows that Angela Hardguard went to the X-Borg and the cousins went to go for Kaizen instead. And how about Super Marco? Look at him go. Just one synchro vision and one dash is more than enough to take out the Faramis ultimate early stages of the game. Then Ogwin with the final slash that goes for the vengeance. He has his teammates out there. KarlTzy, good juggling of the turret aggro for both teams. Another good final slash. Kaizen also didn't have the hard guard this time, so he will be gone upon. Super Marco having enough damage for that Akai. Then Pando to finish up Kirk, and that meant the world for APBR. They have controlled it. Another one as Kaizen is isolated. Super Marco going in for Kirk instead, while Kaizen was left on his lonesome. In comes Doming though, and good flicker coming out from Doming, which you saw. That's literally one synchro vision and one normal attack. I'm not tripping, right? That's literally what happened.
Yeah.
That was just one skill 1 and one skill 2.
This is reality, Wolf.
Wow. And why did that happen? It's because of the natural advantage of Harith over Marksman. You have Massive Burst. You have the Impure Rage to go with all of the items that you have already racked up on Super Marco because of the big snowball from APBR anyways.
And you're a moving target.
And you are... Exactly. Doming, look at this. Okay, so before that moment, I believe that he already has the Divine Glaive. So that's 4 items up for Super Marco. And it's indeed true. The damage output of Super Marco is just too much for Doming to handle at that point. APBR are starting to show us what the strength of the Harith will be. And Super Marco is the highest GPM of this game, also dealt the most damage. Making sure that when the Faramis ult is activated, he activates his Diamond Force as well and lands the Synchro Fission on many members of MNNE Evos to take out the shields and then allow APBR to eventually take over afterwards. Damage taken. You can see Kirk, that's pretty obvious because he is an X-Borg with Spider Miles and Kaizen as well. But when it comes to the damage dealt, my oh my, look at that damage from Super Marco. But Kirk also, a lot of impact in this game. But the fact is, APBR, 4 out of their 5 members have dealt more damage compared to their lane matchup. So really gives you the idea of how good the mechanics are as well as the natural scaling of APBR should be against MNNE Evos. Let's talk about the heat map again. For Ogwin being very active in the river, taking over that track, and then going to the EXP lane as soon as possible so that he's able to support his teammates. Ogwin and his impact in this game, I imagine that if we take for consideration the ultimate of the Louis, that heat map will be a lot larger.
For sure.
Because he's being sent alone as the Arlott.
But you know what? Speaking of Ogwin, I feel like I like MNNE's draft. It's very, what do you call that? I like their lineup in concept. Very tanky, very sustain heavy. But because of how sustain heavy they are, Ogwin final slashes once, and then the fight goes on for so long, he final slashes again.
Yeah.
2 times in the clash.
That's what I said. That you know those fights are going to be long. So when you have that Arlott there, That's a lot of final slash usage and everything else. So we saw how that game one unfolded. Now, once again, we want to go ahead and just let you guys know we have an Project Esports for everyone going on. You guys can show the world your impeccable esports prowess.
And everyone who's asking, this is how you get tournament mode access, guys.
Yeah.
Free in-game items, diamonds, and more. You can register now by scanning that QR code. I get that comment a lot. Like, how do we get access to tournament mode? How do we play tournament mode? Just go to Project, guys.
Yes, sir.
Rewind, scan the QR code.
Join us there. And, you know, this is, once again, is open. Got that MVP performance. We'll see what happens in the game ahead of us. But we've got an interview for us, for you guys to watch. Let's head over out in the audience.
Talagang nakakatuwa pag nandito ang mga magulang ng ating superstars. Nandito ang parents ni KarlTzy, si Daddy Egay, at si Mommy Nori. Kamusta po kayo?
Okay naman kami. Okay naman. At least kahit pa paano, nakakatulong na anak ko sa amin.
Oo nga po. Alam niyo, yun po yung gusto kong tanungin. Kamusta po ba si Kyle bilang anak? Paano po niya kayo natutulungan? Ano po yung ginagawa niya para sa inyo, sa pamilya?
Hindi totally super bait. Kaya lang, kung ano makailigan niya, ginagawa niya. At kung anong tama, go lang ako ng go. Pero pagka halimbawang ayaw ko, talagang kinokontra ko siya.
Alam mo, Mara, yung isa sa mga na-mention ni Daddy Egay sa atin kanina is yung kung ano yung kahiligan ni KarlTzy na nung nagko-computer po siya dati, tapos basketball, di ba?
Ko sa kanya. Kasi kung anong hilig niya, binibigay ko. Kasi hindi ko naman hawak ang isip niya eh. Kung anong hilig niya, go. Ginagano ko lang anak ko.
Tsaka po, Daddy, kanina may kinukwento kayo na kung paano tumutulong si Kyle sa pamilya.
Kapatid niyang panganay, siya nagpapaaral ngayon.
That's nice. Pinapaaral niya. Yung kapatid po niya, di ba, ano na po, nasa college?
Bali, college na yung panganay na anak ko.
So siya po yung nagpapaaral.
Tapos yung naiipon niya dito sa game na to, tinatabi niya. Hindi kami nakikialam sa pera niya. Kasi kung ano ang plano niya sa buhay, go. Hindi ako kontrabidang ama.
You're such a cool dad. You let him do whatever he wants, but you also let him be the man that he is.
I agree. This time, Mommy Nori, ano po ba yung naging reaction niyo po ni Daddy Egay nung gusto po ni KarlTzy or ni Kyle na mag-pursue bilang isang pro player ng esports, specifically ng MPL?
Dati po nung una, hindi po ako, kontra po ako kasi po nag-aaral siya ay mapapatigil. Pero kasi gusto niya po kasi maglaro talaga at yun po yung ano niya, sinuportahan na po namin kasi gusto niya po kasi maglaro.
At mahusay. Napakahusay. Mami, ano naman po yung feeling na world champion? Ang anak niyo nakapunta sa iba't ibang bansa.
Ay, blessed po kami at saka ang saya po ng siya po ay kinatutuwaan ng maraming tao.
Proud kami sa APBR. Lahat sila nakatungtong sa ibang bansa. Ako hanggang Occidental Mindoro.
Ay, baka ngayon naman, gadaling rin kayo ni KarlTzy sa iba't ibang bansa din. Ayan po, nandun siya ngayon, nakatingin sa inyo. Ano po yung mensahe niyo sa kanya? Ano pong gusto niyo sabihin kay Kyle?
Go lang ng go. I'm proud of you. Because yung gusto mo, go. Hindi kita ko kontrahin. Pero totally, mag-aral ka muna ng college kasi for life ang pinag-aaralan. Kaysa yung mag-asawa ka na maaga. Malabo tayo dyan.
Ay, malabo dyan. Mag-aral muna bago mag-asawa. Okay.
Hindi kayo magkakasundo niya pag mag-asawa yan.
Sige po, Daddy. Makikinig siya sa inyo. Kayo naman po, Mami. Ano pong gusto niyo sabihin kay Kyle?
Basta po galingan niya at yung plano niya na sa pera niya, sige go lang. Support lang po kami at pagdadasal namin na laging manalo sila.
Maraming salamat.
So sweet.
Na sinusuportahan niyo po si KarlTzy. At ngayon, babalik na po tayo kasi mag-uumpisa na ang kanilang susunod na laban. So, babato natin sa ating casters. Alam niyo po ba yon, casters?
Casters!
Pasok!
Thank you so much, Maya Hands. Great to hear from the parents, from the players as well. KarlTzy's parents there. Now, again, just to sum it up for you guys, they obviously were a part of his journey getting to the point where he is. Very proud of him, of course, as well. And I think, you know, we share this esports, whether you're talents, whether you're players. We talked about this before, Wolf, as well. And I'm sure if you are involved in esports, you've had to convince your parents or family in some form or another. And it's great to see once again the support coming through here.
And apparently KarlTzy is a very dutiful son, always helps out.
Yeah.
Like
So
that.
that's always good. Like, it's one thing to be angry at your parents if they're not allowing you to play. It's also another thing to keep that rage, you know? And it's also a totally different thing to use everything and be successful as a family, you know? Like, support each other, you know, and understand each other. Obviously, our parents will be angry at us if we're irresponsible, so, you know.
Do your chores.
Do your
Now,
chores.
let's go ahead and throw it out to the audience to see who our smart game face of the day is. And MPL Arena, all you have to do is flash something on your phones here.
Yes, the power of smart on your device is the green background, and put it on your game face to redeem a redeemable in-game code.
Winnable, redeemable.
You can win it, you can redeem it.
Either
That's for
or.
Sure.
Where's your phones, guys?
Where's your phone, guys?
Okay.
Yo.
Maybe they didn't get the memo.
I think.
Oh, there it is.
There it is.
Okay. Is this our winner? Yep. She's got the smart game face of the day. Congratulations.
Okay.
Right there.
Apparently, the whoever is the caster in the middle of the English broadcast will have to copy the game with.
It's your turn.
That's right. Is that real?
It is real.
It is real.
Oh no!
Hey, come on! Give something to the rocker, dudes. All right.
That's the thing the kids do. The
Redeemable code.
Redeemable code.
The girls
dude.
and the women do these days, apparently.
Yeah, that's
Hey,
the thing.
You know that works. And also, I just want to say, speaking about family and everything, and doing your chores and all that.
Yeah.
Fun fact, and I didn't get to talk about this on the episode
Okay.
here. When I was playing video games when I was younger in my day, my father told me, imagine this, every hour of gameplay that I had on the computer,
Yeah.
Papa Nisu said, hey, you have to go work out for 10 minutes. So if I
Okay.
played 8 hours in a day,
Okay, that's it.
I had to do 80 minutes of exercise.
I'd take that trade.
That sounds like a healthy way.
That's
to,
a yeah.
That sounds like a healthy way to live your life.
For sure. Yeah, maybe it's probably applicable even today, right?
I feel like it is, you know. I don't get to play as much of that anymore,
true.
but
That's
hey,
also true.
It's opposite.
also true.
1 hour of workout, 10 minutes of gameplay.
that sounds about right. Let's
Right,
head into the
right.
draft here. Game number 2.
Oh my god.
Banana Evos.
Too real,
Fun
bro.
fact.
Too real.
It is too real. I've lived it, Wolf. All right. 56% win rate.
What's the fun fact, Mr.
That was the
Oh,
fun
that was
fact.
a fun fact.
Oh, that was the fun
That's,
fact.
that's
Okay.
a literal fun fact.
That was the journey. Those were the small baby steps to Century Tuna. And I just never knew it. That's
Okay.
that's what it was.
That's
I'm
what
gonna
it
tell
was.
everyone that.
Okay.
And tell everyone
Oh.
later.
So going to the draft here. First man's out. Interesting.
man.
Fanny
Fanny bag.
ban.
Okay. And a Louis as well. Matilda is also banned. So what is the best Spider Mouse hero right now? Or maybe they get Fredrin first.
That
Yeah.
You know what? No matter what, I feel like that's a great hero to remove from KarlTzy. It's not as flashy as heroes like the Nolan, like the Fanny, but you know what? The Fredrin gets the job done.
Yes.
For a lot of these teams.
Friendship is a magic
Ooh.
string that binds us together.
Okay, Angela first pick.
Okay. So that means Fredrin for AP Bren to go with Arlott. Fredrin Arlott, actually. Okay.
Huh.
I think that's a typical AP Bren opening. So
And you know what? Just ride off of that Arlott movement from Ogwin. Keep those fingers toasty. You know what I mean?
yeah. As it's hot. Okay, what is the benefit of the Fredrin Arlott? It doesn't give away anything actually. You know that the Fredrin is one of the top junglers anyways. Arlott is a flex pick.
You and me,
There it is.
There it is.
you should.
Okay.
And
Arlott.
Arlott.
Should be.
Right?
Should be.
Come on.
Okay.
There you go.
Everything's normal. Everything's normal.
We are in the proper multiverse.
Yeah. Okay. I bet Minana Evos will get the... Oh, it's no Nathan. Maybe they get the Harith for themselves. But Doming is not known to pick that up. CC Florian. Okay. Angela CC. A great combo, obviously.
Oh, super sustain, man.
Oh, that's a whole lot of sustain.
You fought Faramis and Angela was really good at sustain.
Yep. But like, isn't this the same thing we said earlier? We're like, all right, obviously there's going to be some extended fights. And now you got Arlot, once again, across from you. A whole lot of Final Slash.
For sure. And APBR can just pick up the Harith this time. Because it worked before. Great burst. So you have a lot of damage to kind of pierce through the Florid. There's also that factor of the Claude that APBR also really like. So I think it's much more beneficial for APBR to pick up their marksman now. Like Harith or... Yep. Okay, so there's Brody also. Fits the bill when it comes to like outputting the damage, the burst damage that you're needed.
Okay. Well, Brody being picked up this early on, I think, is the right choice, obviously, for APBR to work with. They also know that, in a way, they got to keep some of this. The positioning is going to be crucial for them, and I think Brody is probably one of the best, obviously, heroes in that lane to deal with.
Yeah.
So now these remaining bands, obviously, what do they want to pair up against? Going against the Fredrin in the jungle, right?
Yeah.
We gotta really start there for Kaizen.
Yeah.
Because he's going to get the Fredrin, and the typical magic of the Baksha is gone here.
Yeah.
Before you answer that, take a look quick as well for the career hero stats for our last MVP,
That's not bad.
Ogwin.
Well, you know what? They can also pick up a Minotaur and have the Arlot on XP. That looks pretty good.
That's a problem. I mean, this is... I think Arlot has been one of those OP heroes in general.
Yes.
Good combos with many different heroes. Can be flexed. Deals a lot of damage. No
downside?
No downside, I guess. No trade-offs. But I think APBR can ban the Barretts this time.
Might not be
there
a
it is.
wicked man, but I do know my trade.
The Minana, I believe that they should be banning X-Borg. Because again, Arlot is a flex pick, right?
You want to ensure that you at least win the XP lane matchup, right?
And if APBR decides they can pick up the Vexana, so that's like just like the Echo game where there's a lot of crowd controls, you know? So they just knock up everyone out. And then there's a lot of damage that can come from the Vexana too, so good supplement with the Brody as well. Okay, so they ban Paquito instead.
Maybe they're trying to explore the Pando hero pool here.
See exactly how that goes.
I think Vexana should be the pick here for APBR. Apart from that, how about... No, Gord, not that good because it can be Dove. Novaria is also good for APBR. But yeah, Vexana should be the easiest one because it's it has a knock-up that can combo with the Arlot. And it deals so much damage too.
Vexana would be great. We'll see if they go that way.
Or Novaria. That's the only two
Novaria,
heroes.
yeah. Because I think you kind of have to decide, all right, do we want to just play that vision game or work around it? We already know, too, that if you're APBR, it's like, all right, we got to work against the heals, the sustainability. Even CC alone is something they have to deal with. Wow.
Of course, it's Odette.
They go with Odette.
Instant Harith here for Minana. Akai? Yeah. Okay. Pretty natural. That kind of makes me think APBR, X-Borg is so good in this composition. Or what?
Johnson.
What if they go?
Oh man.
Odette Johnson.
Johnson. Let's go.
Yep. I'm thinking Kaja.
Kaja more realistically.
Yep. And Minotaur is also available, but yeah, Kaja's perfect because you have a good combo with your heroes, and then you catch the Harith.
Minotaur.
Okay. Mino Odette.
This is going to be something. We're going to enjoy this game for sure.
Okay, so we've got it locked in here. We see some of the changes going as well. Pando obviously locking in this Arlot this time around. We'll see how that matchup against Kirk goes because CC, we've seen how kind of tanky, again, that this hero can be and withstand a lot of punishment. But that Arlot, that performance so far from week to week has been undeniable. So again, in the chat, you guys can let us know who you're feeling more with this lineup for this match. You can see the lineup ratings as well. Very minor difference here, but let us know which team. Is it going to be APBren, hashtag APBren, or is it going to be hashtag MNNE, MNNE? Give us your ideas out in the chat
You know
as
what?
well.
Someone from chat, YouTube, Ocean Fall says, MNNE seems like they're lacking damage. And Monimon says that as well. So I wonder if you guys think that's true.
Well, we'll find out. Let's jump into the game here. Game number 2. It's APBren at match point against MNNE EVOS. Are the adjustments going to be enough here? Can MNNE EVOS get the ball rolling to get to a game 3? We'll find out as APBren gets settled in with MNNE.
I understand why our audience thinks that there's a lack of damage for MNNE, but wait till you see the CC Angela, man. That's I don't know if you've ever played up against it.
In lane?
In lane,
yeah.
like in late game, 1v1. That's
just unkillable.
Unkillable. And Kirk decided to go for Purify. I love that decision.
It's like one of those moments where the CC is non-stop flexing on you, diving on your face, and you can't remove him. You can't stop him because he's... war flashbacks, bro.
Dude, man, I mean, everybody's, you know, everybody's very happy playing Mobile Legends until you see like Louis Masha, Louis Arlot, CC Angela.
What do you mean they're not happy?
Yeah. I'm not happy when I face them.
When I face them, yeah, when you face
You're
them.
happy if you're playing them.
I was just saying that just means you have to pick them up first.
Yep.
Yes.
Exactly.
That's what you do.
So we're looking forward to that, right? We're looking forward to a point where Kirk can go ham.
Yeah.
And we might see that later or sooner than you expect. Because right now, they are getting the kill on KarlTzy. That slows down the APBren jungler by a lot.
That's a great pickoff this early on, especially with the 10 seconds away from the turtle coming up here. Although, you know, he's going to be back for the fight, but this early kind of kill, this first blood here, especially going to the hands of Lancey, will kind of help them in a way that should get them this first objective, at least the little advantage they have. They're still going to have to get these level 4s online here, but a good start.
Yeah. Okay. Massive start for MNNE. It was, interestingly, the rotation for the Florin was in the bottom lane. And look at this. I really like this decision coming up from Kaizen. Instead of going for the turtle, he went for the buffs. He wants to mitigate the potential XP lane difference. I mean, XP difference between two laners.
It's like he's predicting that KarlTzy is going to go ahead.
Yes. So he preemptively got a purple buff, which means that they are more interested in fighting Turtle 3 and Lord 1 instead of Turtle 1. Interesting.
Because we've seen teams do this before.
Yes.
We've seen them also we've actually seen teams just give up all 3 turtles. Even against APBren, some teams actually opt for this and then they just try to get to a point where, okay, we're ready to fight for that next objective after those 3 turtles, which is the Lord.
Yeah.
Now, I don't think they give up each one. The first one was, it looks like they just want to go that route and then get ready for that second one and contest it. But for now, it's still pretty much even across the board. We'll see if MNNE EVOS can find another pickoff. That's one of the great things about this Akai pick. If they can find the lockdown, that's great. Lancey picking up the Necklace of Durance is going to help with some of that sustainability. But I feel like when we get to this point in the game, my kind of worry here from MNNE EVOS when they start forcing some of these fights is now dealing again with few on this Odette pick, which we know can the Thorough Pit with the damage can actually be quite intense early on.
Gotta be APBren resolving. Let's see how they will approach this, because the thing with Odette is that this is very strong when it comes to like dealing the damage, but there are a lot of conditions to be met. First is items. You need 2 items, or at least 1 item at the start. And next is your positioning, and also your management of your flicker and your dash with your ultimate. So as much as it looks explosive when it's good, but you know, it's not the easiest to pull off.
It feels like a 2-part ult where you kind of have to rely on your roamer too much compared to other mid laners.
But this is good too. The fact that few got the Necklace of Durance as well, sometimes the job might just be, you know what? get the Swan Song off, get that debuff around, and then let the rest of AP Bren kind of capitalize on that. Right now, they're just going to grab another turtle here.
Yep.
So MNNE Evo still choosing not to go ahead and really contest this, continue to farm up in these side lanes especially.
Yeah.
Heart Guard as well there, down for Domeng.
It makes sense, right? It makes sense why they're doing this because KZen, I think he experienced that last game. He was gapped right tremendously.
Yes, exactly.
And he couldn't actually answer any objective because of the level difference.
I remember when there was when I was handling a team with Akai, it was last season. I always say that Akai was meta back then, but the main weakness of Akai is he cannot play catch up when it comes to the farm. So sometimes it's worth it to just secure the jungle and let go of some of the kills, let go of some of the neutral objectives, just to make sure that Lord 1 and 2 you have good EXP. So that means that you're level 12 by Lord 1 and by Lord 2 you're maxed out level 15. By then you can now start to focus on kills.
See if they go that route, focusing on the kills. Really a very low kill game from at least what we've seen even from the other series today, but that might be the plan for MNNE Evos. That might be the winning plan for this to get them to a possible game 3 here. Just kind of take things slow. Know that we have to build up, especially in terms of having a Harith on this lineup, dealing with that, like you mentioned, even with KZen on the Sakai, and working around the strengths and weaknesses of the lineup they have. Sustainability is going to be great, but really for Domeng, especially like we've seen from Harith before, even in other series today, you need that time to build up here. So already some focus on this bottom side, Heart Guard as well, but they're just going to push them back for now, holding on to these tier 1s as much as possible.
I don't know if that's going to feel good, already using up your Heart Guard, but look at HP bars of Domeng, man. My goodness, this Odette can really dish out the damage.
And how about that play from AP Bren? They're not that concerned about getting kills, and this is an argument that we did in the previous game. It's not much about the kills, it's more about what you do after those pokes. So some damage onto the bottom lane, and immediately AP Bren have parked themselves around the turtle. That was their priority. They weren't really concerned about the kills. All they need to do was to take this on a macro level where Super Marco is able to double lane, and they naturally push the bottom lane as well because they cleared up the minion waves down bottom.
Wow. Again, I think that's something you really have to talk about when it comes to working with the macro level from this. AP Bren, Kirk, okay, he's going to be fine, but the master class that you see from AP Bren from series to series is this macro display that they have. And they've really refined it over the past year, depending on even what lineup they have. And so when you're kind of playing this game, you're hoping that they just don't get too far ahead because it's okay to slow things down and take things as MNNE Evos has done. But eventually, AP Bren continues to get this small lead. The compounding effect happens here. So given the whole, 8 minutes, nearly the 8 minutes here, MNNE Evos has to hope that they can find a winning moment leading into that objective so that it's all worth it is basically what we're getting to. So that it's all worth it, this slow kind of pace steady, the slow pace that they're going for against AP Bren, because if they lose that objective or something like this happens before the First Lord, the snowball effect's going to be huge for AP Bren.
And now another macro move from AP Bren. They're already guarding the orange buff. Super Marco already took away the Crammer that should have been there for KZen. So now KarlTzy is a level ahead of the Marksman. And what they're doing now is to try to usher that bottom lane and then just guard some of the potential jungling pattern for KZen.
This is like super macro, right? Super macro gameplay, literally for AP Bren. Just denying even the smallest camps means that they're just pushing KZen further and further with the retribution damage. And that matters so much. Now it will be a question of whether or not kills can happen here, as we are seeing MNNE, seeing if they can maybe fight back a little bit.
Well, they might actually put the pressure here.
For the heavy spin, trying to push KarlTzy to the turret, but it's not going to work. KZen, he's very, very deep in the fight here, though. There goes the Torn Apart Memory. And again, the sustain from MNNE is making sure that none of them dies.
Okay, good enough to stay alive for that whole exchange. Couple ultimates on both sides going to be used, and now happy with the resources. AP Bren will go ahead and start up this Lord here. So MNNE Evos, can they go ahead and get reset, stall things out. Ultimate should be available by the time this fight actually breaks out. We know that these dances can take some time, so we'll see how APBREN establishes this, the positioning that they have. They still have to respect the fact that even with an Akai across from them, they could get pushed out of range for that Retribution battle. Unless MNNE EVOS decides, hey, we can't even fight this, let's give this up.
Yeah.
We'll see how they play it out. Spider Miles.
Casey's close though. He could actually, I think he wants to try for it.
Yep.
I mean, you can only give away so many objectives, right? Before you are forced to actually go and take a fight. Although the damage is going to be real here from Doming.
Oh, what a reset.
Oh, that was a huge reset. Doming's low, but here's Kirk. Comes a healing here. Pandok making work onto that gold laner while Kirk is on the side. He's the one who has the heart guard.
Okay,
and now we're going to see how good this CC is. Well, right now, it looks like APBREN are still able to completely dominate MNNE, pushing them back and securing that. Actually, no, they didn't go for the Lord yet.
Not yet.
They got the Lord. No, they didn't. But they probably could.
They put the Lord very low. That prompted MNNE EVOS to kind of commit. And then when KarlTzy showed himself, they did not hesitate. They went in for that chain stun, forcing the heavy spin, and they did. Then eventually they took out KarlTzy. Kirk had an opening to go for Super Marco, but this is a Brody. It's not easy to take out the Brody at this stage of the game. And then you have Few to pop the ultimate, not only dealing the damage to KarlTzy, but also pseudo-guarding Super Marco, because if you're the CC, you cannot go up close and personal against Super Marco because you're going to receive a ton of damage from the Odette. So Few had a lot of impact in that game despite the APBREN getting only 1 kill.
Yeah, it's
11 minutes, one.
That's the thing, man. Like
I just realized that when you pointed it out.
It's very low kill game, but you have. This is where you really have to appreciate the macro stuff happening here from APBREN, because that's really how you control these games and you win these objectives. It's not always about obviously these kills and everything like that. It's the macro level that APBREN has chosen with this game too. And they don't have to get scrappy. These are like kind of extended team fights like we mentioned with the lineup that MNNE EVOS has. But even so, APBREN still plays around it really well. So they have this first Lord. These shields are going to go down here, but they're going to lose this turret in the base of MNNE EVOS. We'll see if they can hold on to the rest of them.
Yeah, this looks really bad, obviously, for MNNE. But you know what? You can't underestimate the damage coming in from Doming at this point. And if Super Marco, if you're not careful, that could be bad. KarlTzy trying to go for broke here, knocked up by the Minoan Fury. Now it's a non-stop aggression coming in from APBREN, knocking on the door here. 4v5. It is going to be tricky, but they're able to clear. They have enough wave clear, at least to handle just for now.
They want to just get this top turret if they can. Get that base completely cracked open.
This is Brody. They have so much damage in the early stages.
Oh, the final slash will miss in from Pandok, but doesn't really matter, does it? Curtain call already activated. Kirk does not have enough power here to deal enough damage. And Doming, I think he's waiting for that perfect Zaman Force timing. But while waiting, all of their turrets, all their inhibitor turrets are gonna fall.
I'll be very happy about that. APBREN just first Lord take, and they are already able to take out all of the inhibitors with only 2 kills. It's almost like a whatever, what was that, Gandhi? The pacifist kind of thing.
Yep.
I forgot what it's called, but I think you know what I'm trying to say, right?
I do.
What did Gandhi say? What did
It's
Gandhi
something like
say?
about peaceful something. Like maybe the chat knows.
I can't pull up quotes from Gandhi here.
Guys, can you let us know what Gandhi says?
Yeah, something about being peaceful but also achieving your goals or something. Yeah, because that's what APBREN is doing. They're just poking MNNE EVOS. MNNE EVOS couldn't fight. Super Mark is always scary. Okay.
Put on a show.
Okay. Okay. They probably deserve it.
They're choosing what was that, peace? Choosing peace and happiness.
Choosing peace.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, with that, APBREN massive lead at this point of the game. Yes, a very low kill game, but we'll see. With this, working on that lore, and MNNE EVOS trying to inch into this if they can actually get some vision here.
They already activated curtain call, so I think they should have went there. But Kirk, again, just dodging so many skills here. Now Doming going up with the Zaman Force, dashing in and out. Synchro Vision taking out KarlTzy this time around. Now it's MNNE looking really good. It's only a 1-for-1 though.
Okay, 1-for-1 trade. Lord taken, though. AB Bren going to go ahead and get ready for this march in. Again, base fully exposed from MNNE EVOS.
It could be a good play for Pando. Has the flicker still. And the final slash.
See if
Might
he can
go
do
for
it
it.
here.
Yeah, it's a question mark. Does he have the timing? Does he have the angle, the correct angle to go in? Vengeance nearby KZen. Stun will miss up.
Oh,
and the final
okay.
slash will miss as well. That means AP Bren will not have that huge.
Oh, okay.
Oh my goodness!
Okay.
He only hit it for a second,
Oh.
and now with the Lord, it's time to finish. It's AP Bren with a 2-0.
And AP Bren will end week 5 with the sweep against MNNE EVOS here tonight.
This is Pando's weekend. Gets a 4-0 for his team in front of his parents, together with his cousin Ogwen. It's a family day for AP Bren.
Despite him missing those last final splashes,
I mean,
doesn't matter anymore.
It doesn't matter.
You know, it's all part of the plan.
Yeah.
Part of the plan.
They didn't even need that Lord to kind of punch in there, and
That's
that's
amazing,
what that's what I was saying, guys. It's like I understood what MNNE EVOS was trying to do. You know, give up some of those objectives, give up some of those fighting instances, but ultimately with a team like AP Bren, I don't know if that passiveness is going to work in your favor.
Yeah, unfortunately, they went for support, the Florid, right? And when you're playing Florid, you have to be passive.
Yeah.
And eventually, you'll stay passive in the early stages, wait for your timings. Eventually, there's no one that can take you out. MNNE EVOS. It did not work this time. They had a good streak before week number 5.
Yeah.
Week number 5, unfortunately, is not their week.
Yep, we'll see exactly how they can make the adjustments that are going to be needed as they go on forward. Again, for AP Bren, feeling pretty good at the top here. Let's go ahead and throw it on stage to hear the winning interview alongside Mara and Hans.
Congratulations to AP Bren. Let's give him a round of applause. Oh, Gwen, since ikaw yung katabi ko, ikaw ang aking tatanungin. Last time na nagharap kayo ng MNNE, napahirapan nila kayo sa 35-minute game. But this time, it seems like you have them all figured out. So, paano nyo ba pinaghandaan ng laban nyo?
Pinagandaan po namin yung healing meta eh. Kasi nung time na may mga nagpa-practice kami, ginagamit rin naman talaga namin yun. So, parang inisip rin namin yung mga counter na pwedeng gamitin nun nung healing meta.
Healing meta, handang-handa na sila for this second round against MNNE.
They had their own aggressive twist to it. This time, Pando, ikaw naman to. Incredible performance. Of course, narinig mo lahat.
Ano?
Nananatili kang 100% win rate sa Season 13. Ha? Kakaldag ka daw, sabi ni Pew.
No.
Ano yun, Pew? Sorry, Pew. Ano yun, Pew?
Ha?
Ano yun?
Kakaldag daw siya pag
Sabi ni Coach. Sabi ni Coach.
Okay. Coach, sabihan mo nga, Coach, na kumaldag.
Kaldag na, Pando.
Ayun, sabi
Sinabihan ka na ni Coach.
sabi ni Coach mula sa multiverse.
Oy! Oy!
Oy! Nandito si Mami, no? Swerte talaga. Pag nandito si Mami, swerte. Hi, Mami! O, di ba? Nanalo ulit dahil nandito ka. Congratulations once again. Hindi lang yung parents ni Pando yung nandito, pati yung parents ni KarlTzy. Kyle, kanina nakausap namin si Mommy at Daddy. Narinig mo ba yung message nila sa'yo kanina? Okay, ang damo nilang, sabi ni Daddy, di daw ganun kabait. Pero pwede na. At sinusuportahan mo nga daw, ikaw na nagpapaaral sa kapatid mo sa college. That's really, really nice. Ngayon, nandito ang iyong parents. Anong gusto mong sabihin sa kanila? They're here to support you. Last time, ano yun eh, anong season sila? Season 12, nanonood sila.
Yeah. Doon pa tayo sa Eastwood nun, di ba? So it's been a long time. So anong gusto mo sabihin kay Mami at Daddy ngayon?
Maraming salamat sa pagsuporta mo sa akin simula nung bata pa ako. Salamat sa paghihirap, sa pagsusumikap. Wala ako dito kung wala kayo. Kaya maraming salamat po.
Ang cool ng daddy mo, ah. Hinahayaan ka na gawin mo kahit ano. Ang cool-cool niya. Hello, daddy. O, di ba? Nanalo sila. At ngayon, announce mo natin ang ating MVP.
And our MVP for game number 2 is none other than Few. Congratulations!
Kakaldag daw siya. Kakaldag daw siya.
Kakaldag din daw si Few.
Ayaw naman niya, pero idea niya yung kay Pando kanina.
Hindi, si Coach Daki na lang daw kakaldag.
Si Coach Daki na lang daw yung kakaldag.
Si Coach Daki!
Coach Daki.
Coach Daki in Multiverse, ikaw daw yung kakaldag.
Ayaw kumaldag si Coach.
Coach Daki, masaya ka ngayon, Coach Daki?
Masaya ako ngayon kasi win streak pa kami.
Alam mo, nalilito kami. Kasi parang ano yung pinagbiyak?
Ako rin eh.
Twins ba kayo?
Nabanggit kasi na nanay ko na may kapatid daw ako na hindi ko pa nakikilala.
Long lost.
Dito ko lang pala mamimit sa MPL. Small world.
Small world. Long lost brother from another mother in another multiverse.
Well, that works too. But of course, Coach Daki, message mo naman sa lahat ng sumusuporta sa AP Brand.
Maraming salamat sa sumusuporta pa rin sa AP Brand. At saka sa lahat naman sumusuporta sa MPL and all the fans supporting their respective teams. So, please continue supporting the MPL. Sana dumami pa yung viewers natin.
Congratulations to all of you. Once again, let's give a round of applause to AP Brand. You may now take your bow and take your walk of victory. Led by Coach Ducky and Coach Ducky and the rest of AP Brand.
Totoo ba yung nakita ko? Namamalik mata ba tayo, Mara? Well, I guess
Nalilito
not.
ako.
I guess
Nalilito
not.
ako.
Nahihilo ko. Nahihilo ka na.
Magkamukha. Kaya pala, kasi double the coach, double the power.
Yun nga yun. Tapos nakita lang daw na hindi niya pa nakikilala. But hey, kilala natin ang AP Bren and that's how they do things. They just roll with it whenever necessary.
At silipin natin kung ano nga ba ang analysis ng ating mga casters. Let's go back to them. Casters, pasok.
Thank you so much, Mon Hands. Great again to hear from AP Bren. They're feeling pretty good. Pando's moves, by the way, people have been waiting for it, and now they get to see it. But I'm sure we can break this game down further. It was a sweep here for AP Bren. Wolf, we heard who the MVP was. It was that Odette from a few. And very interesting pickup here. Let's walk us through it.
Imagine this is a 201 KDA, but it's already 100% kill participation. That's how objectively based. And I mean, I can't blame you for laughing because I am surprised that this is the case. This is how objectively AP Bren took over in this game. There was an immediate kill onto KarlTzy, but it wasn't followed up by MNNE Evos, and well, the kills jump onto 12 minutes. That's just how it is. You will not see how good it was, but yeah, AP Bren won this game because of how surgical they took on it. And look at Few. Watch out for Few and his damage dealing was. Because eventually Doming and the gang wants to go to the backlines. Few just never left Super Marco's side. Because what he can do is to pop the ultimate, get a stun off, because eventually there will be two people to dive his team. And look at that. He's already dealt enough damage for Doming to just get back and not output the damage anymore from MNNE Evos for the defense. He utilized his ultimate to zone out the enemies. And that's it. 3 kills for AP Bren, 2 kills for MNNE Evos, 100% kill participation for Few, and a total dominance actually. 9-1 when it comes to turrets, 2-0 when it comes to Lords, 3-0 when it comes to Turtles. That's how dominant AP Bren was. And they also utilized this Brody in a very different manner, I guess. And if you think about it, all of the members of AP Bren had 100% kill participation. You know, they knew exactly what they needed to do in this particular game. Just took it in a methodical/surgical level. Few dealt the most damage in this game. Super Mago had the best GPM, but it's not even that high. It's not even like 800 mark. And KarlTzy, best wingman with only 3 assists. That's how trippy this game is. But if you look at this particular game, it's not about how they went in for the kills. It's more about how APBR managed to win over the map versus MNNE Eagles. So there was a time where they poked the members of MNNE, but they only did that so that they could push the bottom lane and then quickly transfer to the mid to allow Super Marco to have 2 lanes of minions, then go for the neutral objective, which was then the 3rd turtle of the game. And apart from that, they also took a turtle. So in just a string of a minute and 4 moves coming out from APBR, they've already completed 4 different objectives while also keeping Super Marco up. And look at that, the GPM is just way too dominant for APBR. I believe that MNNE Evos really flourish with this Ube strat that they have. Unfortunately, they went in very honest with back-to-back drafts. They went in Miss Angela first, and then this time it's Angela and the Florin very early. It's as if they are kind of scared that it will be banned out. Understandably so, because that has been the trend, right? So, but unfortunately, it didn't work against APBR.
Well, thank you for the breakdown, and thank you for everyone that joined us to close out week number 5. Again, I'm Naisu, this is Rockhard and Wolf. We're going to throw it over the host to close out the week. We'll see you next weekend.
Sinimulan natin ang linggo with streaks and sweeps, and we're ending it with broken streaks and a couple of game 3s.
Painit na nga ng painit ang mga laban na natutunghayan natin dito, Mara. Well, we've asked a lot of players a while ago, so tatanungin din kita, okay? Anong paborito mong palamig ngayong ganito kainit ang panahon?
I love everything fresh, so fresh fruit juice. Ikaw ba?
Well, nothing beats an ice-cold halo-halo, that's for sure.
Kayo dyan, always stay hydrated dahil magkikita ulit tayo next week dito lang sa tahanan ng pinakamalalakas na Mobile Legends Bang Bang players sa buong mundo. Muli ako po si Mara Aquino.
At ako naman si Ans Galeria.
Nagpapaalalang, magkakaiba man ang ating pinagdadaanan, sama-sama pa rin tayo sa laban para sa tagumpay. Keep it good vibes, everybody!
And see you next week.